the strength of metal. The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is Nikhil Bansali, and joining me on the desk today is going to be one and only Neeraj Necro Sangle. As we bring to you the final day of the Grand Finals playoffs, Necro. It's the final opportunity for all of these teams to try and qualify for the Grand Finals itself. We've got one in the bag with Team Exploit Storm, but we got 3 slots up for grabs today.
Exactly, as you did mention, 3 slots are up for grab. Already Team Exploit being the first one to actually qualify towards Grand Finals. And I mean, if you ask me about yesterday, man, it was like, I gotta say, it was full of surprise, like especially in the end. Unexpected happened, man. I'm so happy for Team Exploit because they clearly, you know, even on the social medias, they were saying like they were practicing for literally like 4 in the night. They were just, you know, they had their books out, they had their pens out, they were writing down the strategies, how can they counter it. So clearly, man, hard work paid off there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's the fact that it's so reminiscent of what we heard in the VLT winners interview back in Qualifier 1, which was that, again, the same thing. They sat all night, they prepped themselves, they demo reviewed, you know, they practiced their setups and so on. Hearing that from Exploit as well, it just reaffirms the belief that, you know, pre-match preparation is the fundamental pillar to success in this esports scene. So I want to see which teams have got that pre-match preparation through for today's matches, because we're going to be starting off with a bang. Global Esports with Enigma Gaming. This one is going to be one for the ages.
Yeah, exactly. And especially if you talk about a team like Enigma Gaming, right? I mean, they were getting defeated over and over and over by Xcel. And then in the end, in the finals, when it mattered the most in the wild card, that's where they strike back. Clearly, they were, you know, just building up that strategy. They were just trying to find the counter all the time. And Xcel, I feel like the main problem for Xcel was they just didn't really change a lot of things, even in the wild card finals. And I feel like that's why they actually did get beat down. They stick to their basics.
Yeah, like even when we talk about like Team EXO, right? Like the first map, we saw the map Bind, where they played the extremely old meta composition. Things like this carrying over to a map like Ascent. You could see for Enigma, the biggest edge was they are completely caught up to the meta, so much so that they've customized it in their own way. But talking about what's up for grabs today, $33,000 on the line, Necro. And to get a jab at that, or, you know, to basically guarantee your money, like as we said today, 3 spots up for grabs. You make it to the top 4, you have $3,500 in the bank.
Exactly, $3,500 in the bank. I mean, that's a lot of money in itself. But taking a look at the tournament explanation, how the journey has been up till here. Of course, we know 2 from India, 2 from Pakistan, 1 from Bangladesh, 1 from Sri Lanka, 1 from Nepal, Bhutan, and then you have 1 from Wildcard as well. And then they pretty much, right now, we are at Grand Finals playoff, and then you're pretty much going to be going to last chance qualifier. But yeah, currently we are at the Grand Final playoffs, and this is going to be really great, right? Because even if this one ends, imagine if any one of these loses, right? For example, Global Esports is Enigma. For example, if any one of these loses, they move down to lower brackets and they start facing Salt. That means, I gotta say, the preparations for these teams would definitely have been really tough because they would have to prepare for 2 teams at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, we can see on the brackets, Damru Gaming has departed from the group after they lost to Salt Esports yesterday, and Salt Esports currently lurking in that lower bracket finale, waiting for their bracket to be filled up from the loser of our first matchup of the day, Global Esports versus Enigma Gaming. Now, I know a couple of you might be fretting, hey, so these teams have to play 2 matches today. Will they get a break? Yes. So the way the schedule is lined up is going to be Global Esports versus Enigma. Then we're going to go back to Group A for for a little bit of action
Yeah.
to decide which second team qualifies from there between VLT and Exceeli, and then we come back for the final matchup between Salt Esports and the loser of Global Esports and Enigma. But for now, let's focus on this matchup that we have on our plates. Global Esports versus Enigma. Let's have a look at the map veto, because for me, this veto is excruciatingly important. Now, I have to highlight the fact that Enigma, every time they played EXO in BO3s, they lost. In BO5s, they won. And I think it's a lot to do with their map pool. I noticed, though, Necro, Global Esports taking out Haven. And this is a little scary for me, because not only have they taken out Haven, they've banned, they picked Bind for themselves. Now, Enigma are known to be really strong on Bind. So, Global Esports right here, throwing down a bit of a gauntlet with this veto.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say banning Heaven is definitely kind of like a comfort ban from their side coming in through from the side of GE. And then over here from the side of Enigma Gaming, you have Split being banned. That means a little target ban as well. But on the other hand, though, Global Esports, yeah, as you did mention, Bind is going to be the peak. That means, well, Enigma Gaming is really freaking good on Bind. So this clearly tells us that Global has came inside with a little bit of more research this time. And they have pretty much studied how Enigma really plays on Bind. And they probably have a counter to it.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that conversation, because I definitely want to get back to that idea, right, about what Global Esports has planned. Before now, this is giving me a bit of deja vu, these predictions, because all the casters in favor of Global Esports, the audience overwhelmingly in favor of Global Esports. I'm remembering Velocity versus Exploit Storm, where it was the exact same, but Exploit Storm took the cake. So maybe the 12% get their day today as well. We'll find out.
Exactly. We'll definitely find out. But yeah, what do you think so? Like, now G pretty much picked up Bind. I am also a little confused, like, you know, considering the fact that Enigma is really good and G actually went for a comfort ban over here. So they should have like some kind of strategy on Bind. So what do you think so? Like, what are we going to see being revealed here?
So there's two ways you can approach this issue, right? For as Global Esports, from their perspective, one is you approach it compositionally, where you swap out the Breach, bring in the Sky for Hellranger, and suddenly your team is much more slower and therefore not directly countered by the slow playstyle that Enigma's composition offers. They have the Sage, they have the Viper, they have the Sky. It offers a ton of utility, even the Brimstone Molly, for example, to stall the aggressive pushes that a Breach wants to do. So you can answer that compositionally. Or, and I think this is the more likely option for Global Esports, they go back to the style that we initially criticized them for in the first time we saw this Breach on Bind, wherein they were playing very slow. They were leaving SK Rossi after early aggression on the lurk and playing heavily on rotation. So I want to see GE go back to that playstyle. In that matchup, it did not work because the team they were playing against, T69, did not have a comp that slowed stuff down. So they needed to be aggressive. But in this matchup, it would work beautifully, because all Enigma want to do is slow them down. So if they are able to use the slow pace to gain areas of control across the map and play rotation on the basis of that, well, I don't have to tell you how good G are with those rotational styles.
I mean, G, man, like, look, G always has been one of those teams who have like their pedal to the metal, right? They are of course one of those teams who do have like the aggressive approach in the game, but at the same time, it's like a controlled aggression, right? Like they also implement strategy inside that aggression as well. It's not just like, you know, predictable aggression. They always keep on the opponent guessing where they're going to be aggressing in from, especially a man like Rossi on defense. He doesn't aggress from one single side all the time. He keeps on changing his sides all the time. He keeps on being unpredictable, and sometimes he even anchors down. I've seen some moments where he doesn't even go like and fight. He just stays on the side, waits for things to happen. As soon as he gets the info, of course, he's the first one to engage on the side. But with that being said, now here we do have Icebox as well being picked. Now, CA, consider the fact that Icebox has been picked by EG, Enigma Gaming. Yeah, I do understand they're really good, but the problem here is that Global Esports last time in India Qualifiers 1, if you remember, they completely obliterated them. They destroyed them. 13-4 was the score. So what do you think's over there as well? Like, why did this happen? But hey, first, let's take a look at the agent select.
I will answer that real quick, though. It's called the raw fuel effect. Last time around, there it wasn't no raw fuel, and this time there is. Now, with that in mind, let's get us ready for Bind. You see, Global Esports locking in the standards. As I was talking about, Hellranger is the only player who could possibly change his pick. It's either going to be the Sky or Breach for him. I would be very surprised if it's KO. It's a possibility, but it's unlikely. As I mentioned, the likelier option is they pick up the Breach. They just don't play as aggressive as they did the last time we saw them in the finals. so against Xcel. So I want to see Global Esports go back to their more comfortable style of play, the rotational basis. Early aggression, yes, you still value that, but you value it the way you would value a Sky on Split, where you're trying to take areas of control. You're not actually trying to execute onto site.
Exactly. I mean, now over here, you also do have kind of like the double controller setup coming in from the side of GE. And, well, considering the fact that on the map of Bind, right? I mean, GE has been kind of like, I would say, a decent team. But as you did mention, Enigma is really strong. But recently, you know, in the Grand Finals playoff, we have been really seeing, you know, teams picking the maps that they aren't really comfortable playing. And then they just completely destroy the team that is really good on that. So, I mean, I don't really know. Over here, teams definitely are stepping out of their comfort zone. But I feel like they have these strategies cooking up for the right moment, and I feel like this is where the right moment they find it.
But that's the thing, right? I don't think these teams even had a comfort zone to begin with. Yes, I do think that there are some maps where they're just inherently better because they're more comfortable. But I think now that we're in that top 8 bracket, right? Actually, technically, we're in the top 6, sort of. Like, we're still in a stage where we've got the best from every single region. We've got the cream of the crop. So I think these teams, like, always may not be as comfortable on these maps as you mentioned, but they always had something prepared because they don't have to practice their comfortable maps as much during the qualifiers. So it definitely shows why these teams are the region's representatives, because they are willing to always think a step ahead, you know. And I think that's going to be the theme of today's match for me, which IGL is able to think a step ahead, because you look at these compositions, there's a ton of utility on the table for Enigma Gaming, and there's a ton of aggressive utility, like proactive usage of utility available for Global Esports, and they're starting in the size they want. GE on the attack and EG on the defense. It's all about this first half momentum.
Yeah, exactly, as you did mention that, but I also do like notice a massive change coming in here. Is that's definitely going to be, oh my god, look at that. Hold on, I'm gonna be holding on to my words for a moment here. Rossi managing to sneak up all the way inside the lamps area. You do have Bandman as well, kind of in a good angle, I would say. This is definitely one of those off angles where teams do not really expect you to be in, but Rossi in close range strikes and shuts down the man who is pretty much in the off angle. You do have Hellranger as well, who's taken down easy. With that being said, raw fuel down low, and take a look at Rossi. What are you doing, my man? He's just pretty much in the close ranges, and that's not how you challenge. That's not how you challenge a shorty in the close range. Vexy, you will of course get destroyed. But yeah, with that being said, now Global Esports whipped out a breacher on the map of Bind today. But if you remember in the I would say qualifiers 1 against GE, they had a Sky. So do you think so? Is this a good adaptation, or is this maybe they just have something cooking up?
I don't think it's anything new. It's what we've seen them play the last 2 times. They did play Bind against EXO, or even earlier against Damru. I think the Sky, it's just not their style, you know. We only saw them play that in the Q1, even in Q2 across, they played Breach primarily. So, I think this is just their comfort zone, and it works out because we've seen internationally as well, Breach be really comfortable. But back to the round, the action is on because the buy is through for SK Rossi, and in these situations, it's no longer about controlled aggression. You got an advantage, and it's all about pushing that advantage.
Hey, one thing I also do notice that Rossi changed his crosshair this time. I actually do like it quite. You know, before it was like just a white dot, and now this time Rossi pretty much changed his crosshair. What's going on, Rossi? What are you doing? Why are you going crazy? Chill out. He's just shooting all over the map, but yeah, the rotation's there. It's a 2-on-5 situation, and yes, confidence will definitely be shown from Hellranger, consider the fact that they do have the man advantage. They don't really need to be scared of losing anyone. But Rossi is down low. I'm pretty sure he's really not going to be aggressing it through, and this is why does a double peek coming in, and Rossi collects the final frag.
Yeah, pretty simple round picked up for Global Esports. They only lose 1 weapon, so not much damage to their eco as well. And what that results in is a bonus coming through. Now, as I was talking about, the controlled aggression that we asked for in the pre-show, that we want to see most rounds in general. But in rounds like these, what we really want to see is them pushing their advantage further and further. But talking about rounds in general, what we've got right here is the buy round for Enigma Gaming. Now, the advantages buys for Enigma Gaming do exist, but their eco is in stake here, because for Global Esports, it's a pure bonus. Their weapons are throwaway weapons, so Enigma have to be very careful about how they approach this round, and you can see that in their defaults. Both of the controllers playing anchored towards this A side while they set up a triple stack towards B, expecting that bonus aggression that happened towards the B side to continue. But GE, it's just a simple A-B game for them. They went for the A, they went for the B, and now they're back on the A side ready to execute.
Here we go. Rossi again doing the same thing, pretty much just dashing directly inside U-Haul. And Badman again not really get checked. And he's able to find himself so much value with that. Pretty much that Viper initial smoke that is coming through. Rossi does pop into Blade Storm, but he doesn't need to use that, especially when he has that Judge in the hand. And Rossi, okay, he's going crazy. He has a 3K for himself. Recon dart as well to kind of give any kind of info, or at least as much as info as possible. Rossi, 4K Rossi is here right now. He's pretty much looking for the 5th as well. He wants that ace, unless, well, the 4K Rossi meme kind of continues, and Rossi's ace just gets stolen away.
Actually, I think, I was going to say, might make the call to save here, but he's going to go for it. 1v2 should know that Rossi is likely in lamps now. Rossi gonna move in. The guiding light tells him someone is towards the edge of lamps. Rossi dashing back, still finds the flick and the ace. It's Ace K Rossi starting us off with a bang. A 3-0 lead for Global Esports as they pick up the bonus win. Enigma just falling apart, and I think a large reason of that is, look at this. Ace shot completely uncontested. The snake bite is too late. The one-way activation is too late. By the time the snake bite is done, Rossi is dashed in and taken lamps control. It needs to be set up early. They need to proactively invest the utility to deny entry, because, well, you give SK Rossi entry, he's gonna pop heads like it means nothing.
Dude, like, this actually makes me wonder, like, how is someone this good? Like, how is that possible? Like, he's literally insane, man. Like,
grind
insane would
grind
be grind. Like,
and another grind.
Insane would literally be a less word for that kind of a moment, or this kind of a player in general. Rossi again peeks out. Phantom spray, of course, going to be accurate, but this time Rossi gets shut down. The counter, the kryptonite are going to be the paint satchels. Well, pretty much do take him out of the game, but still, the execute is on. Badman again might just left unchecked, and yes, he is left unchecked, and he will strike again. Badman is just creating such off angles for himself. He always just managed to be unchecked, and now this is pretty much a one-on-one situation. Badman does have the orbital strike.
Oh, the orbital strike!
Here's coming in, and okay, this orbital strike definitely does chip away a little bit of damage, but Badman, this also gives him a little bit of more room to just move in a little forward. Chip damage being dealt. Badman, yeah, that was kind of a questionable play coming out from his side, and he might just be able to clutch it, and no, he gets denied. He does manage to find a dink though. Lightning Fast with only 8 HP survives.
But why? I'm not sure, like, why Batman ever does that. I love the jump peaks to set up the orbital strike, but as soon as you do that, the spike is right there next to you. Just go for the plant and play for the site, since you know he's tagged out. You know he's relatively low, therefore around your HP. Playing on the post plant would have been the smarter decision. It really throws a curtain over the amazing plays he made to get him in the position in the first place. Beautiful Sheriff shots, but that lost a little bit of, I would say, over-aggression in that 1v1, ended up costing them the round, and meaning Global Esports just shake it off. A 4-0 lead for them now. It is once again the buy for Enigma Gaming, though Global Esports are switching up their defaults, going for the Chavez push. Now look at this. The Viper Split set up an A-shot, but it's a relatively aggressive Viper Split. He set it up a little bit ahead, which gives him more space near the aggressive angles of A-shot to set up, but no space in the back. If they aggressively flash and push him, the Viper has nowhere to go.
Enigma on the defense so far getting completely destroyed. It's 4-0. And here we go. The Rolling Thunder approaching the A side, and this is where the players do so as well. But hey, the paint shells again, man. Just the timing on those raw fuel all the time is just so precise when it comes to playing that raise on the bind map. Up till now, Global Esports are doing a pretty great job, but still we can't really rule Enigma out just this easily in the game. And take a look at Batman peeks out, Rossi's skull being found, and he will be instantly shut down. But oh no, this is not good. This is not good. Batman, the timing he has found for himself. This is absolutely insane. Yes, Batman has managed to sneak in all the way till the lamps, and now pretty much the call hasn't been given. You pretty much think that there's no one in the lamps, but it doesn't matter. The last man is all the way near his bathroom. It's gonna be Kappa.
Yeah. 4-1 as a round picked up for Enigma Gaming, and there is one particular adaptation that they make that I love, which is keeping the raise on A shot. Unfortunately, I just noticed that they're moving her back. The idea for me is that if the Jet can dash in on any part of your map, put the raise there. Like, it's as simple as that. The raise just nullifies the Jet's ability to dash in, or at least keep that stage in the area. I think now that they're moving Rafiel back to B, the read has to be that they're expecting a B push, and I think you can see that in the way the rest of Enigma is set up too. Both the controllers very aggressively holding A shot, looking for a pick on the basis of each other. The idea being that even if they take Shovel's control, we can retake with this shot control. But instead, GE, they're back to their defaults, just looking to take hookah control with this breach Jet combo, while Kappa slowly gets in B-long information using his drone.
Well, I mean, Enigma Gaming has already managed to kind of find themselves the first round, and that's what is really looking good for now. On the other hand, though, still, I mean, G does have the man advantage, so of course, confidence will be looking great. Econ now peeking around, lightning fast as well on the A shard. Approaching this is just so risky with that Viper smoke coming in through, but we do see the rotations happening all the way now over here on the A side, and it seems like the only four players from the side of GE are approaching the A bathrooms area, and they have managed to sneak in all the way in through, and Batman again has a really crucial positioning. If he's able to find a lot of things with this positioning initially, then he can make a lot of things happen, but unfortunately gets spotted and gets spammed out again. But those paint shells all the time finds himself those kills. Rossi able to shut down Rafiel, and that's a big thing as well, because now the showstopper was invested in that previous round, and Rossi shuts it down instantly. That means an ultimate being wasted. It's easy all the way inside, over strike being inbound as well, but not really able to find a lot of damage through that. On the other hand, Hellranger peeks out with the flash, gets instantly denied. Easy is there, slowly, steadily approaching. Oh my god, getting shut down. Trades are happening back and forth. The replies are there as well, but it just really comes down to which team is going to be able to secure the round. Skills finds one, instantly backs off. He's looking for the second one, but gets denied.
There's a lineup from their Skills. You gotta know the lineup. Had the molly in his kit, but unfortunately did not go for it. Instead, just went for the peak, and since he's so low, it was an easy pick up for Wexy as they secured the round. Now, Rossi did really well, shutting down that showstopper from Rafiel, an 8-point ultimate down the drain. But again, it comes back to the idea that the positioning of Enigma Gaming is so damn good. They're always in the right spot with their utility to deny an aggressive push, and this was my biggest concern with this composition, and particularly the style GE is playing with this composition, right? They're being very aggressive, but very aggressive stacked up. They're not trying to play for rotations at all. The early aggression they make is the site they usually end up going on. Now GE, once again, taking Shower's control. They've got Rossi on the Blade Storm because this is an eco. So keep your eyes on that Blade Storm. That is the win condition for GE in this round, or at least to try to do some damage. But with Lightning Fast already going down, Rossi now on a solo mission, maybe even Mission Impossible.
Well, yep, as you did mention, maybe even a Mission Impossible, and that's what literally happens. The snake bite there as well. Perfectly placed, I would say. From the side of Enigma, I do like the strategical gameplay, or the tactical gameplay that Enigma are bringing up till now, and they're able to counter GE perfectly. I mean, at least back-to-back 2 rounds, they have won, and maybe they're on the verge of winning the third one as well, and they pretty much do it almost, but Kappa able to find himself the kill, pretty much denies and stays alive for a little bit more time. Oh my god, okay.
Kappa with some style points while he says bye-bye to the round. Enigma now on a 3-round win streak, playing beautifully along their setup. So, like, we've seen this team before where the team that is very aggressive gets the rounds early on, but the other team eventually starts adapting. They start learning, they start understanding, and that's where the other team completely takes over the map, and it comes down to the aggressive team to show a little bit of caution in their style, to show a little bit of ability to play more on reads, more on rotation. So I want to see if GE is able to do that now, because they are certainly capable of it. Rossi still 14-4, Necro, so still the man to watch, and still the man with the W key on as the breach sets up the flash, and Rossi just looking for the kills, will not stop. Now set up with Hika, waiting for his drone, and back to the W.
Well, he just pretty much dry peeks everything. He just doesn't care, man, because it's like he's so good that he's confident in himself, which is really good in general, but sometimes that can also, you know, be the factor why your team and you are also not able to perform. You know, it's just like some of those moments. Those do happen sometimes, but from a man like Rossi, you can't really expect those moments. Check your back! Check your back! There's one man peeking out. He does finds two, but gets instantly shut down. But hey, still, I mean, consider the fact that GE has at least managed to find themselves a massive man advantage here. Badman's position being compromised. Kappa heard Badman running around. Badman pretty much is known now. Badman known with a nice shot, but Kappa is just waiting for him to welcome in the A main.
Yeah, Badman not expecting someone in B Garden because he's thinking that when he kills the player on site, if there is someone in B Garden, they're going to swing him. But Kappa is like, nah, I'm going to let my teammate die so you can get baited and walk into my crosshairs. And it's exactly what happens as Global Esports pick up the round. Now, for me, what I especially like about this round from Global Esports is they put a small delay. It's not big at all, but a small delay in their execute. Whereas in the previous rounds, once they would have gotten a power point like B long, they would have kept going through the drone. But this time, they use the drone, they clear out all of the side, they check the corners, and then they start again with the breach. So the idea being aggression, info, and then aggression, where that info is that small delay they've added, works really well because it puts a lot of troubles in the timings that Enigma have to use to set up their own utility. So mini mind games, but mind games certainly being played as the teams trade these utility factors. Now, again, this tiny delay happening from Global Esports, they hear the Viper Split being set up at A shot, and they played very safely around A showers, hoping a peek would come through. But now that none has, they're all grouped up, ready for the executor 4-man stack at A showers.
Oh my god, but there's still one more guy lurking outside. Look at that Batman. Tried to again kind of make some sneaky play happen, but this time Rossi's just waiting there and denies it instantly. Well read, I would say. Good read coming out from that side. But on the other hand, though, there is still one more guy just waiting outside Hookahs I didn't mention. And oh my god, someone is watching the flank, and no, he gets shut down. Kappa not really able to kind of deliver this time. Watching the flank, Viper's Pit inbound, as I did mention. So, Global Esports are looking really good when we talk about those post plans coming through. Seekers are out from their side. Seekers will be instantly destroyed. Vexy approaches, and while he doesn't really expect Rossi to be in that smoke, you gotta expect a crazy man like Rossi to be anywhere at that point. You should just have your guns out. And just that kind of a mistake is going to be costing Vexy his life. On the other hand, Hika does realize while approaching this is definitely not really going to be that good of an idea. It's a 1-on-3 situation. Maybe backing off and saving the Vandal is probably the best and mature choice he can make.
Yeah, Enigma just gonna back up now. Hika should be able to get one exit frag right there on Lightning Fast, but not much else. A little bit of a silver lining, I suppose, but it's not as worth it because you have to remember the fact that Enigma's composition is much more comfortable on defense because you don't have to make any moves forward. The biggest struggle with Enigma's composition is how do you make a move forward? You don't have a jet like SK Rossi to dash in aggressively. You have a Raze instead. You don't really have out-and-out initiator like Sova to set you up. You can flash and try to set up plays, but again, that's where the jet conversation comes in. There is no flash and dash, so they have to play very periodically throughout their attack, which means they need to find a solid start in their defense. Now, once again, changing up their defaults, trying to push Badman down here. He keeps taking the aggressive peaks and he keeps getting punished. SK Rossi with the first blood, he just getting himself onto side looking for more.
Yeah, consider the fact that Badman is actually the controller. I feel like he should not be really doing that. Yeah, the previous round was an eco, so it's fine. But I feel like in those buy rounds, Badman should definitely be aggressive, considering the fact, as I did mention, he's the controller. Team needs those smokes, so pretty much trying to stay back and play safe. I would feel like that would be the best thing you can do. But on the other hand, I also do see it's a 3-on-4 situation now. Enigma do have the man disadvantage and a lot of damage being taken from that snake bite, but it's fine. Pretty much going to be regaining his HP back up because most of that was being dealt by the Viper smoke, and from the back lines, lightning fast this time is going to be, well, he's not going to be patient.
Yeah, and lightning fast be like, well, if you're not going to die to the snake bite, I'll show you my bite. Comes through the smoke and surprises the heck out of them. Yeah, a triple kill found for him as Enigma. Again, dropping around. Global Esports very aggressive and a lot of it to do with why Badman is speaking showers. This setup itself very confusing because I would have preferred to see Badman on B side where he can anchor down Hookah pretty easily with the Sky playing B long, and then you play that Sage towards the A side. They are doing that now, but instead swapping over Raw Fuel, who's trying to hold down Hookah, has this similar form of utility, so it is a good swap in general. But now you see Global Esports, the Rolling Thunder set up, it not only clears a Hookah, but half the site as well, but Rossi dashes into a bullet. Hellranger there though to trade him out. Vexy trying to make a move, get B long, gets hit.
Well, Lightning Fast pretty much just running and killing someone out the game, and Vexy definitely not going to be happy after that one. Orbiter strike inbound to try and deny the plant, but isn't really placed that well, I would say. There was still a little bit of corner left. That's where the spike will be planted now. Badman, though, from the back lines is ready for anything, those kind of moments to happen. Does lob in a Molotov inside the tube. There is a snake bat as well, so pretty much now the call should be made that, okay, maybe the tubes are clear. Badman now getting spotted with that recon, and no, that's not good. He jumps out, and, well, that one single scan, man, those milliseconds are so important.
Yeah, that's just unlucky. It's like he jump peaks, and in the last second of that scan is when he jump peaks. So gets spotted out, and the round picked up for Global Esports. 8-3 now, and Rossi 18-7 on the scoreboard. Another buy round loss for Enigma, meaning once again that eco is just incomplete. That is, they have to just go for a semi-buy because this is the last round, and all they've got is a couple of Spectres with a full shield and a Judge with full shields. The players carrying the rifles, Badman and Raw on just light shields. So let's see. Once again, though, they switched up the setups back to their standard where the Sage controls Hookah by walling it off, and the Badman now again on the aggressive push. He's just feeling himself or something today.
Still, look at that now. Massive change of pace inside this round. If you can clearly notice, yeah, the A bathrooms control is there. But then Rossi, just this time, being so unpredictable. Like, this is just the nature of Rossi, right? He has been aggressing on all these sides at this point in time in the map. So he does realize, well, now, staying back is probably the best thing he can do. Because Enigma are probably expecting the aggression coming in through, and he has been getting destroyed, I would say. In that past round, he got pretty much shut down instantly. So Rossi realizes aggressing isn't really the play anymore, and playing with the team is probably the best thing he can do. Badman peeks out in his crosser, but still wins that one-on-one initial fight, and still is aggressing on the side. Well, that's a good Arbiter strike. Leaves Easy down to only 10 HP. That's really not looking good on his side, though. But still, Raw on that aggressive page finds one, gets instantly traded out. Hellranger's there to take care of him. In the back lines, there is still one more player alive. And with that being said, the Sky heals coming in through. Easy now, pretty much back up to full HP. All three of them just waiting there. And what? Wow. Okay, that was a lucky headshot. That was a lucky headshot for sure. But yeah, well, he kept pushing inside. You look at the resurrection up. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. I was expecting some spams coming in through, but no spams we saw. So, well, Enigma, still looking good. Checks the left angle, but unfortunately, Hellranger and Skills just have themselves off-angle health.
Switching sides.
Yeah, a really nice round by Global Esports. Kappa with a very aggressive push down the defender's side spawn entry into the A side. Able to just pick up an easy collateral. Hicker did well to trade and resurrect, but at that point, with the smoke already set up from Skills, there's not much they could do. Even if they tried to split up and go from heaven, you see there's smoke set up there as well. So it would have been the same idea and the same recourse where they lose the round 9-3 now in the favor of Global Esports. And we have to go back to the narrative we were talking about at the start, which is why was the veto done the way it was? Why did Global Esports not ban Bind, rather picking Bind for themselves? Like, not banning Bind, one thing, but then going out and picking it as your first pick, that's throwing down the gauntlet. That's like playing the mental game against your opponent. We'll take one of your best maps and we will demolish you at it. And so far, G are doing exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention, now over here, the main target here is definitely the mentality of the enemy team, and this is what G is able to do so successfully. On the second hand, though, you can already see Rossi on a massive flag, and he's already able to wrap up so easily and so quick. The adaptation coming in through from Rossi. The fight continues. He managed to find Easy, but Rossi now, well, he's still, I mean, on a lot of HP. No, not a lot of shots being connected from Easy, that's for sure, but the man advantage now clearly looking in favor of G, and look who's on the top. It's going to be Lightning Fast. Collects all three of those massive kills, and now pretty much looking to find another one as well. He wants to follow the fray up. He's looking for that one. He's looking for the smoke, and he finds the fourth.
Yeah, Lightning Fast picking up an easy win. And I want to see if we get a replay. I think he was on the second box, was he not? How did he get onto the second box?
Yeah, no. He literally, I saw that he literally jumped on that cardboard board there, and then he jumped back up.
Okay, Lightning Fast gotta teach us some parkour, man. Yeah, he's on the second box. Like, there's no other way. So from the platform, just able to perfect his parkour. So you see, guys, not only is lightning fast with his aim, but clearly lightning fast with his feet as well, because he gets into positions that I thought honestly weren't even possible. Hey, he makes it work. 10-3 now as the pistol picked up for Global Esports. And once again, the defaults are standard. You have that Sova playing the B-long, getting the early info, pushing. This time though, Rossi not making the hookah aggression happen because knows that he's likely marked. They don't mark the Sova though, and Kappa picks up easy first blood on an unsuspecting hiccup.
Kappa, well, again, the first blood should really not be given away from Enigma, that's for sure. But Raw Fuel pretty much tanking Lightning Fast down. This is huge because Lightning Fast has a Phantom in his hands, but Snakebite just perfectly placed. These are like two teams who are really good when it comes to those utility utilization, and Enigma as well are given a tough fight at GE, that's for sure, on the map of Bind. But considering the fact that the map of Bind is their pick, but oh my god, Lightning Fast on 15 HP, able to do that amount of damage. Oh no, this is not good. Well, the last man is bad man, he's down low, and well, another Lightning Fast, a double 4K. Yeah, pretty much 8 kills being collected in those 2 rounds.
Yep, Lightning Fast just smurfing right now. He's like, guys, we picked an aggressive composition, but you guys got me on the Viper, so don't you worry, defense is on me. Thank you for taking care of attack and doing exactly that. The one-way setup beautifully. As you said, the utility usage from Global Esports, just pristine. And talking about pristine, man, that headshot, clean, of course, but the idea that he immediately transfers to the corner of that wall, expecting someone to try and push and trade at the same time, that level of awareness in the moment, it's so rare to see. And well, Lightning Fast, he does it with such ease now. Maybe delayed a bit to their setup, so Lightning Fast this time doesn't have the time to get his one-way ready. Instead, just gonna set up a normal smoke as he gets once again into a vertical angle and tries to hold it down. The spray is a little too early. He's not able to find his Enigma now set up for an execute. The wall going down, they cut off the side.
But he still dealt a lot of damage, I feel like. He's able to do so much damage onto them. Hika as well, down low. Now, they do have themselves that wall control being initiated. On the other hand, though, Lightning Fast again gets tanked down to pretty low. This is where a Head Ranger does have himself that stun available. He can pretty much concuss down the entire U-Haul and then make a call for his team to actually go and approach it inside easily. That can definitely be one of the approaches. But on the other hand, he uses a Viper's Pit, and pretty much what happened here is that they don't even have visual on the spike anymore because of the Viper Pit, and this is absolutely huge. Pretty much now the lamps area is useless. At this point, Rossi up just going to be going inside, just directly staking the defuse, but the spike is being pinned. And this is why the problem is that G aren't really able to secure that previous round in the head, and beautifully played by Enigma.
I love the usage of the Viper's Pit, but I wish it would have been a little earlier. Like, as soon as the site had been pushed on and the wall goes down, while they were planting, I wish he'd set up the Viper's Pit, because then Enigma would have no information of what's going on. They could even use that Viper's Pit to just let Lightning Fast stay in that lamps area and, you know, not retake lamps, just not let them actually get the value of holding it while they clear out the shovels, because you have to expect Enigma to be playing on the lineups. Those lineups are what wins Enigma the round at the end of the day. Easy able to delay the defuse for long enough using his utility. Now, the setups have changed from the side of Global Esports. Only the Jet shifting over as the operator comes into SK Rossi's hands, and easy going for a jump peek is able to dodge it out. So SK Rossi now gonna back right up, change his position, and look for another angle.
That's a good spot, I would say. Info peek being made from his side. Badman shoots. Position compromised. Our drone out, pretty much just where Badman will probably get tagged, and yes, he does. And now Rossi, other operator, this is something you should be really scared of. The opening has found, the second follows up as well. Head Ranger there in the back lines. Well, he's pretty much going to be, he's like, all right, you guys are getting the frags, I'm going to be joining in. He joins in, and then Rossi pretty much just confirms the final kill.
Yeah, Global Esports on a tear as they just dismantle Enigma Gaming's approach in that round. Hellranger especially playing it beautifully. I talk a lot about how the Breach's responsibility in a comp is to play as a pivot, right? He's always in the back, controlling the flow of play that his team is engaging in, but it's also important while you're doing that to maintain a particular sightline, to continuously control angles, because of course, while it is a tactical FPS, it's an FPS. You have to be able to pick up those frags, and Hellranger does it with such ease that he makes it look like a piece of cake. But look at this, once again, Enigma trying to replicate this hookup push, and Hellranger is ready.
Oh my, okay, well, he's not just ready, he's more than ready. This is the final round, and easily, oh, okay, well, those pain shields, and I would say Satchel as well to push him back in the pain shields, and that's a beautiful play coming out from Rawfield side. Badman Live, it's a 2-on-2 situation. Now, with that being said, they have managed to kind of even this situation out. The spike control is still in Global Esports' hand, and with that shot, well, the hopes and dreams shatter, and Kampa, well, just spots a little pixel of the gun barrel and just spams through.
He was so ready that he ran to Rawfield. He's like, hey, you usually do parties. Like, give me a party. I'm ready. Let's go. Ends up just falling prey to Rawfield's fight shop. It doesn't matter as 13-4 Global Esports obliterate Enigma Gaming in map 1. It was like watching a tutorial, honestly, where it just went like, slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4. Oh, we're done. And that didn't really teach me anything. Global Esports.
It felt like a frag movie, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I was watching a
we just
frag
needed,
movie.
we were the hype music, you know?
Yeah,
like
a Tokyo Drift,
we
like
should
a
have been
Tokyo Drift title track, you know, like
yeah,
that would be good, man, because it was just so fast-paced and high-intensity game that Global Esports, as you did mention, they were just on a complete tear. On the other hand, though, I feel bad for Enigma, because with that being said, as we had to talk about mentality, right, and they pretty much picked Bind Enigma really strong, and they destroyed them in their own home, which is a little bit of more problem as we had a talk about how their composition is. Enigma's, there's going to be a little bit more trouble for the Breach, but it didn't really seem like it was there, especially if you do have a man like Rossi aggressing in all the time and taking those main players down. And what else do you need, right?
I mean, I think it's just a little disappointing from Enigma, to be honest. Like, you can even see in the stats, like, their damage is really close. Compare that to the round wins. They're just not able to translate the delay they're able to get into wins. We didn't see any retakes. For example, you compare this matchup to the matchup against Salt, who also play a Breach, who also play that Sage that executes even more easier as compared to Breach's the composition that GE have. In that, they were always timing the utility early. In that, they were always playing respectfully. We never saw Badman going for the aggressive peaks. We never saw them actually contest an area if they couldn't fully commit to it. Instead, they were happy to play for the retakes. This time, instead, we always saw the Viper wall going towards B. We never saw Showers control being taken from them. We never really saw early utility towards shot to delay. Like, even if you don't want that Viper one way and it's not working out, you can bring the Sage wall, you can play raw fuel towards the A shot. Instead, none of these adaptations were visible. It's like Enigma just saw the giant that GE was towering over them. They're like, okay, I'm gonna sit.
Exactly. Well, Enigma, unfortunately, though, well, massive loss, I would say. I mean, that's definitely not the way you really want to start your day off, but hey, it's fine. You know, we have seen teams pull off a massive comeback. So this was just the first round of Bind, but the upcoming map is going to be Icebox, which was the pick of Enigma, right? So I'm expecting they have a counter ready for Global Esports. They are ready to reply back, and this is, of course, going to be really interesting to see, because last time, as I did mention, they got completely destroyed by Global Esports on Icebox. It was something like 13-4 scoreline, and they got completely destroyed. So hopefully, they're able to put on a show this time in the map of Icebox, though. But as I did mention, Raw Fuel, I feel like most of his kills were actually with the paint shells.
Yeah, a lot of kills with the utility for sure, but like, yeah, in general, like, that's another complaint I have for Enigma, ever-standing complaint, where Hika is one of the best raises I've ever seen. He's been a raise OTP ever since the game came out, where maps that raise is so useful. I want to see Hika on raise, and I want to see Raw Fuel on Jet, because the man makes that agent his you know, it makes it like a perfect love pairing where he gets so much value out of that Jet, and he's actually able to match SK Rossi. This comp, objectively, yes, makes perfect sense, but subjectively, given the strengths of Enigma Gaming and the strengths of their individual players, it just doesn't vibe with me, because it just doesn't vibe with the way they play on other maps. It looks like when it comes to maps like Bind or even Split, they just become a completely different team, and that's just not necessary. They should stick to what they are really good at and what they are really comfortable with.
Exactly. As you did mention, they should definitely stick with what at least the duelists are really comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
And I would say, considering the fact that they kept Rossi on that Jet, this pretty much tells that the amount of confidence or the amount of trust they have in Rossi, right? They pretty much know he can make the solo plays happen. We can trust this man to be on Jet. So we want to see that trust coming out from the side of Enigma as well. We wanted to see Rafael on the Jet, but unfortunately, we didn't really see that.
Well, fortunately, this is a best of 3, so we've got a couple maps to go. We're going to take a small break and set up for map 2, so don't you go anywhere. Maybe we see the comeback of Enigma.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky on. 이게 뭐보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky on. 이게 뭐보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky on. 이게 뭐보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky on. 이게 뭐보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is C, and with me is Necro, as we bring to you the upper bracket finale matchup in Group B of this Grand Finals playoff stage between Global Esports and Enigma Gaming. Now, Map 1 was a bit of a rollover, Necro. Global Esports obliterated Enigma Gaming, and I didn't really feel even any energy from Enigma Gaming. I want to see that energy revitalized in Game 2.
Yeah, exactly. Like it just really felt like it wasn't the Enigma Gaming that we saw against Exo, right? Enigma Gaming just really felt like they were lost. I wouldn't really say that it was Enigma's fault at that point, because just global esports was just being global esports. You know, they were just being aggressive. They were easily able to shut down. Then Rossi as well making huge plays, Lightning Fast as well joining in. It's like each and every single member from the side of global esports was just popping off. Head Ranger as well, he was like shining inside the moments where he really needed to. So it's like it was just global esports being global esports, and I feel like at this point, to actually make yourself active against a team like global esports, you need to find the counter, you need to find the kryptonite.
The thing is, though, I'm not sure if that kryptonite is Icebox, because that's the map we're going towards now, and global esports have been ridiculously good at it historically, because they were the first team in India and South Asia in general to even pick up that map. So going into the match now, I want to see what Enigma have, because I'm expecting mirror compositions on both of the sides. The agents aren't going to change at all. What can change, though, are the setups we actually see on display. Enigma need to have done their homework, need to understand the level of rotation and control with which global esports play this map, and try and either match that or break that.
Exactly. Well, heading inside the map of Icebox, here is the agent select in front of you guys, and well, skills, I mean, pretty much as expected, goes on to Killjoy. You have Rossi. I mean, until now, they haven't really locked in. G have Ranger, pretty much just on that Viper. On the other hand, a mirror composition would say same things going on here, but considering the fact that Rafael is back on Jet, this might just bring in a lot of new things. But what do you think so? Mirror composition, what can be their game plan?
I mean, the game plan is very simple when it comes to this composition. It's like the difficulty lies in the simplicity, wherein the plan is obvious. The win condition is post plants for both of the teams, wherein for the attackers, they want to play on the post plants. The defenders want to even try to deny the plants in the first place, which is why we see KJ so strong in this map, where her nanostorms give a ton of value in their ability to, you can put them down at B while she's holding down mid and play on the nanostorm activation on the call of your teammates. So this level of synergy we already see in display. The question is what sort of adaptation. Like, I want to see pocket strats come out. I want to see some new mid to B executes. I want to see a couple of new Viper walls like Exploit showed us yesterday, adapting to what Velocity brought on the table. So I want to see that come through for Enigma Gaming, and particularly I want to see them prioritizing that operator on raw fuel ASAP. The sooner you get the man his confidence, his mojo, the more likely it is that you actually go to map 3 and have a chance at picking up the #1 seed from Group B.
Exactly. Rossi's locked in and loaded. Same thing seems like Enigma are as well. I mean, Batman in the past game, I would say, was doing it was doing quite good playing the Brimstone, but then later on, it seemed like he was getting easily read out. The way he was playing, the way he was, like, bringing in the aggression through the smoke sometimes. He was, in general, Batman just seemed really aggressive in that previous game. It was working out in the start, but as I did mention, he got predictable in the end. And, well, he was getting countered easily by Global Esports. So, hopefully, predictability, if you talk about Enigma, they don't really bring inside the game. That's what I'm really hoping, if they want to make it a close call on the map of Icebox.
Now let's take a look at their setups. It's 2-1-2 for Enigma Gaming right now as Rafuel backs up Badman. The Killjoy playing mid, holding turret kitchen, the turret holding kitchen and the mid entrance, while the alarm bot holds down the mid entry itself. Now the turret spot is Global Esports, ready to go for a very aggressive mid to split B execute right now. Rossi backed up by Lightning Fast. They've taken Hall's control, and Badman under severe pressure as Kappa takes Rafuel down.
Exactly. Well, the first frag has already been found, and Kappa is going to be the man who shines in this time. We'll take a look at that. Fights breaking down on the entire side. You do have Lightning Fast replying back. The Batman as well, not really going to be staying back this time. He replies back in style as well. But Global Esports, just being Global Esports, find themselves a massive advantage. And now, Rossi, I would say in a really good position, but considering the fact that there is a guy moving in right from the back lines, it's going to be Vexy. He's expected here. Head range's crosshair is trained right on his head level, but this time it seems like Vexy is going to be the one who shoots him out the game. Does know Rossi's position. The recon dart there as well to kind of give any kind of info, but take a look at what Rossi's doing. He's moving all the way from the back from the tube, and Vexy, is he going to be expecting this? Probably.
Oh, look at this.
Yep.
Rossi wrapping around from tube, takes out Vexy, and with that, Global Esports secure the pistol round once again, continuing their momentum from the obliteration that we witnessed on Bind, as they now come from a desert to snow. But their fire certainly hasn't changed, and their shots, their crack aim like lightning fast. That right click, it always gets me, and it brings me back to the joke that we had running yesterday, which is not exactly a joke even. Like classic, the best weapon in the game, yeah. Well, when players like lightning fast use it that way, then definitely, yeah. Like I'm not sure if I using it would make it the best weapon in the game, but with lightning fast, yeah, definitely. Anyways, though, back to the round. It is going to be a buy from Global Esports, as they did win the pistol and eco from Enigma, and as you can suspect, not many changes in their setups. They're just trying to maintain the same as they look to hold value. What has changed though is Rafiel's aggressive push down A. Now G on the other side trying to make the moves. Rafiel could find damage on the flank.
We'll take a look at that though. Badman able to find himself one. So that's a massive frag, I would say, considering the fact they were on an eco. But with that being said, they also do have the side control in the hand. Easy does have the best weapon in the game, but he wasn't even able to get a chance to shoot back. So that is a little problematic, I would definitely say. Global Esports skills does manage to shut down Hika. Rafiel though in the back line, slowly, steadily approaching. He gets shot at with the Marshall. He's only down to 41 HP now. One more bullet connected right onto his body. Should just seal the deal.
This Rafiel looking for more dashes in. Knows that the dashes come in, but skills is too low to hold on. Rafiel finding another now in the 1v2. The snakebite is available, and that's what the Viper is going to do, set up for the lineup. So no chance of winning this round. It's all about taking down Kappa, who's very, very low on the health bar. Kappa realizing this is going to start backing up, but Rafiel finds the kill. That's more than enough. The round was never going to be won, especially with that snakebite lineup setup, but Rafiel does more than enough damage, just as I talked about, right? That tiny change in the setups, that aggression, that flank from Rafiel, getting them a lot of value, because now Global Esports cannot play a bonus. They've lost 4 weapons in their buy. They're going to have to reinvest into this round, and while they will reinvest, the advantage will remain with the side of Enigma Gaming, who have the better buys. As you can see, a Spectre in the hands of SK Rossi, and that Spectre is that disadvantage. So let's see if Enigma Gaming can capitalize on that momentum Rafiel was able to get at the end of the last round.
Momentum is definitely, I would say, yeah, as you did mention, the damage is already being dealt. That means Global Esports economy is a little shaken. That's why you do see not really like comfortable buys coming out from their side. But Lightning Fast, that's a good, I would say, double P coming out from their side. Lightning Fast able to get himself one kill. Rossi, of course, is a man unleashed from the cages, and he just pretty much strikes in, finds Badman. That means he also forgets himself a Phantom, and this is not good. This is not a good news for a team like Enigma. You don't really want these things to happen, but Rafiel able to find himself one. That's huge.
Lightning Fast moving back through Tube. Will take out Rafiel, and Vexy likely known in his position. The flick is there, and Lightning Fast is certainly his, as his name suggests today. I want to know what he had for breakfast. Keeps finding 4Ks like they mean nothing. At this point, Rossi is going to get mad. He's like, bro, I built a brand around 4K Rossi. You can't devalue 4K so much. Like Lightning Fast just getting them out of thin air again and again. As Global Esports, once again, Necro, this has been a recurring theme that we've been seeing. They win that pistol and it carries over. They win the buy as well. And Enigma just not able to respond. And a large part of it due to that mid-kitchen approach that Global Esports have. Continuously, Enigma Gaming have refused to wall out kitchen, and Global Esports are like, well, we don't hear the audio of the wall going up, so we will take kitchen. Thank you very much, and we will make quick mincemeat of you. Maybe cook us up a quick dinner along the way, because it's so easy for them the way they're playing it. They don't let Enigma respond whatsoever. The whole point of that Viper anchor on B completely invalidated.
As you did mention, the whole point, like, pretty much, yeah, the Viper is the anchor, right? And consider the fact that, like, she's not really able to get a lot of things done. With that being said, the Killjoy turret as well, we did see it in the kitchen, but just the peaks that coming out from the side of GE, they're able to single-handedly, like, pretty much dismantle the defense that Enigma is putting up in front of them. And that is a little bit of a problem, I would say. With that being said, though, Global Esports now pretty much have gotten themselves 3 back-to-back rounds, and this definitely should be affecting, I would say, Enigma's mentality a little bit, considering the fact that, yeah, previous map was the bind map, which is really they're comfortable. So I'm expecting a little bit of kind of handicap nature coming in inside their mentality just because of that. But moving inside this round, well, an aggressive approach is definitely seen, but this time Enigma moves back.
And notice they brought over easy on that Killjoy over to B as well. So they're trying to account for that mid push with the turret placed right above the nest vertical. So they account for that while leaving A completely on the retake. A heavy gamble by Enigma, but it might just pay off in this eco as they find a trade each. Rawfuel's popping off.
Rawfuel finds himself 2 massive frags, and now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Easy is there in the back lines, and oh no, this recon tower might just spot Rossi as it does. That's a massive info being given away. He wasn't really able to get back in the nick of time. Head Ranger will probably get the spike planted through. He does. Oh, unfortunately, the wall right next to him pretty much flats away. But on the other hand, though, Enigma able to get themselves that eco rounds, and this is absolutely insane. Now, considering the fact that Global Esports, well, are pretty much shut down in that previous round, and them getting a thrifty, this is absolutely huge. This is a big statement being made by Enigma, because now this is where we might just see Enigma breaking the entire moment, or at least there's a chance that they might just be able to break the entire moment. But still, I mean, to pretty much put Global Esports economy in shambles, they need to win one more round pretty well.
I wish Hellranger actually popped the Viper's Pit right there, because he should have known that while Enigma had got the frags advantage for themselves, they hadn't got the time to recover their weapons. So with the Viper's Pit, I think he could have 1v2'd, and more importantly, wouldn't have to keep checking his angles, you know, wouldn't have had to be worried about the approach. But as you said, Enigma Gaming doing really well in that round. I love the fact that they took a gamble, they took that risk, and the high reward paid off. That stack enabling them to stop the momentum of Global Esports as they pick up a round. Now with that Viper's Pit online on Badman, they've shut down B long and are stacking up the A side this time. The pre-fire there from Hellranger tags out Rawfuel a little bit, but it won't be too much effect, because now Hellranger are going to regroup with his team, set up that A wall, and go for the A execute. But once again, Enigma ready with the stack and Badman on the flank.
Exactly. Enigma all the time, they're reading Global Esports like a book, but these kind of shots will really be able to stop the stack coming through. Viper's Pit being activated. And this is where at least Hellranger found himself a lot of kind of info on the map. On the other hand, the Global Esports Kappa as well striking in. He's striking in huge. Rawfuel finds one more kill for himself. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Rawfuel's on fire. He's able to deliver, and this is what he really needs at this point in time. On the other hand, though, 40 seconds left in the clock. The spike still hasn't been planted. Rossi's the man who has the spike in the hand. He's just waiting for Skills to arrive around the corner. When he does, I'm pretty sure Rossi's just going to be going inside to get the plan happening.
30 seconds left.
And that's what pretty much will be happening here.
You notice what Skills did though? He cleared out backside, because what they don't know is that the Viper is right here. They know Rawfuel's position, but they have no idea of Badman's, and they're going to get punished because of that. Peeks out at the last moment, takes down Rossi, but the trade is there for Skills. The lockdown is available. Now if he pops it right here, it will get wallbang, so Skills needs to play carefully, and he plays it sneakily, perfectly. Skills will find the clutch despite his low health bar. Will pick up the round. The raid was there from Enigma Gaming. The plan was there, but the execution just not able to, especially easy with the aggressive push down to the Viper's Pit. I wish that would have been communicated with the team. He only got a 1-for-1, and that wasn't worth it, because what he was able to do was shut down that Viper in terms of entry. Right here, he gets in, kills Hellranger, and this is huge, but there's no value gained from that, because there's no team ready to capitalize on that Viper's Pit going down. G were completely exposed, but EG were nowhere nearby, and G able to get out by the skin of their teeth and pick up the round. Now with the 4-1 lead, and Rossi back on the operator, carrying it over. But it seems like Kappa has taken over entry fragging duties.
Well, Kappa is pretty much the Soa's duty is this time. He's kind of like the battle Soa here. He's just clearing out the side. He has managed to sneak inside all the way deep, though, in mid. Or in B, I would say. But yeah, as you did rightfully mention, right, around the Viper's Pit, we just didn't really see the lads of Enigma ready. And as soon as the Viper Pit went down, we never just saw anyone trying to retake the site. But over here, just Global Esports casually dominating Enigma again and punishing them for losing that previous round. And well, this was expected. This was ought to happen, but that's a great dink from his side. But still, take a look at the confidence from Rossi, man. He's just not falling back, even though he takes a dink. He still peeks out. He's just an absolute maniac. He misses the second shot as well, and this is not good. A drive-by coming through, but this time, Phantom doesn't really support him with that drive-by. But with that being said, the best gun in the game striking again.
Yeah, the classic definitely striking again as a 5-1 lead picked up for Global Esports. It looks like this matchup may not be as close as we imagined, because Global Esports are currently smurfing over Enigma and they have no answer. Again and again, Enigma are just playing buy eco, but they're losing almost every single one of those rounds. They have a buyback again, as the last round was an eco. We'll see if Rafuel back on the operator can create enough of an impact to raise the morale of his team, raise the confidence, and be that rising tide to lift his team's boats. Because right now, Global Esports, they won't stop. Once again, with an aggressive push. This time, Easy waiting to capitalize on his alarm bot. He will be able to punish them.
Well, he definitely does punish Rossi. Rossi, big man falling down. But yeah, as you did say, with the operator, is he going to be able to deliver? He has been delivering up till now. He has been doing a great job. I feel like he is doing his job pretty much fine. Hika's position being compromised, and that's not good. Lightning Fast peeks out with his Lightning Fast reactions. And Hika, unfortunately, even though he tried to make an outplay happen, he wasn't really able to still get the best out of it. Done. Badman able to strike in, finds one for himself. Lightning Fast ready. Take a look at this man. He's just so quick to react. But on the other hand, Rafuel says, no, I am a little quicker than you. Responds on him and takes him down. It's a 2-on-3 situation now.
Look at this. Rafuel's position doesn't matter anymore because Hellranger's already taken out Vexy. Could have caused a distraction. I was trying to stay with the audio cues to allow Vexy to sneak away, but with him going down, Rafuel with not much hope in this round, trying to do some damage. But Hellranger, what a beautiful angle, standing on the railing, and Rafuel's expecting him to be on the stairs. Hellranger standing in broad daylight. You're like, come at me, my son, I will take you down. 6-1 for Global Esports now, as once again they go for the same execute. And right here, while Easy is trying to punish them, it's the fact that he's alone that ends up being his downfall. Lightning Fast finds the trade and the revive, so Easy's hold there means absolutely nothing, and the fact that he dies means they have no lockdown to try and retake. Their entire plan collapses in that starting engagement as well. Enigma need to be a lot more holistic in the way they actually allocate resources, because right now they're only using them individually. There is no ability synergy, there is no teammate synergy to try and find value off of each other's ability. Instead, they keep going for these duels and they keep losing.
Did mention, instead they just keep on going for these duels and they aren't really able to come out on top in those ones. But over here now, Kappa again opening the fray up on the B side. That's absolutely huge. A massive take being initiated there. But on the other hand, Kappa, considering the fact that he is all the way back in the flank, Vexy missing that second shot is going to be costing him his life. And now on the other hand, Lightning Fast again not really checking his back. There was someone betting in the mid. Easy still. I mean, I do like he's not really stepping his boundaries. He's not really peeking out. He manages to find him, but misses those shots. And no, that's not what you like to see.
Yeah, that's certainly not what you like to see. As now, Global Esports are starting to once again obliterate Enigma Gaming. We saw this in Bind. We were hoping with this map being Enigma's pick, we might see something different, but it doesn't look like that. Look at the way they're aggressing on the map, right? While they're picking up first bloods in that B-long area, they're taking A control as well. They're controlling every point of view in the map and every power point inherently, and therefore suffocating Enigma Gaming. Now, I see Rafuel ready for a pipes push to try and answer back, but the smoke already set up. The Cloudburst denying his viewpoint, meaning SK Rossi predicting this push. Now, Rafuel is still waiting, but the drone will come out and that will deny his angle. Drops out and tries to re-peek, but they don't peek before the drone tags him out. Global Esports, the epitome of discipline.
Exactly, as I did mention, the discipline coming through. Even though, as I did mention, even the Global Esports are one of the aggressive teams. They're still able to kind of get themselves a controlled aggression, and they still implement a strategy inside it. And this is the prime example of it. But still, Rafuel able to deliver and find himself that opening track in that previous round. That might just help his team to kind of regain the morale a little bit, and at least try and seal the deal on this round. But on the other hand, the Global Esports, they aren't really going to be falling shy this time. And Badman missing a lot of shots. But on the other hand, 2 players down low. So that's going to be affecting Global Esports for sure. But the man advantage is now even now. But I would still say Enigma has a massive advantage inside this round.
Yeah, look at this though. Look at the look right now coming through from Hellranger. He's very low, so any kills he finds could be of massive value. I think waiting for the Toxic Cloud to now come back up as he tries to make his lurk more approachable. The rest of his team moving in. It's all about the entry fragger operator in SK Rossi. The late wall gives a ton of value, but Lightning Fast still finds a kill. Rafuel with the trade on SK Rossi though.
Well, SK Rossi pretty much scopes out in the nick of time, and I would say really bad timing from his side. And take a look at this. Hellranger spots one, takes him out instantly. At this point, he's just trying to deal as much damage as possible. He doesn't really have a lot of time left, so Hellranger, Well, it's pretty much like a do or die moment. I'm pretty sure Hika's main kind of objective here is to try and waste as much as time as possible. He hasn't been able to do so successfully. And, well, the final kill, he wants to confirm it. And the Hellranger wasn't really being able to do so. On the other hand, Hika does it.
Yeah, well, you can easily just pray and pray when you know that the opponent is lit as hell and really low. Enigma Gaming finally able to pull back around. A large part of it, once again, due to just nutty mechanics from Rafio. Barely sees light skills right there, but still pops out his head instantly. So those reactions from Rafio really paying off, because if he doesn't take out skills right there, the push will come in and they will get overwhelmed. So delaying Global Esports in their aggressiveness is now going to force them to change up their approach in the map in itself, where they are now a lot more caution, playing the defaults as the Sova gets early information towards A. Their eyes set towards his B side. Badman playing a very interesting angle along the retake wall, trying to contest yellow control.
Exactly. They're really tearing them apart, though. Global Esports up till now. I mean, yeah, they have managed to find one round in that previous one, but still, Global Esports looking quite decent on their economy, so I would say, okay, is the probable word I would go for over here at this point. On the other hand, SK Rossi still scouting out. He doesn't really find any info. Global Esports just waiting and thinking, how are they supposed to make this approach happen? Pretty much mind games being played inside this round.
Yeah, look at this now. Global Esports, as you said, the mind games are so strong, and it's all because of this Viper B wall. It denies so much information, but now with the snake bite to deny that yellow angle, Global Esports committing to this execute full on. The Viper split committed by Badman, though. Both of the teams committing a ton of resources to the hold here.
Exactly, and take a look at that. The Viper spit absolutely being activated. Straight up rushing inside the side. Kappa to find one. And what's going on? They're just strolling on the B side there. Able to easily clear that out. Now, keep this in mind. They do have the Hunter's Fury available, and they also do have the Resurrection available. They can use that. And on the other hand, same thing goes with them as well. And they also do have the lockdown on the other hand of GE. Storm is there as well, but not really expecting a lot of things from that, that's for sure. Skill's able to find himself 2 massive frags. Switches over to the best gun in the game, but in that range, I'm not really sure if that's the best.
Well, 8-2 for Global Esports, and the reason I was laughing actually was because I noticed that deep wall they put across Snowman. It's something that I remembered from all the way back in Q1, where they would always put that deep wall, and I would always cry about, yes, objectively, best wall when you go for a B execute. Subjectively, Indian teams are not going to ever respect it. You know which team does actually respect it? Enigma Gaming, because they're so damn tactical and efficient. So that wall for once actually works out for Global Esports, and it denies a lot of the presence that they Enigma had towards that Snowman area because of the retake wall. So right now, Global Esports in comfort land because of Enigma Gaming's strengths. It's just not working out for EG, and it looks like GE, pedal to the metal, just going in aggressively. They left Kappa on the lurk, though, as they go for this mid to A execute.
Well, Global Esports, again, just strolling on the side. This is just no surprise at this point. They're just walking in the side. They're able to clear out. Even if there's one clear kill happening, they're just able to trade things out, and that's what really matters at this point. But on the other hand, though, that's a great shot from Badman. He's also going to be able to retrieve him that gun, and that's huge. Now Rossi as well, all the way in the back lines. He does want to find himself. It's a 2-on-4 situation, and Global Esports have a massive advantage inside this round.
Last player standing.
Well,
Hika goes down, and so will Badman, and I think we might as well call it, because it's not like the chances are going to improve in the second half. It's a mirror composition. There is no out-and-out attacking or defensive-sided advantage, especially on Icebox, where there is no out-and-out better side. You know, it's not like Breeze, where the attacking side is a lot more easier, or not like Bind or Split, where objectively the defensive side, because of the map structure, is favored. Icebox, in a sense, like much more neutral maps in general. And it looks like it's going to be very, very difficult for EG. I will say Rafuel has stepped up, but just as Rafuel has, so has Kappa, and it's not like SK Rossi turned off. So GE just, again, one step ahead, going back to this mid-kitchen tube to start off, so to end off this half the way they started it. Lightning fast, SK Rossi lead the charge as GE gets ready for a mid to be.
Exactly, Lightning fast able to find one easy, being shut down. With that being said, and what? Rossi, chill! Rossi finds 2, flicks on heads like it's nothing, just clicking on that. What? Stop! What are you doing, man? You're making me freak out at this point. What are you doing, Rossi? He just destroys
Switching
people with
sides.
that blade storm. How, man?
Look-
How are you supposed to do that?
Look at his face, though. Zero reaction, just casual savage. Like, yeah, guys, I just hit a couple of kills. I got a couple of headshots.
Yeah, it's like he
cool.
does that every day. It's nothing new for him. It's literally nothing new. And keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This fight is for the second slot or the second spot in the Grand Finals.
That second flick, though, man. This fight, clean. You know, I expected from Rossi. I've seen him do so much, but that second flick, stares and then pop right the heck up and take his head off. I feel that in my brain it hurts. Like, it genuinely hurts. I can only imagine what Enigma players are feeling right now because it's not something you want done to you. You know, just disgusting from SK Rossi as Global Esports with a 10-2 lead now. And it doesn't seem like they've got the memo that the halves have switched and they're now on the defense because they're just going all guns blazing, attack, 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 and they will get punished. Easy finds the first blood.
Well, Easy finds the first blood, and not just the first blood. That's a massive flood of blood, I would say. that's a big boy being taken down, and you don't really want to lose a man like Rossi if you are on the side of Global Esports. But on the other hand, though, I mean, they are a self-sufficient team. Each and every single player is a really good kind of player on their side. So I'm expecting a performance being put on from all of them. Skill's able to find one. He's looking for the second. Gets traded out instantly, though. Rawfuel is there to kind of make a lot of things happen for his team. He's able to find those two crucial frags. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation. Enigma on a man advantage. With this recon, a lot of things are going to be revealed. A lot of info is there on Kappa's hand. And while he expects it, then the best gun in the game again strikes in. And well, of course, this is the second half. Global Esports taking the defuse. Yep, I'm pretty sure he's going to be making it up. Still happen. What? Badman from the back line strikes in. I definitely got to say, Badman is playing really good when we talk about the side of Enigma Gaming, but the rest of the player, but Badman and Rawfuel are the only players who are really able to show themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Badman actually make his aggressive tendencies that he has today count, as you can notice on the minimap in this game face moment. Goes for the complete wraparound, realizing that he doesn't, I don't think he has, or he only has one snake bite, so doesn't want to rely on that one snake bite lineup, especially after the nerf where it is a shorter duration. Instead, goes for the wrap, able to get the flank through screens, pick up back-to-back headshots, and the round for Enigma Gaming. The pistol was crucial if they were to try and pull off a comeback. It's still extremely difficult, but now at least they've got the bias to try and pull back another round. Easy once again holding the flanks, the rest of Enigma commit to it.
Exactly. Rawfuel able to find himself an entry, but up till now, well, entry gets denied by the side of GE, and they're just pushing in, they're being really aggressive, and yeah, it's pretty understandable. They're on a full eco. The main thing that they really want to do here is just that go and get those ult points, and they are able to do so up till now. Kappa able to find one. This is huge, and that's what he was really looking for. Just a little damage. He's able to do so, and they're pretty much happy to go down in that previous round.
Yeah, G doing a little bit of damage, but not enough to force a full buy in this round. It will still be Enigma on the bonus, so a lot more breathing room if they win this round. I would say the comeback is definitely on, given the caliber of the team that Enigma is. They're a team that can take the momentum by its hair and just push it all the way through and grab as much value they can off it. So now Global Esports on the full buy. They need to make this count. They need to be especially careful with how they lose their weapons, because the more eco damage gets done in this round, the later SK Rossi's operator is going to be. But it doesn't look like he wants one. Just very aggressive. Off of pipes going in as well. Spotted out by the drone. He now has to back up. And him backing up is going to trigger a response from Enigma as they try to take mid control.
Oh my god, no one's checking Kappa out, and why? This is a mistake
down,
that you
B.
don't really want to do in this place. Enigma Gaming, that's a rookie mistake, that's for sure. That's a rookie mistake. You got to make sure you're checking those angles. And Kappa pretty much strikes in. A lot of info being conveyed as well. Pretty much saw a lot of people in the mid, and that's all that you need, right? In these moments, even if you're not really able to take out anyone, if you are the one conveying a lot of info, that's what really matters. But yeah, don't get me wrong, the comeback is definitely possible. And well, now the chances are looking really slim. It's a 1-on-3 situation. And it does seem like committing is probably the option here, because they've already given away a lot of rounds. And if this time they decide to save, then I don't really know what they have. Like, they better have something cooking up for those upcoming rounds.
It's definitely not a save, because it was a bonus for them. So just looking for damage here. Now able to pick up a Vandal for himself. So does have the option open up. spots out skills, gonna take out the turret and then go for the reload. Now has 25 seconds to his name, so you can see the game plan no longer about the plant, just about the damage, and he's certainly doing a ton of it. Easy able to find another. Can he find the last? He will not. Lightning Fast takes him down, but Easy, his job is done. He took down a couple of weapons, and overall Enigma able to take down 4, which means into this coming round, despite the Enigma loss, they will have the eco advantage, and this is their true test. If you lose here, even with the superior eco, then your game is over, your series is over, and you go back for the rematch against Salt Esports. But if you win here, you keep pushing the economy of global esports, you keep delaying the operator from a man like SK Rossi. That's where you find your blueprint for a comeback. So this round extremely crucial for Enigma Gaming. But look at this, global esports trying to go for the aggressive push themselves. Lightning Fast tried to move in, but is just gonna back up now the drone to try and get some info. SK Rossi left with just the Marshal to anchor down B.
Combo with that shotgun coming in through. We're just gonna be getting the air drone down as well. Rawfuel able to move inside the side, sneak in. Lightning Fast strikes in onto Rawfuel, shuts him down. Bad man there. Tries are happening back and forth, and I do like the gameplay that Enigma is showing here. Till now, man advantage even on both these sides, and they're just waiting for anyone to make a mistake and overstep themselves.
Look at Easy and Hellranger. They're in a bit of a Mexican standoff. Hellranger waiting in the tube and Easy waiting right outside of it for one of them to peek.
Yeah.
The timing of this could be huge. One of them taking out the other will force out a rotation. Inside, Batman making moves, spots out Kappa and will find him.
Well, with that being said, the man advantage carries on forward for the team Enigma. This is not looking good, but a mistake being made. Not really checking the angles again. Enigma are paying the price for those. And over again, there's just like leaving those angles unchecked. They're not really watching over around the maps, and a man like Skill getting fired up, and he might just single-handedly make a lot of things happen. Last man live is going to be Hikon. It seems like he is striking back, but he gets shut down. And with that being said, the match point secured by Global Esports, and Global Esports are able to do a lot of things happen, or at least Enigma Gaming single-handedly getting destroyed on the map of Icebox. And over here, pretty much we can say is that Icebox pick wasn't really a good pick from the side of Enigma.
Yeah, the entire veto, not the greatest for Enigma, and this is something we talked about off camera too. Like, in my opinion, Enigma Gaming are brilliant in best of 5 series, not as great in best of 3s, because the way their map pool is structured, most of the maps that they don't like are the maps that the other teams don't like as well. So they can't usually ever comfort ban. They do get a target ban here, but even then, they don't have any target bans against themselves. They are a jack of all trades, you know. They're not really a specialist on any particular map. So in BO5s, that is a great value, but in BO3s, you don't really get a veto value at all, and it ends up really hurting them as Global Esports now looking to not just secure their spot in the Grand Finals playoffs, but I believe set a date against their arch rivals in Velocity Gaming in tandem. Lightning Fast holding this judge angle. He could be the executioner of Enigma's fate.
As you did mention, he definitely can be Executioner, but unfortunately gets spotted out. Also gets a little attacked, but it's fine. He can work with that. But he has the Judge, which means we can deal a lot of damage. On the other hand, though, SK Rossi all by his lonesome all the way on the B side. I mean, pretty much we can say the confidence on that man is absolutely insane. Skill strikes in. He's able to find those, but it gets instantly traded out. With that being said, it's a 2-on-2 situation. The lockdown being initiated.
2-on-2 situation. The lockdown will buy more than enough time to get the spike plant. Look at this. Hellranger, I think he has a lineup to deny that spike plant. Yes, it is going to land in that default spot, but not enough as Easy goes for the left side of those boxes, which even makes it a sandwich plant for where Rawfuel is playing. Now, Rossi dashing in, he takes out Easy, and that's enough of a distraction. But how do I take it out? As you said, that's it. That's all. Global Esports are your winners of the matchup between themselves and Enigma Gaming. They are also the winners of the Group B in the Grand Finals playoffs. They will take the #1 seed into the Grand Finals. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to see G versus VLT, man. This is going to be intensely exciting.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing G versus VLT. Maybe we will be, because VLT now soon, I mean, after this game, of course, or after this segment, we are going to be seeing VLT versus Exceeli. Yeah. Now, we can't really rule Exceeli out, unfortunately. True. But, yeah, I mean, yeah, in the past, VLT has 2-0'd them. But with that being said, Team Exploit as well, I mean, let's not talk about that. But yeah, over there, yeah, in the past they have 2-0'd Exceeli. But with that being said, I mean, yeah, VLT, of course. Our main kind of predictions are for VLT. Let's be honest, they are the fan favorite.
Yeah.
But for now, let's talk about this kind of initial map in the previous map of Icebox. There's not really much to talk here because both the match single-handedly, Enigma aren't able to secure more than 4 rounds.
Yeah, they're just not able to match GE standards, you know. They're like, we're EG, we are your reverse, we are your kryptonite. They're just like, no, you are kids, please sit. We will show you how it's done. And GE is just smurfing on them. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that when we had a chat with Hellranger for general content, the idea was that in general, what GE really got surprised by during Q1 was the amount of data the teams had on them, and they were able to just go back to the board, be like, you know what, they can have that data on us, we just need to cultivate more different styles of gameplay, and they've done that. The cultivation has resulted in exponential growth, and so far they've looked unbeatable. They've looked back to the GE form we were expecting in Q1, and they're peaking at the right time, so it's just perfect for GE in every single aspect.
Yeah, as you did mention, it's just absolutely perfect for GE in just each and every single aspect. And it is looking like that, yeah. I mean, getting caught off guard, pretty much expected, right? I mean, in this kind of a moment, or in this kind of VCC, you have to expect all these teams kind of, you know, making the research on yourself. But GE just bringing in those anonymous kind of astonishing strategies inside the game, and pretty much other teams not really expecting that, especially one of them being Enigma, and getting completely ruled out and destroyed, even though, yeah, they have been destroyed on the map of Icebox in the past, and now this time as well, pretty much the same thing happening. See, this is like deja vu, not even lying. Pretty much the last time when they lost on the map of Icebox against them, I think so.
Yeah.
The scoreline was pretty much the same.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping for raw fuel diff. There was certainly some raw fuel diff. 300 ACS, 19 kills, had a decent performance, but it wasn't enough because GE are just the better team at the end of the day. I will say there is a bit of a silver lining to losing this fast. You know, now Salt Esports have nothing to learn from this matchup about Enigma Gaming because like there was nothing here. Like maybe you learn a couple of setters, but you surely they already knew that. So nothing revealed by Enigma Gaming, which is a really bad thing because they lost, but for their next matchup, a really good thing because now they have that revenge against Salt Esports.
Maybe they lost on purpose. Oh my god.
This was your theory during wildcard as well, I remember. So maybe they're just like, you know what, we want extra confidence. We demolished Salt last time, so we'll get demolished by GE. We want, you know, we'll just chill out, maybe play with our left hands for a bit, give them some game time, and then we'll go to Salt and we'll try to demolish them again. That'll give us confidence.
Yeah, definitely. Confidence, and well, probably be like
six head.
Yeah, that would probably be like that, you know, just like a 6-head play coming out. But yeah, in the wild card as well, man. Like, let's be honest, right? What happened there was like they got completely demolished by Xcel, and then in the end, in the finals, they just win phenomenally. Like, how? Yeah, you know, those were also one of those moments where we all were really shocked, just like how yesterday Exploit and Velocity's match went.
And that's why I keep saying, in my opinion, it's just the style of the team with respect to their map pools makes them pretty damn weak in best of threes and pretty damn strong in best of fives. And of course, I mean this relatively, not objectively, that this team is better in best of fives than best of three. No, just relatively as compared to other teams, they are better. But this is why I was making fun of the fact that Lightning Fast kept getting random 4Ks like it meant nothing. The MVP of this best of three series, Lightning Fast, was on fire today. I'm going to DM him and find out which serial he is.
Well, it just really seemed like Global Esports was just on another level. They were just not on the same level as Enigma. On the other hand, it just felt like it was a difference of the sky and ground, you know? Like that's how much difference it really felt like. Like 4 rounds, and a good team like Enigma isn't really able to cross over those. But hey, it's fine. The upcoming matchup for them, they have not really been, like, you know, taken out completely from the VCC here. They're pretty much going to be moving down lower brackets. On the other hand, though, Global Esports second themselves the second slot in the Grand Finals, and this is a massive news. So hey, a round of applause for them, I'm pretty sure, and all the fans as well out there for Global Esports, they are definitely going to be having a lot of smiles on their faces.
Oh yeah, Definitely. I think for the fans especially, this win means so much because
Yeah.
the rise of global esports has been something all of the fans have been happy with, but the scare was there with their loss in Q1 that, oh no, is this now the end of the GE domination era? Well, the answer clearly is no. They are back with a vengeance and they are dominating teams. Like even through Q2, they dominated their opponents. I think they just want that revenge matchup against Velocity to tell them that, you know what, that was a one-off, not going to happen again. And I'm excited to see that. But that's not what we have on board for us today, as you notice on the brackets. And as we talked about as well, it's going to be the revenge matchup for Salt Esports as Enigma go back into the lower bracket, trying to now secure the final spot from Group E in their matchup versus Salt Esports.
Now, this match between Enigma and Salt, I'm pretty sure this is going to be really close. It has to be like a 2-1 or something, you know? I'm expecting all 3 maps being played. This has to be really close, one of the close maps. Of course, Enigma coming in from India region, and then you have Salt coming in from Pakistan region. This, of course, has to be really close. And this match, of course, will be worth watching. But after this match, as I did mention, we have the matchup coming in. That's going to be Velocity versus Exceeli, one of the matches that you really want to opt out for. But yeah, with that being said, CA, what were your predictions in G versus Enigma?
Mine was 2-1 because I did expect Enigma to be much better on bind. Icebox, I'm willing to let go in the fact that GE was just better. On bind, I just felt like Enigma didn't play their game. They didn't play their comp. They didn't play their strengths. And they just rolled over for GE to do whatever they wanted to do. And, well, that's never going to work against global esports. You can't really give them that much ground.
So, what do you think, so? If you're in the shoes of Enigma, right, with the composition that Enigma was playing, and if you want to counter them, if you want to take global esports down, what would you do?
Like, you know how in football, when there's an underdog team going up against like a favorite team, like suppose I'm an Arsenal fan, so if Arsenal goes against Barca, I'm going to tell my worst defender to just go sit on Messi all the time. You need to do that with SK Rossi. You need to send not the worst defender part, but dedicate a particular resource to him to try and shut down his aggression. Because the way global esports comp works is if you shut down SK Rossi, you inherently affect Hellranger too, who's enabling SK Rossi. So for now though, that's the end of this series. As Necro mentioned, we have a couple more coming right up. So don't you go anywhere. We're going to take a short break and be right back with Velocity Gaming versus Exceeli Esports.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freak. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark
The
on.
new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is Nikhil C. Bansali, and joining me is going to be Neeraj Nekrasangde as we now bring you the second set for the day as we look to secure the final slot in the Grand Finals from Group A. It's going to be Velocity Gaming and Exceeli Esports vying for that opportunity. Velocity Gaming looking for vengeance and Exceeli Esports looking for redemption.
I don't want to say this, but I low-key am scared for Exceeli. Because consider the fact that in the past they have been completely destroyed. And taking a look at the map of Breeze, they were only able to get themselves 3 rounds. Just like how it really happened with the Enigma against GE this time. That's what clearly happened against against them. And well, consider the fact that yesterday VLT lost, and even in their webcams we clearly saw it. They were so disappointed. They were so shocked themselves, especially Right to Ace, especially Sentinel, of course, their owner. And they clearly did seem really shocked. They clearly did seem really sad, which is understandable. You being the best team out there and you getting destroyed like that, or at least like you losing some games like that, it has to be a shocker, right? It's pretty much unexpected happening. And with that being said, VLT, as you did mention, they're out for vengeance. They're out for redemptions. They're out for revenge, whatever you want to call it. They pretty much are looking to frag out this time and regain their reputation back. So they are going to be doing anything possible.
Yeah, as you can see in the brackets, these teams have faced off before. VLT demolished Exceeli 2-0. Even though it shows 2-0, the matches I feel like went by quicker than even a normal one map. Like one map in the VLT TE series was longer than the entire VLT Exceeli series, I think. So what I want to see is the performance we saw from Exceeli in that matchup against Crash Landing on You. Missile looked a lot more confident than he did against Velocity Gaming, and you could see the difference in Exceeli's performance. I do think they have the caliber to match Velocity because unlike most other regional teams, Exceeli are actually very well caught up with the meta. Missile is very diverse, plays the Jet on a lot of maps, but also plays the Sky in a couple of maps like Bind, and I want to see how they end up responding. Now, as you can see on the map veto, each team banning out each other's strong maps. Velocity taking out Bind. We know Exceeli is one of the that's their strongest map in general, and Exceeli taking out Breeze because, well, they don't want to repeat of what you mentioned, that demolishing that they got from Velocity last time around.
Yeah, well, it seems like, well, they have learned from their mistakes. On the other hand, though, Heaven being picked from the side of VLT, and that means we're going to be seeing Amaterasu on that Phoenix, baby. Let's go! And then we're going to be having Exceeli picking Icebox. Well, I would say that's yeah. Well, then you have again Velocity picking Ascent. Now, pretty much, I'm expecting on both these maps, Amaterasu pretty much going for Phoenix or on Ascent and Heaven. But let's just see if we're actually going to be able to get to see the third map, though.
Yeah, I like how you described Exceeli or Icebox. You're like, they picked Icebox. Well, yeah, that's all. Because I understand the idea, right? Because Velocity are so good on Icebox. Having said that, they did lose yesterday around, so maybe they can lose again. Let's have a look, though, at what the casters and the audience think is going to happen. I think, given what you've heard from us, the understanding definitely clear that the talent, the casters are definitely leaning towards the favorites, which is Velocity Gaming. But I'm curious to see how much of that BD audience is rallying behind Exceeli Esports if they can make a mark in their push in the chat prediction, you know. And I guess the answer is a strong no. Velocity, as we usually see, just owning a lion's share of that audience prediction poll.
Everyone with the predictions 2-0 over here. And, well, Exceeli, hopefully they surprise us, just like how yesterday it really happened, right, against Exploit Storm. Hopefully Exceeli, I mean, anything can happen. Look, consider the fact what really yesterday happened. You literally know what was my face even when we returned back home, right? And I just had my confusing face all the time. I as well was just like posting on socials. I was like, how did this happen? This was so unexpected. You know what exactly happened? None of us expected coming out this. So we might just see the unexpected happen again. Anything can happen inside this game because
Yeah.
look, the teams are over here up till now in the grand final playoffs for a reason. They are the best of the best. You need to expect them to be the best of the best, and that's why they're here. So consider the fact that, yeah, I'm expecting them to be the best of the best. Maybe Exceeli has something cooking up in the backlines. As you did mention, and as I mentioned as well, they have picked up Icebox. Maybe they have a counter strategy prepared.
Yeah, maybe they do, and maybe more importantly, they've actually watched the matchup against Exploitstorm yesterday. The
Yeah.
Velocity had tried to understand what Velocity's weaknesses are, how you can force them into getting into a more of a panicky state. You know, not that calculated state in which they're really scary. If you can bring them away from that, get them into a situation where they're taking those ego peaks like we saw yesterday, and then punish them. I think that's what Exceeli are really going to rely on. But the first map coming up on Haven, I'm curious to see what sort of comp we do see coming out of Exceeli Esports, because the general comp that I could expect from them is Kyojin on the Reyna or the Phoenix, while Missile picks up the Jet. But there is a strong possibility that Missile might play the Sky, and we actually see maybe a double or even a triple initiator, the way 100 Thieves like to play Haven. I think I might be excited to see those particular changes. But even more than that, like, Amitsu's Phoenix, I really hope it gets locked in. I really hope it isn't. Okay, hold on. The Velocity with the Breach Sky. Okay. There's so much to talk about this, but now I'll let you take the agent select.
Breach Sky, yeah, as you did mention, it seems like they really do want to keep the opponents flashed for a long time, that's for sure. But Breach Sky, as you did mention, it is one of those combinations where you do have Sky on one side of the map and also collecting the info. On the other hand, you also do have Breach kind of. So I'm expecting that Breach to actually be a little aggressive Breach, but what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not expecting like this Breach to be dedicated to MW1. Yes, there will be times where they group up and make plays, but this is more of Amitsu taking the Phoenix into a more team-oriented role. Like, they're very similar in their kit, with the only exception being that the Phoenix, every part of his kit is a little more for himself, and every part of Breach's kit is a little more for the team. But in the way you actually play the agent, even around the ultimate, for example, it's all about initiating execute. It's all about initiating retakes. So very similar playstyle. The same positions that you hold with Phoenix, Breach is really good at. You can play a shot a lot, you can play garage a lot, you can even play for the aggressive pushes from the C-long area, try to get flanks in as the Phoenix. So the playstyle, I don't expect a change from Amitsu whatsoever. What I'm excited to see is how Right to Ace performs on the Sky, because personally I've seen him pull off some insane clutches on Haven, on Sova. So now on the Sky, he's got to replicate that same level of performance.
Exactly. Might just replicate the same level of performance, but for now, it seems like, well, Velocity, 3 players are pretty much stacked right outside A main. We do see MW1 and one more guy right in the back lines, just having their eyes locked over there. A few shots being fired to try and gather the attention.
Look at this though. That late Trailblazer from Right to Ace is going to cause so much chaos for the side of Exceeli Esports and get a ton of information. It pulls back Hate Crew's Breach towards A, while the rest of Velocity are making the full rotate towards C. This is perfect utilization of that double initiator, using the Sky to get info and cause chaos while you do the bait and switch to the other side of the map.
Exactly, and on the other hand, though, you just have that Killjoy coming in on inside the side, especially MW1 dashing in, and oh my god. With that being said, the Swamp Grenade, they're dealing double amount of damage onto MW1. So for now, I would say this push, it does seem like it is quite in a shambles, but no, I would take back my words because it's looking pretty great for now. Exceeli as well doing quite a great job giving a tough fight to VLT inside this thing. But hey, with that being said, Gabor down to only 3 HP, and for him to clutch this one out, it must be next to impossible. They just need to connect one bullet just somehow, and pretty much you can try and do that easily. Hey, crew, there, the recon dart should reveal his position. I'm expecting a peek coming out anytime soon. That shock dart is quite close, but hey, Hermione finds that kill onto Gabor, and Exceeli actually get themselves that round in the hand. And as I did mention, why I said that completely push coming in from that side and getting into shambles is because I saw MW1 dying, and that's not really a good thing. Because as I did mention, the guy who's actually leading the charge on his side or inside a rush, if he gets taken down, there's a massive chance or massive probability. If the guy who takes him down, he isn't really getting traded out that instantly, then there's a massive chance that the push might just go to shambles or might just get stopped.
Yeah, definitely. Pistol round picked up for Exceeli Esports. Velocity now on the eco, not able to utilize the bait and switch properly. This time relying on a much more aggressive look. MW1 tagged down real low, has to dash away, and with just that, Hermione able to delay A-Long control. Now the fault line will make sure the Hermione backs up and A-Long is gained for Velocity, but their presence, known hate crews come through on the rotate, and a stack is ready on A.
Guilty though. We'll take a look at that. Missile finds a cheeky little frag in B. Instantly backing off. Exceeli as well, I do like the awareness they're showing inside the game. They aren't really aggressing in forward because they do know VLT is a kind of a team who aren't really a lot on that aggressive pace. So they're pretty much, this is like a same pace tuned in together. And they are able to kind of do a great job matching that as well. For now, they will definitely get the spike planted. I feel like that's what the main goal is really here for them. And try and deal a little bit of more damage from their side. Amaterasu uses that stun. He managed to find two guys actually stunned for himself. 8 crew though from the backline. Strikes in. Finds himself through. Fancy as well. There. Takes down HellFF. And well, pretty much I'm expecting this round to be secured. Yep, it will be secured by Exceeli. At this point, MW1 from the backline is down to only 30 HP. He should be taken out.
Yeah, relatively simple round for Exceeli. Able to ensure that they don't drop another weapon. Hey crew making sure to flash before they peek. Ensures now a 2-0 lead as they get off to a really strong start. Exceeli Esports now coming into this next round have the bonus lined up for them and should go for that. I'm curious to see what Missile ends up buying. I hope to see a Marshall from him, or maybe a Spectre drop to him and one of his teammates pick up the Marshall. Velocity, on the other hand, though, they will be getting the full buy through. And as you can see on their eco, their economy definitely feeling the brunt of that weight. So now they have to make sure they play it safely and a keen eye on their defaults. What you notice is the Astra is on the look, the Killjoy marking their immediate flank. So this difference in playstyle very key, where the Astra is actually the main creator of space outside of the utility being used. So Hellfighter needs to be very careful about how he moves, because not only does he have to look, he needs to set up for his team when they go towards a particular side.
Setup are definitely important. And MW1 for now. Lurking around over here. You do see clearly a flood waiting to storm inside the A side, and that's what exactly happened. That's a fantastic pull from the Astra. Pretty much increasing the inaccuracy on the gun, but hey, it's fine. Even if MW1 gets taken out, the trades are happening there, and that's what really matters for VLT at this point. Consider the fact that Exceeli has managed to get themselves 2 rounds back-to-back in Vault. This is a massive man advantage already being shown from the side of VLT. Amaterasu as well, waiting in the back line. So this is where I feel like we aren't really seeing the VLT that used to be really confident, right? VLT as well, they're making sure they aren't really, stepping their boundaries a lot. They're just playing safe, because VLT, how they played last time against Exceeli, we clearly saw a different VLT. We saw a high-paced, high-intensity VLT. On the other hand, this time, which VLT we're seeing, which is, we're seeing a complete defensive and, I would say, pretty much VLT that is watching out of playing.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like they're defensive right now. A flash in the face of Missile as Ace finds a double. Takes out Fancy as well. No weapons saved for Exceeli. It was their bonus though, so I think they should be able to get a buy through. Maybe a couple of light shields in the back, as a couple of them did buy more expensive weapons than they needed to. So with that, VLT able to stabilize their own economy. And a key portion of this round, I feel like, as you suggested, VLT really keeping it simple. We're not really seeing a pure confidence oozing out of them. Rather, it's much more disciplined in nature. The setups are just the same. As you can see, they're going to continue on that A-Long control, using the fault line to get initial and to get that extra space for Sky to make it a lot easier for Ace to set up his own utility. So the Breach is the early aggression. The Sky is the actual initiator. The Breach more the pivot through which they get the early pocket of space. Then that Sky takes that space and creates the eventual entry for MW1. Now, what I especially like about this style is that because of this continuous control, you can see a very early seekers picked up for right to ace. They can just continue on these style. Now, instead, pivoting on to the usage of ultimates, where they keep taking a long control. Now that their Sky is nice and fed, they feed that breach, and by the time you use the seekers, the breach has his rolling thunder, and you keep going around in a circle where you have these two huge high impact ultimates always ready when you need them.
High impact ultimates. Armani, wasn't really able to get the charge in through with that one, but hey, he's also able to deal a lot of damage on the MW1. But with that being said, they're also not really able to get any trades happen. This guy is going to be healing back. MW1 pretty much on full HP. They're ready with the operator. Missile missing another shot. That's not really going to be that good of a thing to do, because these kind of crucial moments don't really occur a lot of the times. And if you were actually able to trade things out there, that would have been really good for Exceeli. But on the other hand, considering the fact that they have already gotten themselves that B control, yep, Kyojin has managed to sneak in. They do not really expect Kyojin to be there, but Kyojin has already made a massive play happen. Vibor, all the way in the backside. Is he going to be expecting Vibor to be here? Hate Crew is expecting him to be here. Flicks right on his head. Vibor able to shut down Hate Crew. It's a one-on-one situation now, and this is where Vibor will probably get the spike plan through.
Yeah, as soon as he gets a spike planted, he even has his alarm bot ready as well as a lockdown. Has one nano swarm. So the idea is going to be put the nano swarm on the spike, put the alarm bot for garage, and then play the long angle with the turret coming up to mark the flank. Actually, instead, he's just going to back right up, I guess, placing the alarm bot for the flank, not doing anything, just choosing to keep his position hidden. Now the turret's set up, trying to play swing on the turret while he marks his own flank. Vibor playing for time, and the biggest advantage of this long angle is that now when missile comes through, he's going to have to check so much. He's going to have to find every particular corner of this side, but finally when he spots out the turret, he's going to realize, oh, Vibor is playing long. Now let's see, the missile does not take out the nanoswarm first, and just like that, Vibor can just jump peek. He doesn't even need to pop it. Missile is pushing him and he doesn't have any recourse. Gonna end up getting blowed up by the spike or by Vibor as he finds the clutch. A roller coaster of around Necro, while the reads from Exceeli were actually brilliant. Hate Crew, especially with the calls on point. As soon as they hear the Seekers coming out towards A, they realize, similar to what happened in Pistol, that Sky is just a fake. The actual push is happening towards B, where that Killjoy and Astra, Vibor and Helaf have taken control, and using those calls, Kyojin able to sneak in, shut down that push before it even happens, allows Hate Crew to sneak in, even make it a 1v1. So props to Exceeli for the calls, but Vibor, consistent as ever, picks up the clutch.
Exactly. But yeah, as you did mention, Exceeli now, I mean, I gotta say, Exceeli are actually doing quite a great job this time, you know, against VLT. Like, Exceeli are able to keep up with the pace. It's not like really the last time, you know, where it really did seem like VLT was just single-handedly dominating them. Yeah. On the other hand, though, MWN have already gotten himself an entry, just like always dashing inside to his own smokes. Getting himself an entry. LFF just holding the flank down. Misses a couple of shots, but it's fine. We can work with that. If he's able to find the second one, that's it. He have redeemed himself back up. And this is where Exceeli, this was an eco coming in from their side, but still Fancy's able to find one. This is absolutely huge. They should not really be giving kills like that away, because they have Vandals and Phantoms in the hands, and you don't really want a team which is on pretty much, I would say, a broken buy. You don't want to lose your guns on those kind of in those kind of circumstances.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Yeah, Vibor started to chime and be like, don't leave me out of the action. And Kyojin just trying to bunny hop his way out of there. But this bunny is not aware that it's Easter season. He's going to get hunt down. Is able to find Vibor. But MW1 will take him down and he'll find the Easter eggs. And on that note, you know, I actually miss Easter egg hunts. Like, we used to do this when we were a kid back in my school, where our teachers would place like chocolate eggs all over and we would go hunt them down, and it was really cool because you got classes off, so you didn't have to attend because we did it during school time, and you got chocolate at the end of it, you know, so it's bonus on bonus.
Advantage. Anyways, like, you know, it's always just playing in your favor, so hey, why not, you know? I mean, over here, I mean, we've never really had those kind of things, you know, CA. So yeah, I don't really have a lot of clue about that, but yeah, I do understand what Easter egg hunt is all about. But here we do have Kyojin, though, able to find one frag on MW1, and that's a big frag as well. But with that being said, now, Well, that leaves Exceeli in a man advantage. One more frag being found. This is not good for VLT. You can't give away those frags like that. Don't drive peek those angles.
Okay.
Yeah, even though
Why?
this Rolling Thunder might just be really great to stop the entire push. Right to Ace able to take down Fancy on the other hand. Hey Crew as well chiming in. And what's going on? VLT are getting destroyed inside this round.
I don't understand why LF peaked if the Rolling Thunder was coming in. Like, as you were saying, like you were saying you don't understand why they drive peak, and LF does another drive peak with the ultimate coming right behind him. The Rolling Thunder down the drain as velocity, definitely gonna lose this round. Ace is getting pincered from every angle. Now can try to sneak towards B long. If he can take out Heikru, maybe there's hope. Has the plop flash set up, but has no idea where Heikru could be. The counter flash comes in, and just like that, it's gonna be a battle of utility now. I really do hope the Trailblazer isn't used by Right to Ace. There's not much hope, but he is causing a lot of money wasted for Heikru, a lot of utility use just for his death. Right to Ace does find a bit of a silver lining, but now with him having picked up the Sky, Kyojin should be his Reaper.
You need to expect someone there. You need to expect,
definitely.
especially the amount of time you spent fighting someone or at least engaging with someone. You need to expect someone to be actually watching that flank lines as well, and a little absent of presence of mind. I might just really be like early. I mean, yeah, I am pretty early to say this, but like considering the way they're playing against Exceeli, this is not really the VLT we saw last time, right? And it does seem like yesterday's loss has definitely brought their morals down by quite a lot.
I feel like it scared them, and we're seeing a lot of fear in their gameplay, and we're also seeing a lot of erratic decisions because of that fear, where they're randomly taking peaks. There's no real flow, and when there is flow, you can see they dominate the round. So maybe now with the buys, they can be able to do the same, because Amaterasu has picked up first blood. There were Seekers now set up. They spot out the operator. The flash in her face. They're going in for more, and Missile will be taken down. The double kill found towards A. The rotation now going to come through for VLT. They're playing it safe.
Exactly. They're definitely playing it safe for now, but it's a 4-on-3 situation. Still, it's pretty doable on the side of Exceeli. But VLT, 4-on-3 situation, Astra, I mean, which had the Cosmic Divide available for on the side of Exceeli. She has been shut down, but still the Killjoy is like alive. That means they still do have to lock down. Even if VLT is able to get themselves the side control and get the spike down, they are probably going to be using that. Yep, they're probably going to be using that lockdown, and this is what exactly happens. Lockdown being initiated, A site. Well, pretty much VLT probably gets that A side in their control, and yes, they do. But with that being said, we might just expect a counter lockdown coming in anytime soon as they hear the spike being planted.
3v4 on the map. A player detained for Exceeli. So not on the greatest position with the retake, but they do have that lockdown ready. It's going to get popped up right now as they set it up. But given the fact that they know the lockdown is coming from there, VLT just going to back up into the extreme angles. They know they can give up the site because they have the Rolling Thunder to re-aggress.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on the other hand, this is really the advantage of having a breach and Killjoy, right? It's just so useful in actually getting those side controls, and at the same time, it's just, oh my god, Hermione with that fantastic shot, shutting them down. All of them are funneled down in the side, and with this being said, this Rolling Thunder changing the course of the entire game. All Amaterasu needs to do here is hunt down players one by one, and Vapor as well joining the fray, and that's what he does. Gets himself a massive 3K. With that being said, VLT secure another round and a lead.
Absolutely, VLT securing a lead, and it's exactly what I was talking about, right? They're willing to give it up just because they have that Rolling Thunder to re-aggress, and it makes matters a lot easier for them actually than playing on normal post plants, because the Breach Sky naturally feeling much better when they're pushing the charge. When they're charging their opponents, that's where they're at their most comfort. So the lockdown actually helps VLT, because otherwise they would have held those corners, tried to hold crossfires, and those are normally something that can be dismantled. So 4-3 now for Velocity Gaming. I believe the eco is broken for Exceeli, so on to just pistols here or semi-buys as Exceeli getting caught out. The flashpoint set up really well by MW1. The aftershock will flush Kyojin out, and just like that, an easy first blood picked up for VLT.
Did mention just like that. But hey, they do have the Hunter's Fury available as well. I mean, now Exceeli, I don't really know if they're going to be using it, because this is completely a broken buy coming in from their side. Yeah, they do have the Marshall in the hand as well, so a broken buy pretty much. This time, though, I would say this might just be a great way to peek out the angle. They also do have the aftershock ready. With that being said, Fancy denying the entire play. But, oh, that's a great blind from Right to Ace. But he's blinding again, straight up peeks out. The shorty this time not really able to work in those close ranges.
enemy remaining.
Fantastic stun. VLT just pretty much playing off of crossfires, playing off of complete team play and communication, but still got to say the damage has already been dealt.
Yeah, 2v1 right now for Velocity Gaming. They even got the Cosmic Divide if they need it, but I doubt they will because they're able to
30 seconds
casually
left.
get themselves a free entry onto B side. I think the approach should be to try and go for A because you know for a fact that there's no one in that area since the last interaction with with Hermione was towards that garage ceiling area. So now the plant gonna be set up for right to A. A long plant, that too with 3 stars available, 2 stars used for smokes. He'll leave 1 star for that gravity well post plant.
Spike being planted 3 to 4 is the scoreline. Harmonia, I'm expecting him to pretty much commit, and that's what he's doing. He is committing inside the side. Sort of going to be walking in. A side control has been found from his side, but still, he pretty much knows they are playing off of post plants here. I'm expecting him to actually stick the defuse completely in through and not completely, just at least like try and make it happen, then challenge the fights. At least that would give him a little bit of more safety cushion. Again, beefs that, but VLT is just playing that brilliantly. The flash is coming in, even though if he doesn't really get blind, even if you just turn back, you still have a little bit of glare because of that.
Yeah, kind of glare indeed. And at this point, I want to come back to the conversation we were having, Necro, about the mentality of Velocity Gaming, right? So, as you mentioned, they definitely have seemed to have suffered a setback with respect to their approach to the game. But I wonder if this setback could actually be beneficial for them because a lot of the issues we had with VLT yesterday, they were not cautious enough. They were not calculated enough. They were not approaching the game in the efficient manner that we expect from them after their dominating win in Q1. I see all of those today in their matchup. They're being disciplined, they're giving the respect to Exceeli, and they're continuously playing on their own strengths. So I feel like maybe their loss has made them better as a team because they are able to adapt beautifully. Like even on the map you can see right now, a split C approach, something that they haven't shown in this half yet, is going to surprise the heck out of this Killjoy.
Exactly, that definitely is, but it seems like Fancy was ready. He does manage to take down MW1, but it's fine. The trades did happen back and forth. MW1 now, his job is pretty much done, getting, or at least finding the space on the side, and his teammates have able to get the spike planted. With that being said, now, this is the time to play off the post plants. Cosmic Divide being used from the side of VLT. And pretty much, I would say Missile now, his flank is going to be expected. That's why Missile cancels the plan of pretty much going out of flank. You also do see the Rolling Thunder coming in through, and I feel like they should have realized this point might just be a little too early, but still. The side control for now is in their hands, and counter Cosmic Divide is ready as well. And this means VLT's entire post
they're not spraying the spike though!
Situation is not really good. And yes, as you did mention, they're really not spraying the spike. This is where Kyojin, well, he was just sticking the defuse.
Yeah. Kyojin just be like, I've done all of my part with the utility. Bodyguards, assemble and hold it down while I get the defuse through. Get the Cosmic Divide very well set up. The fact that they leave a gap actually works well for them this time because right here, that smoke setup, it allows those bodyguards to be on either side. So as soon as they VLT come out of that choke point, that their fault line is in a position where they have no information. It only stuns up the diffuser and it doesn't matter to him as both of those bodyguards completely untouched. Velocity, they drop around despite the initial execute. So now we're going to go back to a setup that has yielded success for them, a setup that they are comfortable with. The initial utility of that breach being used to get entrance into A lobby, take control of A sewers. But what I think Velocity are not aware of, look at that Killjoy setup dedicated to shutting down an entrance towards A sewers. I think if a Trailblazer is used by right to Ace here, he might just end up being at the mercy of a Nano Swarm plus wallbang kill.
As you did mention, the Killjoy is completely, Killjoy is like well set up on the A side. And I would say this is a great read coming out from the side of Exceeli as well. This is a pretty fantastic read coming out. Because Killjoy is playing on the C side the whole time, and this time you just see her switching back to the A side. So this is a fantastic read, I would say. Hermione switching himself back over to the Heaven. And he has the dart ready. We do see the Trailblazer out to scout anyone out, and this is not good for Fancy. Now he's getting stunned as well. He's getting blinded. So many things happening at the same time. He's just stuck in the short side, and he cannot do anything much. And yes, VLT, a perfect execution right inside the site. And let's just see how they're able to kind of make things happen.
Oh,
that's good Hunter Fury. Yup, coming in through, but he's only going to be able to find one charge.
One charge and a bit of a tag on Vibor. So 4v4 on the map now. The drone gonna set up the retake. It's all about Missile right now. He needs to lead the charge and get him and clear this right cubby, especially the rest of his team can come in. But look at this. Alarm bot nanoswarm set up to delay this entry. As soon as they go in, MW1 will find them and the rest of the team will burn. Ace with the spam finds Hate Crew. And just like this, Amoini, he'll find a trade, but he will be at the mercy of MW1. That Blade Storm just demolishing them, waiting right outside the smoke. MW will be like, surprise!
Exactly. MW1 is just waiting on the other side, welcoming them on the sides, one by one, just tapping through with that Blade Storm. And take a look at that. Just 1, 2, was waiting for the third one to peek out as well, but then he realized, okay, he's not really going to be peeking out, so he peeks out, takes him down, and it was the man, Hermione, man, being taken down. With that being said, VLT now have a 2 rounds lead. That is absolutely massive. And before, I feel like VLT, on the side of VLT, each and every single player is activated.
I don't know why, but every time I see these really good jets, it reminds me of Fruit Ninja. But hold on right now, because we're back into the action. An aggressive execute by VLT.
Yep, aggressive execute, and see MW1 pretty much able to sneak himself up inside the snipe. And again, we do see those broken buys coming in from the side of Exceeli. That's a great alarm bot, making sure no one's aggressing inside. And as you did mention, HellFF, he's all the way in the back lines near the mid doors. He's able to back off all the way back to the attacker spawn. And now, most of the presence from the side of Exceeli is inside Garage. With that being said, they do have a clear intention of directly flooding outside the seed side. LFF able to find himself one. That's a huge find. With that. And yep, Vibor pretty much collecting those final 2 and just making it look really easy because Exceeli were on a broken buy, as I mentioned.
I really have to highlight and applaud Helaf right there, because if he dies in that position, they get a gun and a 3v2 advantage to push back on the retake. The fact that he's able to hold on for so long forced them to go into the site with just pistols, makes it so damn easy for Vibor and Amaterasu set up on diagonal corners of that site to ensure that they don't get taken out together in a double peak. Velocity now 7-4 have stabilized themselves after a bit of an even start. Like, it was very even between Exceeli and VLT, but since then it looks like VLT have just understood how Exceeli are changing their setups. And what I would like to highlight is that fact, like, as soon as they realize that the Killjoy went A a couple of rounds back, they're starting to understand if they hard execute C, the Killjoy is not comfortable playing solo C against a hard execute, so her setup will be changed. So they're continuously trying to break the setups of the side of Exceeli Esports. And to me, this goes back to the conversation we're having, where that loss that they had yesterday might have been good for them in the way that it's a wake-up call. You know, you can see that in their gameplay now, they're considering almost every single possibility, and it's making them look better as a team. Slower, yes, but better, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Now, as I've even had a talk about this, right? Yeah, with that being said, this is where I really felt like, yeah, underestimation was definitely being shown by a lot of teams towards the other teams. And with that initial loss, not just Velocity will be waking up, all the other teams that are looking really good inside this entire VCC, they also will realize that you should not really be underestimating any team, because they have made it up to a grand finals and there's some reason behind it. And that's why we do see a VLT, pretty much a different VLT what we saw against Exceeli the last time. This VLT is way much more calm, composed, and it just seems like they are taking their time to make those executes happen. We do see a technical timeout coming in through, and with that being said, we also do see a little bit of changes coming in. We have Hey Crew and Fancy at the same time. That means we are missing someone crucial here.
Yeah, I do wonder why these changes keep happening.
Lunatic.
For Exceeli. Yeah, Lunatic is missing, and I can feel his presence being missing. You know, nothing to take away from Fancy. He's a brilliant player, but Lunatic has in him this natural lurking tendency that is very hard to replicate, and that proactive gameplay is not being seen from Exceeli itself. Like, a simple default that I could suggest that I would have liked to see from them in this defensive half is try to answer VLT in their setup. Right, this beach guy, the entire idea of this composition we saw even yesterday, the way I look at it is that the breach is the initiator and this guy is the recon agent. This guy is the info agent. She's the one who's going to be giving you locations of the positioning. She's the one that is going to give you the mid-round calls, while the breach will set up when you're actually trying to aggress a particular area. So what you want to do is try and deny that breach area from being taken. Therefore, the sky doesn't have space to get set up, and for that they have the right tools. They have a breach themselves, so they can play aggressive. aggressive, but they've never done that. Instead, they're just playing very defensive defaults, and it works for VLT really well because they get to go wherever they want and set up, just like they are doing now. That garage entry line not contested, not even spammed, a free Trailblazer and a free entry as they now target C.
They mentioned a free Trailblazer and a free entry. They have gotten the entire C side control. This is where Exceeli, I mean, they were like, all right, you guys can have the side control. It's fine. We're probably going to be playing off of retakes. They do have the lockdown ready. That means we might just see the lockdown being used anytime soon. But on the other hand, as soon as you do see the lockdown coming in from the side of Exceeli, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a counter lockdown being initiated instantly.
And the rolling
Definitely.
thunder.
Yeah, either counter lockdown or rolling thunder. Both of those are a good choice. But yeah, rolling thunder I feel like would be a little bit more mature choice without a doubt. And Exceeli, with that being said, they're able to at least find one more opening. With that being said, it's going to be evening out the man advantage. Right 2 Ace doesn't really get checked in the default angle, and Right 2 Ace able to find himself too. He was looking to convert into a 3K, wasn't really able to do so. He finally does it. Thanks, it happened. Seeker's out. He's hunt down the last man, and whoa. The first half is over. Let's move on to the second half, and let's see if Exceeli is able to stop on the momentum that VLT has gained over them.
Yeah, VLT are starting to just run away with the map, and I will say for Exceeli Esports and their audience, like I want to clarify that with what I'm saying about their setups, right? I'm expecting more because I do believe that the Exceeli we're seeing today is considerably more confident than the Exceeli we saw against VLT. And of course, while it does affect them in the fact that they don't have Lunatic, because I do think if Lunatic was in this comp, it would have likely been him playing the Astra and Kyojin likely picking up another duelist or even the KJ where he can play aggressively. You know, he can't play aggressively on the Astra, and that effect from Kyojin is relatively limited. So I applaud Exceeli for doing the best with what they've got. I do notice a lot of improvement, but right now they're just not on VLT's level, and it looks like VLT might run away with it. This pistol though is crucial, and Exceeli, they look like they want to set their mark at this B side.
Oh, it's direct a B-side approach, able to get themselves an entry, get the spike planted, and now pretty much dashing back outside. Playing off of post plants, they also need to understand that this is just a pistol round. You can be spamming through the smokes, but they also do realize that this is a pistol round that means you cannot really expect the other team as well to have a lot of utilities in their hands. Diffuse being stuck, flash is being used. All they need to do is deny that diffuse coming in. They are able to do so successfully. Exceeli are executing this perfectly up till now. Amat is on a tear though. He's able to pretty much get back all the way. And yep, he does not expect Hermione to be pretty much sneaking inside the corner. A lot of shot. LFF, this is not good. This is not good. Yes, he's holding it. He was able to get a 4.5. And what?
Yeah, I mean, at that point it doesn't matter. He knows that even if he misses the knife and he dies, the diffuse would be stopped and they would win the round. Helef should have held it because the recon was there. Either you never stick it in the first place and you break the recon and then you try to go for the fight, or if you are not going to break the recon, you have to just hold it and pray that they don't peek you. That's where the mind games really come in. But Hermione, alright, for the first time today, 50 points to Gryffindor for a huge clutch from Hermione for Exceeli Esports. Huh?
With a knife.
Yeah, okay, 100 points to Gryffindor for the knife. Because Hermione played that beautifully. The fact that he chose to run away and not stand and fight especially impresses me. Shows a lot of composure in him. That pistol was crucial for Exceeli if they were to pull off a comeback. And now with that pistol, they've got the buys online. Now VLT, normally, if this was Breeze, we would 100% see a force buy, but this is Haven. So it's just going to be an eco from them as they hold default angles. The contact swing set up in the garage area is what I have my eye on. The turret for the contact. Helef ready with the best weapon in the game for the swing.
You didn't mention Helef are pretty much ready with the best weapon in the game. I like seeing you have finally realized it as well. You know,
no, I'm memeing you, bro.
Dude, it is the best weapon in the game, though. Come on, you can't say it's not. Like, it's so good. I mean, yeah. I am just
in
esports.
It as well, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I am memeing it as well, but consider the fact that it's just a gun that you get for free, and you can also, like, there's a massive potential that you can actually get a lot of value through it as well. Yep, take a look at this. What is this?
It's exactly as we're talking about.
Yeah, you're able to get so much value with that free gun, and it's just like you have to call it the best weapon in the game.
I mean, yeah, the ROI is nuts. It's infinite, literally. Zero investment, infinite returns. But talking about returns, Vibor will return to the site where he started and get a bullet in his head. It should be a comfortable post plant for Exceeli. I really hope they don't drop any further weapons. With that kill on Helef, more or less guaranteed. Nowhere Amaterasu is likely to come from. So though they're just trying to hunt him down, and for him, he's just gonna try to sneak in, maybe get some damage.
Whisper, like, at least up till now, Exceeli are able to stop the momentum that VLT has gained over them, so that's a good concussion, I would say, from the side of Kyojin. He does realize Amaterasu has sneaked in, and that's a great flick right onto his head. That's going to be it, sealing another round in their hand. With that being said, now only a 2 rounds lead for the side of VLT. This bye round is going to be the decider, or at least the decider of the fate for Exceeli, because if this bye round is being secured by VLT, like, let's be honest, like, I would say 70% chances that they also win the match.
Yeah, definitely. I think there is a high possibility for VRT to take this bye round, the momentum you get with it, and move along the way. Because you can see the bonus now for Exceeli, a considerable weapons advantage, but the eco advantage in the hands of Exceeli. So VRT need to be careful with their weapons. They are very expensive. You don't want to just go around dropping them in trade for a couple of Sheriff or a couple of Spectres that Exceeli have. Now VRT holding very standard defaults. What I especially want to highlight is this breach, right? You notice he's playing solo. This is what I was talking about. Like, this breach, very similar to the Phoenix, is going to hold a defensive angle, try to play around his utility, and always be available for the retake, because that's where the sides actually of the sides of the coin for these initiators change. On the attack, it's the breach using his utility early to get Sky into good positions. On the defense, it's Sky using her utility early because information is prioritized over positions, and with that Sky utility, they can even get aggressive positions the way they've got for MW1 down A long.
6-8, the scoreline, as we did mention, this round is really important for VLT as well as Exceeli. If Exceeli are able to win this round, it is not good. This is not good. A big man getting caught off guard just like that. VLT gifting over a kill, or I would say handing over a kill to them. And now they will have to play off of right to ace. At the same time, Amaterasu as well in the back lines, and now pretty much the A side. It does seem like it's quite vulnerable. Or not just the A side, the entire map does seem kind of vulnerable. Unless they're able to find themselves those initial peaks and they're able to win those aim duels, then it's pretty understandable. They might just be able to kind of do that. Yep, as you did mention, HelloFF, he's managed to find himself quite a big flank. And this is huge. This is huge. Unless he doesn't really expect anyone to be in the window and the Astra is able to trade out the Astra.
Yeah, look at the util, the plant being denied, but the aftershock is VLT move in for the kill. It's a clean sweep all around as VLT take M down. Exceeli, too much time wasted. As soon as you take out MW1, there's no excuse not to commit to the execute. You have a breach ready, you have your jet, you didn't even commit much utility down A long. They overthink it, and because of Helef's push, VLT get a ton of information. Without that push, VLT have to spread themselves apart. The breach Sky would be playing A, one player would be playing B, and Helef would be likely holding C. With Helef's push, inside they now get a double stack. This B side, Vibor gets to come here, and so does Amaterasu, leaving A on right to ace. Because of that stack, they pick up the round. And now you have to be scared for Exceeli, because this is a true buy. We'll see how they are able to do, because unlike the last round, the weapons are on the same level, but the eco advantage is for Exceeli. Amaterasu, like, it's exactly like what a Phoenix would do. A flash and a peek, he picks up that first blood.
First blood now on the name of VLT, and yep, as you did mention, a flash and a peek, exactly what Phoenix is supposed to do. Amaterasu, battle breach we're seeing out this time. Vibor,
Oh yeah,
does realize he's playing pretty safe, pretty safe out here. And now again, a B-side execute coming in, Missile able to get or sneak himself all the way in the backside. He's single-handedly able to find up so much space for his team. And look at this, Vibor's getting spammed through. He's down to 79 HP with some 8 armor. But with that being said, that's a fantastic stun, and Missile being found and being shut down. Now they're completely playing off post plants here. They're waiting for the Astra utilities being used, and that's what exactly is happening. Astra smokes being used, Astra utilities in general being used there. MW unable to find Kyojin. That's absolutely massive. Hermione takes down 2 in return. With that being said, Hey Crew as well trying to even things out, but unfortunately, it's not really going to be able to do so because Vibor's there taking care of everybody.
I don't know if it's intentional, but I really like the fact that Hellfighter turns towards the right side while defusing. It's such a minute thing, but turning towards the right side makes your head slightly more towards that tiny wall area on the entrance to B rather than in the open. So when they're spraying through, there's a slightly lesser chance they actually hit your head. So these tiny things can go a long way. It didn't really matter in the last round because VLT just able to execute a clean retake and be the bodyguards for Hellfighter now as they give Exceeli a taste of their own medicine, get that ninja diffuse through. Now the double up draft, Missile trying to find some value with the Blade Storm, not going to find anything, but will help Kyojin be able to get this A-long control. It is the eco for the side of Exceeli and the last possible eco. They need to try and get some momentum off of this because the next buy is going to decide the rest of their fate, not just in this map, but in this rest of this series going forward.
Matarasu now. Again, Exceeli, heavy presence, heavy stack up coming outside the A side. VLT playing things are still a little safe. A broken buy again from the side of Exceeli. We have seen them going for those broken buys so many times inside this map. 6-10 being the scoreline, 4 rounds lead from the side of VLT. And, well, as we did mention, that previous round was really important. And VLT as well, able to gain that previous round in their hands. It's like, for now, the economy's shambles. I would say their mindset as well will be completely shattered after that one. And the map of heaven is really looking shaky.
Yeah, the map of heaven definitely looking shaky. As VLT certainly looking stronger. And MW1's aggressive flank down B-long, and the patience with which he held it pays off. Takes out one, knows that they're likely in this C site and is ready with his crosshair. Does a lot of damage to Missile and has to dash away. But Missile coming back despite the low health, finds a clean one tap, makes it 3v4 on the map. Still, the VLT have 2 huge ultimates. Should be an easy retake.
Should be an easy retake. Fancy, like let's his glimpse kind of getting spotted by before there. Seekers being out, as we did know. That being said, the Seekers as well are causing such a massive distraction. One guy was completely being found, and HLFF missing those shots a little bit, but Seekers getting to him. And I feel bad for Missile. That is just, I would say that is a little BM coming in from the side of HLFF. Yeah, initially he did miss those shots, but he was like, all right, it's fine. The Seekers pretty much going to be getting him and swallowing him up, so I'm just going to be waiting.
Yeah, definitely. 11-6 on the board. Now, all they really had to invest into that round was just the Seekers too. So Velocity in prime position to close off the map here with that buy, with that round loss for Exceeli, because even though this was an eco, the buy is going to come through in the next. The fact remains that these high-impact ultimates really show the value of this composition, right? Wherein the Sova wouldn't provide as much agency. Like, yes, the Hunter's Fury, without a doubt, one of the best possible ultimates in the game, but it's not, like, focused around one particular playstyle. The Breach in the Sky, it's all about aggression. It's all about retakes and playing around a particular area, and I think that's helping VLT focus their minds into that particular playstyle. They're not wandering around, they're not confused, and you can see that in action right here from the other side. And Exceeli setting up the Rolling Thunder, trying to go in, but they might be a little too late because VLT already left. They're playing on their own ultimates for the retake.
Exactly, they also do have their ultimates ready. Take a look at that. The Breach as well is ready to deny any kind of plan coming through. And MW1 with a fantastic peek. This kind of Fury as well, able to find MW1. With that being said, Exceeli, just within a blink of an eye, complete VLT, just getting destroyed like that. It seems like they just got really aggressive in that previous retake and weren't really able to make it through.
I just don't understand why they popped those ultimates that early. Like, I get the idea of using the Rolling Thunder to deny the plants so that MW1 can use the Blade Storm and get that one kill on the planter.
The lockdown was...
Exactly. There's no need to commit the lockdown that early. You save it for after that push when they actually get it planted. You take the MW1 kill and then you use that time to get a wrap through on the flank so they can't rotate away. You keep them pinned down in the A side, force them to plant there, then use the lockdown to make sure that they have no options available. Instead, a free round handed to Exceeli. Hermione especially doing well with the Hunter's Fury to punish MW1 since he used both of those updraws for the kill. Missile though, I don't even think he spotted him. I think that was a blind kill.
Yeah, that was just a spam coming through around the corner, you know, because usually they expected, those are the expected angle, and of course they do get pre-fired. But with that being said, MW1 as well able to find that kill for himself. So that's that leaves them in a 3-on-4 situation. Exceeli, they are kind of striking back, I would say.
Yeah,
they're trying their best to kind of even the score out, but VLT, hopefully they just don't straight up walk in its crosshair. They do. Fancy finds one. Also, info being conveyed that one guy's in garage, one guy's all the way in the defender spawn, and he's probably going to be peeking out anytime soon. Hey Cruz ready with the flash. He flashes. And Amaterasu does realize maybe playing this out a little safe would probably be the best way to go. And no,
Remaining.
Amaterasu's flashing his own teammate out, and that's not good.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. 11-8 now. As Exceeli pick up yet another round, and you have to give props to them for their mentality, for their mental strength. This is not the Exceeli we saw previously when they played VLT. That Exceeli just folded and looked like they had given up. They succumbed under the pressure that VLT was able to put on them. This Exceeli instead exceeding limits as they continuously reevaluate their approach, as they continuously grow and improve, now forcing Velocity Gaming onto an economy. Now you do notice Vibor still able to get the Vandal buy through, and I believe Hellfighter on that Guardian. So there are a couple of weapons that could result in a Thrifty, but Exceeli just looking to put the pedal to the metal as they set up a C-side execute.
Missile is ready to dash inside. I can tell he's locked in and loaded. He's just waiting for the right moment. He dashes in. He finds one. Harmony able to find another one. 2 frags already being found. With that being said, the man advantage is well going in that favor. MW1 peeking out. He's trying to find the headshots. No, they're missing a lot of shots, and that's not good. Clancy striking back and finds both of them. And oh my god, both of them missed a lot of shots. Both of them. MW1 as well. And he as well. This is so unfortunate.
Definitely, but fortunate for Exceeli because they're starting to ramp it up. They execute very clean. The flash setup, as soon as it is, the dash comes in and they make hella free, considering the fact that he was one of the few members on the gun. You can see, clearly, the Sheriff is useless. You should always get the free classic.
And the funny part, it's actually being showed in the replay.
Yeah, production is savage, guys. You should realize this by now. You know when internationally we have casters saying, "Nah, we didn't see this." Nah, in South Asia we definitely saw that. That player whiffed, my guy. But
it's like a full savage mode, no mercy mode on.
Yeah, there's no escape from your shortcomings,
Mistakes.
Back to the round though, 11-9 on the scoreboard. That was the eco for VLT. They've got the buy through. MW1 still now with an operator, which surprises me a lot. Instead, still holding that A-long angle. Spots one out. The Trailblazer instantly comes out to get info, but it's blocked. That delay might cost them the info because I think that jump only spotted out one person blocked by the pillar. A small mistake, but MW1 still looking to take advantage. And he certainly does.
And he does. Kyojin finds himself 2 beautiful frags. Right, DS was there in the backlines to make sure, trying to at least get the trade happen, but instead he gets traded out. Kyojin finds 2 massive frags, and of course Kyojin is a man you don't really want to drive peek like that, right? You want to make sure you're at least peeking out a man like Kyojin with at least a flash or some kind of an approach, some kind of a uniqueness, because Kyojin is a duelist himself, but this time he's the one playing Astra. This time he's the one kind of taking the controller role over, because usually Kyojin is a Reyna main. That being said, that's a good flash on a missile. Missile being blinded. Harmony, they're able to take down, or at least shut down before. Materasu as well getting shut down. HellFF trying his best to fight back in this situation. It's a 3-on-1. And while HellFF does realize he has the Cosmic Divide available, that means if he saves this weapon, they can pretty much try and use that Cosmic Divide in the upcoming round for a retake. And I feel like this is, Exceeli, of course, they have done their research again against VLT and try and find out how they lost the last time. But yeah, I feel like this is just not the VLT we saw, man. This is not the VLT we saw. It's like, I feel like, Exceeli are doing good, but VLT are just not opening up.
The thing is, they're playing very standard defaults, refusing to change to what Exceeli is doing. To talk about that, like what Exceeli is doing is again just executes. Yes, their executes are much slower than what we expect from executes in general. They're segmented in the sense that they first take control, they wait a lot of time. They actually like to do their executes in the last 30-40 seconds of the map, or they commit very early. So what VLT really need to do is commit to playing retake on one side. Just leave that side entirely. Instead, stack up, I would say stack up A, leave C for that retake, and continuously look to take A lobby control. Now what this does, if you take A lobby control, it frees up that stack to now start rotating over to C, while the person who you've left with that A lobby control can flank. It results in a pincer, and it's impossible to hold C site when you have a flank coming in from the defending team. Having said all of that, That was the buy for Velocity Gaming. You see, they've taken a timeout. The discussion has to be, what do you do with your economy right now? Because at 10 to 11, the safest course of action is to go for Nico. But they could take a gamble, try to go for the force, and get match point right here. No gambles, just safety for Velocity.
Well, they are able to at least match up the scoreline for now. Only 1 round lead for VLT. And let's be honest here, none of us expected this to be this close. None of us. Again, like, so many surprises. We are up for a lot of surprises today as well. I can already feel it. And, well, Shorty, MWN making the same mistake, committing the same mistake. He's getting shut down over and over again on that A-long side, and he does the same thing. He gets shut down again. And Exceeli able to stroll on the side, not just on the side, able to stroll on the map. This was a stack coming in through from their side, but just not useful enough. Exceeli able to easily even out this score. 11 to 11 is the score line. And Exceeli, if they actually do seal the deal on the first map, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is VLT's map pick. You have to remember, Haven, not just historically strong for VLT, but they have selected it to represent them with the starting of the series, you know, so they want that momentum going forward, especially after the loss yesterday. But Exceeli, they will not give up, and I've said this once, but I'll say it again, I have to applaud them for their mentality, the fact that they haven't given up. We saw them, like I saw them, I felt that they had given up the last time VLT was putting the pressure. This time though, they're ready, but they're too exposed. Amit Rasu with the flash pick, he gets one. The trade comes through though. It's 3-on-3 on the map, and now the seekers to try to get some information.
Yeah, replies are happening back and forth. Both the teams are doing a great job replying back to each other. So 11 to 11 again. It's a neck-and-neck competition going on. Exceeli able to kind of reply back to VLT, and as I did mention, unexpected happening again. Surprises happening again inside the game. For now, Fancy Non is the man, and consider the fact that Exceeli as well, they have high ping inside the game than compared to VLT. Like, their ping here isn't really matching as well. So
certainly
Exceeli, like they deserve a lot of props in that as well, because they are able to put on a show with that kind of a big disadvantage coming in.
This is actually very good from Exceeli. The B site, normally very easy to retake, but excruciatingly hard when you have an operator player, and I do believe MW1 is on that. Now the lockdown setup reveals their presence towards, but it also means that they get an easy spike plant down. The nanoswarm setup as well. Fancy needs to get the hell out of here, but the gravity well on time. This delay is huge because now VLT can get themselves ready on C-Link and E-Link. The guiding light comes through, reveals their presence on the site, and now VLT are ready for the retake. Fancy, you need to get the hell out of here. You need to survive for your nanoswarms to do some work.
Well, yeah, that for now, Fancy is definitely surviving. He's just holding on to the cubby there. Now they're playing off of post plants, and that stag was huge. Shock dart pretty close, and yep, the shock dart wasn't really able to do a lot. And yep, that cosmic divide is a huge play coming in through. That's a good shock dart as well. And just take a look at what Hermione is doing. He does realize the defuse is being stuck, but unfortunately runs out of bullet in the nick of time. And well, he will be shut down. With that being said, Velocity secure themselves the match point. 11 to 12 is the scoreline. And whoa, match point.
See, this is why I kept saying Fancy, you need to get out of there, because we already have that cosmic device set up. Bullets are not going to go through that. You need the late nanoswarms. Instead, he tries to stay close and use the nanoswarms early. Doesn't work at all, because VLT just waited out. They set up the cosmic divide a second later than they intended, and then they just go for the easy defuse. Hermione jiggling, trying to make it happen. Ends up that jiggling is his downfall, because he hands out the bullets and he actually goes in. But hold on to your kicks. 11-12 and Exceeli going for a very, very risky strategy. On the attacking side, one operator is rare. Two, well, that's something you almost never see. Exceeli with a double operator strat in this round, looking for overtime. This is either the best decision I've ever seen, or it's just going to be a waste of money.
I feel like this is just a thing where they are heavily relying on the operators now. This entire strategy is relying on those two operators. If those two operators are able to find those initial kills or win those initial duels, that means their success is done. Their work is done inside the game. And all they need to do is just rely on the rest of the guys to pretty much push inside the sites. And this is what exactly is happening, right? The garage control being found, but because of this stun, they get stunned out. So at least there's a little bit more time being found from the lads of VLT. But now Exceeli taking a slower approach inside this round. It is pretty understandable, as I did mention, operator. That means it also brings a little bit of more slower approach inside the strategy, because you need to wait for the operator to find a pick, and that only really happens when someone actually peeks out and tries to challenge.
Look at Missile, though. He's holding that mid angle.
30
He should
seconds
be able to give a ton of information to his teammates about the rotations. But instead, you can see Missile just going to back up, join his team on the execute. Now they're all ready to go in for the A side, but Velocity with a triple stack and in front of the Cosmic Divide. Might be disastrous because the Rolling Thunder is delaying them. Velocity making it about the time.
Oh my god, this can be huge! This is huge! And Exceeli, well, they are able to find the man advantage at the same time. They'll Breach and Killjoy are down low, which means Fancy is down to only 33 HP. Yup, counter lockdown being used. The Cosmic Device should fade away anytime soon, and yes, it does fade away. But this also means Exceeli can play on the post plants, and this is what exactly they're doing. VLT regaining the side control, or retaking the side in their hands. MWN switching over to the Phantom from that operator. Pretty much a mature decision coming in through. Now this is where pretty much MWN is the man they need to heavily rely on. MWN gets shut down, and I feel like this is where all the things do really fall down. And now before, it's a 1-on-2 situation. He gets tagged out, and we might just see OT coming in. And yes, we are seeing overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, if VLT loses this first match or first map, their morals are going to be down really bad. And the upcoming map is going to be the map pick of Exceeli. So of course domination is expected from their side.
Yeah, definitely. Like overtime coming through. Out of an execute in a double operator round for Exceeli, VLT are going to really be feeling the pain from that round, because you should never be losing in that setup to an execute of all things. Like, I understand if they lose picks and they lose the round, but to an execute, Exceeli just do it perfectly. Missile especially, with that Blaze Storm creating so much space for his team in the last 15 seconds. Everything had to be picture perfect, and it certainly was. The space Missile created allowed his team to aggressively get in, clear out both cubbies, and after that, well, it's just history as Exceeli pick up the site, and the round now into overtime. Exceeli on the defense, maintaining their aggression. They find the first blood, but the trades come out. Exceeli still out with an advantage.
Exactly. Replies back and forth coming in through. And with that being said, yes, as you did mention, Exceeli coming out with an advantage. But also this means the big boy, Kyojin, is down low. He only has 31 HP, but you can still, Kyojin is a man, you can still rely heavily on that kind of an advantage. But Vapor creates himself an off angle, able to pretty much equalize the man advantage out. Kyojin's position compromised. He still finds one. He's looking for the second one though, but that's a great pre-fire from Vapor.
Now look at this, the plant will come down. I wish the plant had been given to Vibor, because I think he's only a point away from his ultimate inside the plant by Amaterasu. The aftershock coming through will force him away from the default. Amaterasu flushed out, but he ends up taking out Fancy, and just like that, the round is over. Fancy needed to find that kill.
Yeah, Fancy, he definitely needed to find that kill. Just because he really fell down here, and now pretty much this is the match point again being secured by VLT, but as we do know, Ascend to the map where VLT is really strong, and this is getting really close, like this close against a team like VLT and Exceeli. Like, they have been dominated before. This is so hard to get my mind over it, right? I just can't grip my mind over what's really happening here.
I will say that I feel like a big difference between Velocity on that day and Velocity today, that day being the day they last played Exceeli, is MW1 has had a decent performance so far, but isn't popping off the way we saw him on that day, you know. So definitely that Jet player, especially how crucial the operator becomes on this map, key factor. But this time, look at this, both of the initiators started with MW1 and Amaterasu on the flank. Exceeli have taken C side, but I've talked about this before. The entire idea of taking A lobby so you get this flank and now a pincer retake, Amaterasu needs to make sure he doesn't die early.
I feel like why he's been really able to pop off is that yesterday's day is really playing a crucial role in that. And I feel like that's why he's really not able to kind of show his true potential here. Missile, though, gets shut down. He was the only man on the side, pretty much anchoring down. And with that being said, the flank's coming in through from their side. But the flank gets shut down. It's a 3-on-4 situation. Exceeli able to strike back. And Exceeli now, well, still on a man disadvantage, but it's fine. They can pretty much try and play for the pulse plants, and that's a great shot from Kyojin. If he keeps on connecting these kind of shots, then Kyojin, of course, is letting his team up for success, but they line up. VLT, a rookie mistake. They stand behind each other, and they just line up.
Overtime.
Again, this is
Oh
why I
my
said
God.
Amaterasu cannot afford to die early. He gets one kill, sure, but he tries to push in for the second, and Fancy punishes him, taking him down. All he really needed to do was maintain his position, wait for when his team starts defusing the spike, then push. Because what that does is, if you're defusing and pushing on the flank at the same time, the defenders who are playing in that C-long courtyard, they can either deal with Amaterasu or they can deal with the defuse. They cannot deal with both. You have to put them in a situation where both of the choices they make will give them a net loss, and therefore take the win for yourself. Instead, they don't do that. And look at this. Once again, aggression is the name of the game, and this time Exceeli coming out on top.
Exceeli, well, opening the fray up already with two massive frags, I would say. And imagine if Exceeli is already able to kind of start off good on defense. That's not good. VLT is getting single-handedly obliterated. Last two men alive, 2v5 situation. And both of them, the last two, are pretty much long. They're able to find one, but Missile's just waiting to welcome the other man. Vapor able to strike back on the Missile. Pretty much Missile being shut down. Hermione's holding a pixel peek. Spots Vapor on the C side. Spike being planted. The call's being conveyed. And this shock dart can be really good. Oh no, he moves away in the nick of time. And Hermione, oh, that's a great dink from the side of Vapor. He does have the lockdown ready. Yep, lockdown being initiated. Also the swarm grenades, making sure he's really pushing out of that garage area. But he just loses that initial 1v1, and because of that, Exceeli able to secure another round in their hands, and also a match point this time.
Yeah, match point for Exceeli Esports as the comeback is more certainly on. Exceeli looking to pull off a huge upset and take VLT down in the map of their choice. VLT now on the defensive half. Normally, the setup we would see is the Breach, Sky, and Jet going towards the A-long area as they look to take control. But back to this round, VLT just getting caught off guard. Like an initial kill giving over to Missile. One by one, they fall like flies and they give those peaks where they shouldn't. It's really disheartening, especially when you're running a Beast Sky combination and you're giving over dry peaks. You have a ton of utility to try and make plays, but none of it being used now. The fall line being set up as MW1 looks to make an aggressive move down A-shot.
Didn't mention there's a ton of utility and they're still going for those dry peaks, but these kind of dry peaks is fine. It's really fine as long as you're able to find yourself that advantage, then it's really fine. With that being said, with that initial kill, VLT regaining their confidence back and also regaining the man advantage back, and this is where we might just see another OT coming through. This is just so neck and neck, man. None of us expected this coming through, and all the time Exceeli is able to strike back hard and like stronger than ever. But on the other hand, VLT as well not really falling shy. They're able to reply back in style.
Exceeli are just stuck. They can't go anywhere. Amaterasu has the flank, and unlike last time, this time he isn't pushing. Kyojin falls to Ace, and Amaterasu is going to pick up a couple of his own. But this it should be back to even Stevens. Another overtime for us as VLT flawlessly make it 14-14.
Exactly. 14-14 is the scoreline, and now VLT. Well, again, switching time. OT, another OT. It's like OT after the OT after the OT. And VLT as well, they want to just hold on. They don't want to let it go. It's pretty understandable. This is their map. This is their map. This is their map pick. Because the upcoming map pick, if Exceeli is actually able to steal it away, VLT, I'm pretty sure VLT will have a little bit of shaky doubts going in on the map pick of Exceeli. So this is pretty understandable. The signs of worry you can clearly see on their faces.
Operator on Missile. It's a glass cannon operator. The first shot is crucial and he misses. The second as well. They're pushing him. They're trying to take him down instantly. MW1 on the hunt for his counterpart Jet. Missile is able to get away, but look at Hermione on the edge of this garage looking to peek it out just when the spike gets one.
Exactly. He peeks out though, but he gets instantly shut down. The aggression was expected after shock being used to try and deny the plant as much as possible. But hey, the plant does get denied for a while though, but not really for a really longer time. With that being said, VLT also gained themselves a man advantage again. And I would say a lot of map control as well. Take a look at the Astros. She's just moving around. It's Hell FF all the way in the grass area. On the other hand, you also do have Kyojin on the lurk lines. He wants to make sure the flank lines are clear. Hey Crew tried to take MW1 down, but gets instantly traded out. Missile and Kyojin still alive. The two big men, and these two are the kind of double duelist for their side.
Swarm grenade out.
BB2 on the map now. Missile just holding that long up angle, waiting for VLT to go for the peak, but they're not doing it. Discipline is the name of the game. They have the gravity belt too. The turret to give them the information. They're playing games with Missile and Exceeli, and finally they will put him out of his misery. Secure match point. It looks like that match point that Exceeli got was a scare too many for VLT. They put the pedal to the metal. They've took the driver's seat for themselves. Now in control of this map. This game 1 of the series, VLT once again looking to secure it with match point for themselves, this time on the defense. Now again, the same setup, the fault line set up from a link to allow MW1 to go for an A-shot peak, but Exceeli, they're nowhere near Necro. Instead, they're ready for that aggressive C execute. Look at the placement of the nano songs. It's all about denying that dash in from the side of Exceeli. Vibor is ready for this execute.
Vibor's definitely ready, but they are just going to be flooding inside the side. It's just a flood waiting to storm inside, and it's probably going to be happening anytime soon. And yes, he does. Concussion, a perfect concussion right onto Vibor. HLFF able to strike back, but with that being said, Hermione trades those things out. And as I did mention, as long as you're able to trade things out, it's all that really matters. Hey, Cruz down low. He also manages to trade things out, but hey, it doesn't matter. VLT right to ace is able to take 2 massive frags. And hey, VLT as well secures that first heaven map in their hands. You can clearly do see, right? I mean, even though they won, Amaterasu, he doesn't really seem that happy, which is understandable.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this was not, I'm sure, the way they wanted to win it. But right now, I think they'll just be happy with the win. They'll go over to map 2 to try and recalibrate themselves, right? Or get back to their form. And I think it really speaks of something we've talked about throughout the Valorant Conquerors Championship, which is when a team peaks is very, very important. Velocity. They played very well in Qualifier 1, but since then have been on a bit of a break. They haven't had to play anything else, and you can see maybe a bit of rustiness in their games come through in general. They demolished Exceeli the first time around, but this time Exceeli have adapted very quickly to them, and Velocity were caught on the back foot, but still, being the top tier team they readjusted themselves, they calmed themselves down, they are able to secure map 1. But if this map went to OT, I can only imagine what's in store for us for Icebox.
Yeah, this map really did went for OT, and Icebox, yeah, as you did mention, like, this map being the pick of VLT, and still it really does go on OT. It just makes me wonder what is going to be happening on the map of Icebox, because none of us expected this being that close. But take a look at the damage statistics as well. Yeah, I mean, of course, VLT is higher, but, I mean, they're not really far behind, right? On the other hand, though, Exceeli exceeding limits on the headshot.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the Exceeli players, I think what they've done is after their loss to VLT, gone back being like, guys, it's okay that we just lost. What is not okay is that we lost without actually giving it our best, you know, giving it our full. Because they weren't confident, they weren't decisive, they weren't really strong mentally the last time they faced off VLT. None of those issues are there right now, and that's humongous. Like, I cannot clearly state how much it is valued for a team to be able to bounce back. You know, it's not about just being the best, it's able to be being able to bounce back from a loss, and Exceeli have shown that they're capable. This is not even their map pick, so if they had such a good preparation for their away map, I want to see what they have in store for us for the Icebox. But look at these stats. It was all about Missile and Hermione in this map for me. Yes, all of Exceeli played well, but Missile with 8 first bloods and Hermione again and again in those last situations looking for those clutches. They played brilliantly, but barely overshadowed by their counterparts. Velocity themselves. Whew, really close matchup.
Over here, you can clearly do see, like, MWN has the least frags in the team. Yeah, I mean, HLFF pretty close, but consider the fact that he's playing the Duelist and HLFF is actually playing Astra. The main problem here is that HLFF also has a lot of burden on his shoulder. He also needs to smoke for the team and stuff, but on the other hand, MW1, I mean, yeah, exactly. As we were talking about, yeah, he was having the impact in the game, but you being MW1, like, we expect a lot much more better performance, right? But hey, that's just the first. That's just the first round, I would say. Our first map. We can't really expect a lot of things from MW1. But with that being said, I'm having high hopes from both the teams on the map of Icebox, and I'm expecting the second map as well to be as close as the first one, which is pretty understandable why I say this. But there's a head-to-head player comparison, and Kills 24, Missile, and MW1. Both of these are duelists.
Yeah, Missile, as you can see, had a brilliant game for himself. I think maybe that First Blood graphic is glitched, perhaps, because Missile definitely had more than 0 First Bloods. He had the most in the game, 8 to his name. So, definitely Missile with a great performance, as you explained as well. MW1, not with the greatest of showings, because we just expect a ton from a player of his caliber. It's because every time he showed up, he shows up consistently, and usually when he has off maps like these, he bounces back in that next map. And the fact that that next map is like a Jets playground, really, with the way the meta is going, I want to see MW1 see if he can bounce back, because I know when he does, when he starts popping off, when he starts firing off, it looks like Velocity just rejuvenates into a completely different team.
But yeah, what do you think so, right? We were talking about, Kyojin being also the duelist. Like, Kyojin and Missile, this duo is there off the duelist. So, what do you think so? Moving in forward in the map of Icebox, are we going to be seeing Kyojin back and Reyna? If we do, I feel like that's going to be changing a lot of things here.
I do expect that, because if you look at the way they used to play it, otherwise it usually was, if you want to replace Lunatic, the idea of it being that I expect Fancy to carry on with, I guess, a Sage pickup where Kyojin gets the Reyna. The other possibility definitely could be that Kyojin actually plays the Sage and therefore Fancy plays the KJ, and they go back to the standard node, like the single duelist setup that we see on Viper a lot. But we'll see. We do have a lot of time going into that, so I want to bring back the discussion to this map, because 16-14 certainly not what we expected from both of these teams. So they're showing up, Exceeli especially, which makes us have an intense best of 3. Now we're going to take a small break and set ourselves up for map 2. Make sure you don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss a single second of this action. Maybe Exceeli can take us to map 3.
I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky, yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Getting freaky, yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky, yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
the strength of metal.
Need your mark on. Need your mark on. Go. Need your mark on. Need your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is CA and I'm joined here by Necro for what has been so far an exhilarating series with just one map done. So much more left in store for us. Velocity barely edged out the win, Necro, in that first map, 16-14. But that was the map of their pick. So if that was that close, I think we can expect just as much of intense action with this second map in Icebox.
Look, I really feel like over here on the second map of Icebox, now VLT, I really feel like it just comes down to like MWN initially. Like if MWN is actually able to perform really good on the map of Icebox, and same goes with Hellranger as well, right? Because we do know they both are really linked and chained together. And if he's actually able to perform really well, then I feel like we might just see VLT actually sealing the deal even on the map of Icebox, and it can be a 2-0. But on the other hand, though, I mean, if you do have a man like Kyojin and Missile working together and actually popping the hell off, then things will definitely, like, I won't really say it would be looking shaky, but for sure it will be looking shaky.
Fair enough. But I think it's, as you said, definitely a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of MW1.
Yeah.
Who was the bottom fragger in that last matchup. It wasn't like he had a horrible performance, more just like a not MW1 performance, the way we expected from him.
Yeah.
And we want to see him get back to that form. So we'll see how it works. For VLT, we expect the same standard Viper, KJ, Sage, Jet, and wait, who am I missing? A Sova combination to carry through the single duelist, wherein on the other side, for the side of Exceeli, it's a bit of a question mark, because generally they play the double duelist with Kyojin on the Reyna, but that is with Lunatic in the lineup carrying that Viper. So I want to see now, in general, how that does end up working out, where who ends up changing the agents, because we've only seen Fancy ever play KJ, and well, there's no KJ in the composition that Exceeli generally plays on Icebox. So I want to see, does Kyojin go back to his Reyna? Does he end up having to play a Sage? Because I do want Exceeli to kind of try to unlock him.
Now, the main problem here is that why do I have really shaky feelings about VLT is because yesterday they lost against Exploit like 10-3. I mean, 10-13, my bad. And that was huge. And I would say that was huge. And because of that, especially when it comes to the map of Icebox, yeah, I'm expecting a little bit curveballs being thrown. I'm expecting a little bit of, strategical changes coming in from their side. Or at least I'm pretty sure, or at least next to pretty sure, that we might just not really see that coming in through. We might just see the same composition carrying it forward. But yeah, yesterday, because they lost, I feel like they already, like, it clearly did see, or it clearly was resembling that morale is heavily down. They are not just the VLT that we saw last time play. We just don't really see that confidence coming in through, and especially on the map of Icebox where Exploit did kind of defeat them. I feel like getting inside the second map as well, we might just see a little bit of shaky mindset coming in from the side of Global Esports. But what do you think, sir?
I think Velocity is professional enough of a team. Like, they've done this for too long a time to actually let individual maps affect them. Yes, definitely, I think the confidence isn't as much as it was previously. But going into Icebox, I don't think they're going to be thinking about anything except Icebox. Now, I do believe we are ready with the matchup, so we're going to find out soon enough what Exceeli is going to bring in. I will say that the only change that Velocity could make is Amitarasu on the Reyna, but yeah, as I was saying, even that is unlikely because their composition works beautifully already. Now, the Yoru, that's just a troll. There is no way Fancy is locking it in, and if he does, I will lose my mind. Inside, I think, okay, Fancy can play that Viper as the composition does change. It's going to be a mirror matchup that we get to see.
Hey, we do see that Battle Sage being ripped out again this time. Okay, well, Kyojin seems like this time he isn't really going to be the one to actually, whip out the Reyna, unfortunately. But VLT over here, clearly you do see the game faces on from their side. On the other hand, though, Vibor, he's yawning. It seems like he's definitely, it seems like it's looking pretty easy for Vibor here.
I mean, he was a top fragger in the last game, I believe, He's like, team catch up, please. I'm getting bored in the field.
Yeah, I'm done caring, man.
Yeah, team, come please, team. Like, come on. Exceeli, on the other hand, though, serious faces all around. Hermione, I think the only player who looks relatively chill, and that speaks volumes about the gameplay we see from him. Always calm, always composed. And you can see right now, exactly that, just showing a piece of gum. I wonder which one it is. I myself prefer spearmint in general, but I have heard that before games, peppermint can be pretty good. I'm not sure which one Hermione carries. Maybe it's a special brew from Hogwarts.
I have no clue about that. You know, I don't have much knowledge about that. But what
About
do I
gum,
really have?
Necro?
About what?
About gum?
Chewing gums? You know, when I was a kid, the like mostly I used to buy the gum was like mint and strawberry. Those were the most I really bought. And other than that, I don't really like. Yeah, I personally don't really feel like I've ever any had like other flavors than that. But consider the fact that the round has already started. Let's focus here and leave the gums a little aside. VLT, well, pretty safe for approach inside. Pretty understandable because considering the fact the previous round was really close. But I also do like that quick reflex being shown from LFF to take out the swamp grenade.
Say no to gum, say yes to guns as we come into this round. A really nice flank set up by VLT on both sides. MW1 will take a shot at back out. He didn't land his, but they certainly landed it on him. 12 HP now going to run to Amaterasu and get that heal come through. What Exceeli is able to get out of that shot is now a free A site as they look to get set up for an execute. But what they are getting delayed by is that utility denying them the plant. So now VLT just in the edges waiting to hear that plant sound as they get ready to
30
reaggress.
seconds left.
Exactly, they definitely do get the ready to reaggress, but here we do have the classics in the close range. And both just jumping around, trying to deal as much as damage as possible. But right to Ace with the best gun in the game chimes in. Exceeli as well, not really falling back behind to reply back in the time. That's what they really do. Exceeli are able to find them a massive man advantage inside. The Supor being the last man alive. This one was the man, was really yawning around. And it seems like there is a reason why he's able to reply back, but hey, it's fine. It's just the first round. And it's the map of Icebox, so nothing much can be said after that one because it was just a classic round coming through. Easy execute on the side. Let's just see what happens in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Exceeli once again, they did this in the first map as well. They looked very good on their pistol, so gonna carry on in the same fashion, especially in the first pistol in the first map. Now we'll be able to get the buys through, and especially since Vibur was only able to get one there, I don't expect to force, as you can see, velocity gonna go onto their ego. So now Exceeli with the buys, I do notice one player has saved, so we might see an attacking operator very early from Exceeli themselves. But with the drone set up, they're getting ready for a B-side exit.
Definitely getting ready for that execute coming in through. MW1 though with that right click, able to strike back. Managed to find one. Kyojin and Fancy there to try things out. 3-on-4 situation, man advantage looking heavily favoring the side of Exceeli. As expected, I'm expecting them to actually win this one as well because there's a heavy kind of a eco being shown from the side of VLT. For now, Exceeli taking things a little slow, I would say, and just not really showing their presence.
Yeah, look at this though. Velocity just waiting in the corners. I really like the way they set themselves up. It's all about getting those short range fights now. The plant will go down. The pistol's not enough to break that wall. Velocity trying to still spam through, but the Bulldog will find his target. And Hermione will mow them down. Only one weapon lost. A really nice second round for Exceeli, as that one weapon loss can effectively be equated to that one ghost they had with Jin and West. So effectively no losses through Exceeli, which means a bonus will come through. Now, VLT with their buys have traditionally won the round, Necro, in this series. We haven't really seen VLT drop that buy round to a bonus just yet. So the expectation is that trend will continue. But it has to be said, the disclaimer, that if they lose this, their economy will be in tatters. So let's note their setups, a 2-1-2. The Viper KJ playing heavy anchor on A. They're expecting an A push while MW1 takes vertical control. Amaterasu there for his backup.
Clearly do see a massive stack coming in through again from their side.
The crouch.
Yep, exactly. For now, MW1's position, really not compromised, and let me tell you what he did. Before the actual kind of bi-phase wall fades away, he actually did updraft and make sure, because of that, the sound doesn't really go away off the updraft. So he's able to find himself a secure spot up there, but still, he gets checked out, and he gets instantly taken down as well. MW1's aggression this time is getting replied back, and I feel like this is just one of those situations when you're a duelist and your job is to find those initial kind of kills, and you're just not really having the day. No matter what you do, you just get so unlucky. You just keep on getting shut down.
Look at this. The rotation gonna come through from Exceeli. They've already found that one kill they need towards the B long. Make it look like they rotate with Missile taking mid control, but the rest of them back to this B long position. Now, Missile's position is key because if you notice on the map, there's absolutely nothing from Velocity marking kitchen. No player, no turret, no utility. They finally realize it, and a fire lit in their backside as Hellfighter runs and tries to get back into B side, but the plant is going down, and Missile is completely unchecked.
Missile, as you did mention, he's completely unchecked though, but Amaterasu finds himself a little sneak spot. Behind the wall, he also heals his teammates, so that's a little cute. But 0-2 is the scoreline. This is where VLT is trying to gain the lead back, but with that being said, the Resurrection's also out from the side of Exceeli, but Missile with a huge flank, able to get himself a 3K. He finds himself twos. Hermione replies back, and Fancy as well replies back, and it seems like Exceeli have found the kryptonite for VLT's setup all the time. And this was a really important round for VLT to actually stop the momentum that Exceeli has built over it, and it seems like they aren't really able to do so.
Yeah, Missile's flank just completely demolishing, obliterating Velocity Gaming, and maybe I cast against them. I said they never lose by rounds, but they lose this one. Velocity crumbling under the pressure, and there's no excuse to not have a player marking that kitchen aggression, especially after you've lost one down B long. If you look at their setup, it really is the Sova's responsibility, but right to Ace loss and trying to help his own team was gone in the early parts, and without that Sova, they didn't have enough info on Missile's position, because now the economy blooming for Exceeli Esports. They used once again that drone default bomb B long to make sure there's no weird off corners being held by VLT. But if you look at VLT themselves, very aggressive push from Ace and MW1 has got the mid control. They have a nice flank. If Amaterasu can find any kills here, it could be huge.
I just like how simple Exceeli is keeping things here, If they just want to rush inside the side, they just completely flood in, Nothing really complicated stuff happening. And just once and out and over, they do make those flanks happen as well. So that's just like Exceeli being really unpredictable and understanding how Velocity works in general. Keeping things a little simple. They are like, all right, Velocity, if you guys want to take a lot of tactical and strategical approach, you can. But we're not really going to be keeping things that complicated. We're just going to be keeping things simple. As long as it's working out, why do you need to change them?
It's also like Exceeli are just like, oh, Velocity seems to be very annoyed or very erratic in general. They keep pushing into us, so guys, just hold. Velocity will come and Velocity will give you the kill, and that's exactly what is happening.
Yeah.
Before, be like, team, how did you die before I got
Flawless.
here? Yeah, a flawless round picked up for Exceeli as they take a 4-0 commanding lead against Velocity Gaming, who are currently flustered and floundering on the map of Icebox. MW1 not able to recreate the impact that we saw from him in the previous series against Exceeli. We'll see if he's able to recover some of that mojo back in this next round, because he's got that operator online. So now the setup's going to change. The Viper now going to play B with Amaterasu, as basically that Viper and the Jet, they change their spots. Sova will retain his mid hold, and that KJ will play on the A anchor to deny the plant. Now MW1 taking pipes control, going for the aggressive peak, but this is what I meant, Necro. Look at the defensive angles Exceeli is holding. They're counting on those unforced errors, those unnecessary aggression that VLT does to get them the round, but this time it looks like VLT is being disciplined. So Exceeli will have to end up making a move themselves.
And I also do like that they do expect an operator being whipped out. MW1 being tagged down low, but this also means the Sage, on the other hand, is also tagged down low. But I feel like Sage staying alive inside this round is really important for the side of Exceeli, because she has the Resurrection available. That means even if a man goes down and tries to take a risky peek, she can pretty much get him back up, and at the same time, she can use his body as bait. So MW1, now they pretty much have the info that even if MW1 does make those risky peeks happen, he doesn't have the dash available anymore, so he can't dash out of those situations.
Look at this, they're trying to cause utter chaos towards his B-Long while pushing A at the same time. Helef had to move back, but he's able to survive for so long. Missile is able to take him down, but the trade comes through for Amaterasu. Now they're trying to go for the rotate using Hermione's position, but Amaterasu is already ready. VLT have a man advantage, might translate. Hermione needs to pull off a couple of hero kills.
No, he doesn't expect him to be here, Hermione. He also did have a little bit of trigger just blind coming in through from his side, but Hermione's position now.
MW1.
Oh, no, he's inside the tubes. Oh, this is so insane. Right to Ace from the back line, shuts down Hermione. He's like, all right, I'm the better Soa, not you this time. He's able to do so. Shock darts being used from the side of right to Ace. He's still not really sure if he's in the clotheslines or the backlines. Attackers lockdown being initiated as well. Right to Ace, he's getting spammed through. He will be shut down. And with that lockdown, Velocity will have to leave the site, and they just don't really have any other choice. MWN, yeah, hitting the first right click, but wasn't really able to connect the second one. And now this is where all the burden is on Vibor's shoulder. He needs to stop the momentum that Exceeli has managed to gain over them. Also feel like how safe Fancy's playing out, but he walks straight into Vibor's crosser. And yes, as you did mention, he also does have the time. Vibor always saving the day. Vibor's just saving the day for his team.
Whew. Well, that was a close one, and as you said, Vibor always saving the day for his team, but props to be given to MW1. Finding that kill allowed Vibor to even be in a 1v1 in the first place. He was very low throughout that round, but MW1 still found 2 kills and a lot of value. So right here, taking out Hate Crew also nullifies those nano swarms that are there on this spike, forces Fancy to come through for initial peaks because the snake bites are over, and just like that, Vibor, composed, picks up the kill and the round, and now Velocity get to stabilize their economy a little bit, still not completely, because you can see a couple of light shields on their members, a Bulldog as well with the light shield, so it is hurting, but they're on the right track now. Exceeli themselves gonna look to change up their defaults, no longer playing purely defensively. They are starting to step by step take control of the A main area. They don't have that Killjoy lockdown ready, but I think it's only a point or two away, so they could try to get the ult up and make it happen. Instead, the Killjoy left on the lurk. It's Missile trying to make the moves, charge in, and get some control.
Exactly. Missile has already managed to sneak into the elbow area, but now with that initial tag, Missile needs to step down and try and play things a little bit safe, and that's what he exactly does. Turret being used from the Killjoy to make sure and try and find as much as info as possible, but here we go. Vibor's off angle, not really expected. The aggression coming in from his side is absolutely huge. The counter wall coming in though. This time Vibor expects it, and he shuts him down. Vibor is just such a fantastic player. But yeah, that was a funny moment right there. Vibor also getting lifted with the wall. That could have been a 5-head play as well.
Vibor be like, wait, when did I turn into Jet? Why am I being updrafted? He turns around, he's like, oh, okay, there is someone else boosting me up. Yeah, I'll pop your head, easy peasy. And now Velocity with that lockdown setup, they're not giving any options to Exceeli. Vibor will make that 3 as Velocity look to start putting the pressure on Exceeli. Now Heycrew stuck over here, can't do anything. Like, the only hope he has is to try and hold on, hope they don't push him, and then he can save his gun.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Heycrew is really going for, and I'm pretty sure VLT aren't gonna push. But with that tag being there, well, now definitely they have a glimpse where he is. He will be shut down. And Vibor, I mean, I feel like over here, Velocity, why they're really able to win these rounds is because the impact Vibor's having inside the game. MWN being shut down, Vibor being activated, and I feel like as long as at least one of the players is really activated inside the game, that's what really matters for VLT here. And I feel like at this point, like literally Vibor should start playing Jet.
No. Please, no, Necro, stop it. Stop trying to get really good Sentinel and Control players away from Sentinel and Control. We have enough good Jets. We don't need Jets. Jet is useless. Killjoy, on the other hand, not useless. Necro trying to take away the Killjoy, being a Killjoy himself.
No, MWN can play Killjoy.
Wow, I'm gonna tell MW1 that. We'll have Necro get cancelled, guys. No, I'm kidding. Back to the round though, 4-2 right now. Exceeli still have a bye, I believe. Actually, no, scratch that. I'm noticing Sheriff silhouettes, so I guess it is the eco for Exceeli Esports. Gonna try to set up the B-long recon, spotting out HellFF. Normally, HellFF would be alone. They're expecting that, but I was gonna say maybe Amaterasu can hide and surprise them, but the slow off will tell them that the stage is already here. Amaterasu though picking out Missile from the air like a pigeon in the wire. Like, damn, that shot. Is he like skeet shooting or something? What the hell?
Yeah, exactly. But the resurrection's inbound, so he will be back up on his feet. MWN now needs to make something happen here. Missile as well. He still has the Blaze Storm activated, so that's huge. On the other hand, though, Resurrection's available even on the side of VLT, but unless if Amaterasu doesn't get really shut down, then yeah, that would have a massive impact. On the other hand, Fancy's managed to sneak in quite deep, and he is able to find himself quite a lot of area over here. 42, of course, being the scoreline. Hunter's Fury being utilized from the side of right to Ace. He's able to find a lot of value through it, and that's what you like to see from a team like Velocity. Finally striking back hard and strong, and they are able to make a lot of things happen. HellFF, unfortunately, though, he's down a little low. It's fine. You can probably work with that. Hey, crew, that's fantastic. Date being found via right to A strike. Same trades are happening back and forth. The replies coming in through, and MW1 striking in big this time, making some big plays happen. And this is the MW1 we like to see, baby.
Oh yeah, MW1 online now as Velocity win
Hell yeah.
3 back-to-back rounds, and this is starting to give me a bit of a deja vu again, because we saw this from Exceeli, where in Haven it was very back and forth. Exceeli took the initial lead and they maintained it, but then Velocity starting to understand the setups, they started answering back, and again, it was back and forth because each team was adapting to another. Now that Velocity has adapted to Exceeli's setups, they are proactively going to change up their own. The Killjoy now going to be turned towards mid as they set up an ace stack. The operator for MW1 going in. Now a recon has been invested onto him, and so has a turret, but he's willing to take damage just to try and find a peak. Will not get it. Goes for the double dip and gets shot down low. So he's going to go back up, go to Amaterasu, be like, IGL, please heal.
At least he found the info that the Killjoy is there, so I would give props for such a bold move from MW1. He's trying his best to kind of fill in the role that he's supposed to, but yeah, sometimes he's able to, sometimes he's not. But still, props should be given to MW1 without a doubt. HellFF though, using that snake bite, quite close to him. HellFF, pretty much realizing that as well. And on the other hand, though, HellFF again, down quite low. He's only down to 60 HP, but still he's not really backing off, you know, from just that aggressive angle in itself. He's trying to hold those off angles, and he's able to do that successfully.
Now, if you can hear, LF hears all of these audio cues of them leaving the A side, so the call has to be given that the rotations are coming on, and I think MW1 trying to find himself onto the boiler for a peak, but he's not going to be there on time, so as soon as he doesn't spot anyone, should go back to mid, look for the kitchen peak, because that's where the action is going to happen. A mid to be execute on right now, and Amaterasu isolated in yellow. He needs to play this very safely.
He definitely needs to play this very safely. Hey crew, they're able to find himself a frag onto Babor. Babor being shut down. With that being said, Fancy as well from the backlines finds a frag onto Matarasu. And now the Hunter's Fury is available on the attacking side. Oh, wasn't really able to connect that shot on him though. But Exceeli, a lad gets tagged up, Missile able to open the fray up, and now they have a massive man advantage. MW1 unfortunately is down low, misses that shot, and well, he will be punished.
A very confusing round from Velocity Gaming. They were in such a good position, forcing all of Exceeli out on the rotation, and knowing that they're going on the rotation, I just find it very weird that MW1 goes for the boiler peak. I wish he just held on to kitchen, either gone for a kitchen to under tube peak, or just held tube and gone for a tube peak, giving Vibhor the backup necessary for him to be able to hold on, because since MW1 isn't there, Vibhor gets overwhelmed and isolated, and because of that, Amaterasu left on his lonesome, tries to deny the plant, but instead just gets caught by the lurk of Fancy, who's able to take him out. Now very aggressive by MW1 Amaterasu. He finds the dink, has to dash right back. He's trying to be the bait for the switch of Amaterasu, but he just goes down.
Exactly. Exceeli able to open the fray up with 2 big frags, and with that being said, VLT's domination being stopped again. VLT, they were able to make a comeback happen up till now, and they were able to stop the momentum that, in general, Exceeli are able to kind of gain over them, and Missile just stepping in huge as well, finding that kill for himself. He's down to only 7 HP, but it doesn't matter. It's a 4-on-1 situation. The chances of them sealing the deal on this round is pretty much a lot.
Oh, look at Ace though. He's come through on a prediction. Rotate, picks up a double to make it a triple for him in this round. He's still very low though, and there's a lot of time for Exceeli, but so is Missile.
Right to clutch.
1v2 right now on the board, and certainly, as you said, right to clutch could come online. The troll should reveal his position, but he's actually managed to sneak past it down to 410. They don't know where he is. He takes out Missile looking for the ace, but denied by Hermione. 20 points to Gryffindor for making sure right to clutch stays asleep. Hermione beautifully baiting that low health Jet. Be like, go Jet, go die for him.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's like that's the best way you can use a teammate, right? When they're down low, we have seen these things happening so many times. And this tag as well, this was huge. This was huge. This tag coming through, and he did know it's fine. The Jet can pretty much be the meat shield because she's down low. But as soon as the crosser is adjusting back through, he can peek out in that time and try and take him down. And that's what exactly happened. Right to Ace, though, I gotta say, I gotta give props to that man. He was expecting that trade out coming through, and he instantly did try to kind of spray transfer, but just that readjustment takes a little bit more time rather than to peek out and just directly shoot, right? Because the crosshair placement is always there because he was getting tagged. His exact position was being tracked.
Now, we know from yesterday that Velocity is somewhat weaker on the defensive side of Icebox as compared to the attacking side. They do not look comfortable at all, on the defense as compared to the attack, where they look very decisive yesterday. So I'm going to carry on that belief that as long as they're able to get over 7-5, maybe scoreline in this half, with 7 being Exceeli, they will be content. Not happy with the half, but definitely okay with it. Be like, yeah, we can work with this and try to push back in our own attacking side. But the same for Exceeli. I feel like in general, Exceeli is a team that is much more comfortable on the defense. So right now, Velocity, they need to try and get every round they can, because it is a two-way street. What they find good, the other does as well. They are going to change up their setups. The kitchen wall going to come down from Amitarasu, while the Sova still plays his default. So right now, Amitarasu going to rejoin Helef in this hole towards the B side, and that's where Exceeli have their sights. They have the lockdown if they want to execute, but the Trade Hunter's Fury available for Velocity Gaming.
Exactly. Until now, not really a lot of things being revealed. Yeah, one thing for sure is because of that Cloudburst, they do know that the Jet is present on the B side. Lockdown being initiated from the side of Exceeli.
Oh, he doesn't? Ace doesn't use his Hunter's Fury to trade it out. I think he's just saving it to deny the plant. This could be a big play, because you see the Snakebite already delaying it. Right? Finally, they hear it. It's exactly as I said. The Hunter's Fury to delay the plant, but the first tag is not in the right place. The second tag is too late, and it ends up being useless. The plant is down now. Exceeli did take a bit of damage, and now with the retake wall online, Velocity on for the retake. MW1 needs to find the opening pick because he's on an op.
Yeah, exactly. MW1 is definitely on an op, and I'm expecting a lot of greatness coming out from the op, right? But again, Hunter's Fury being used, making sure even if the spike is getting tagged this time, is not really able to find the maximum value. MW1 updrafts in the nick of time. He's able to find that headshot. Let's see if he's able to clutch this out though, but no. It's going to be the answer this time. Right to clutch not being activated. MW1 as well getting shut down. And that was a perfect play coming out from the side of Exceeli. I also do like the aggression that Exceeli is bringing in. But at the same time, they're also playing really defensive when they need to.
It's just they keep going for executes and they go for slow executes. There's no reason for Velocity to keep playing these setups like where they have they try to contest every part of the map. Just stack up a site and go for the aggressive push. You need a flank, otherwise you're never going to win against Exceeli style. Without that flank, you don't have the post-plant denial ability. While you're playing to try and deny the plant itself, the fact that Exceeli are able to maneuver around it, dance around it, it's been done too many times to keep trying to make that happen. MW1 though, with the Blaze now finds one able to dash out at time and save his life.
Exactly, dash back in the time, but MW1 again getting tagged in low, and that's not really a thing, right? And over here, though, Vibor can find a lot of tag for himself, and he's able to step up huge. Vibor again, I mean, I know that one initial frag isn't really going to be changing a lot of things, considering the fact that they had a broken bike going inside the game, and MW1 as well. Oh, he's able to step up for his team, and this might just change a lot of courses because they also do have the resurrection available. That means this can actually come in huge, and they can get the big player, or I would say star player for now, Vibor back on feet. That means a lot of things can be happening. Unless Vibor isn't really able to find this initial frag over here, then that can also create a lot of problems.
MW1 though, the crosshair is prepped, but misses. Reaction too good. They take him out, and now Velocity know where they are. They know that they're going to come down from bridge and try to go towards the A side. So, Fancy trying to play some mind games. Going to come back through Snowman, leave Missile in that kitchen area, and Missile should be able to find Amaterasu, but the swing is there. The spray with Spectre too good.
Yep,
and as you mentioned, Necro, Vibor, the star player, will be revived, and now in a 3v1, this should be impossible for Fancy unless he pulls out the Fancy move. No, Vibor! Oh no.
No.
Well,
oh my god. But hey, look, like I also do like from this out of VLT, I mentioned this before as well. Even if like MWN isn't really able to step up that much, hey, it's completely fine. A man like Vibor is able to get himself those impact frags, and even if like someone isn't really able to step up, yeah, don't get me wrong, yeah, MWN is having his own impact, but he isn't really having the impact we want him to have, right? But on the other hand, if you have an impact fragger like Vibor as well stepping up in those crucial moments, that's what really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. But for me, MW1 just as much of a hero in this particular round.
Yeah,
the Blade Stem, the way we expect it to be used, especially in ecos, we want value from that Blade Storm because it is that ultimate which I feel like has the highest skill ceiling in the entire game in terms of ultimates for all agents. The Blade Storm is the one ultimate which you can play like an Iron player, or you can play like beyond Radiant, you know, with the way you use it. You can use it to turn around ecos, you can use it to flip the momentum, and that's exactly what's happened with Velocity Gaming here. The last round was not a full buy. It was a broken buy. Vibor was just on a stinger, but Velocity on the back of Vibor's calm, composed play and MW1's beautiful Blade Storm usage, able to pull back that round, pull back the momentum, and make it 7-4. Unfortunately for them, they don't get to build on it though, because we have a technical timeout, a technical issue here.
Yeah, we have a technical timeout, and from what I've know, it seems like this time it's going to be right to Ace and MW1 having or facing a little technical timeouts. It's fine. We'll probably be back in the game soon. Yeah. But now 74 being the scoreline, Exceeli are giving a tough call for, I mean, consider the fact a team like this or a team like VLT. And as I did mention, this also has a massive impact because of yesterday's map. And it is pretty understandable for Velocity to actually, you know, not really feel themselves in the today. But hey, it's fine. Velocity are still able to kind of they're trying their best. They're trying their best to give as much as competition as possible. But Exceeli, on the other hand, though, it really does seem like they have done their homework to perfection.
Oh. I did mention, like, back to the idea that I feel like a 7-5 scoreline would still be really decent for the side of Velocity, but what I failed to mention then is from Exceeli's point of view, even that it's pretty good, you know. In general, objectively, it's pretty good, but why it's not as good for Exceeli is because they were at a 7-3 setting. Like, if you tell someone you're going to be at a 7-3 setting, they're never going to be okay with a 7-5 ending. They want at least 8 rounds, if not 9, to have that extra pistol pressure on their opponents, especially for Exceeli, because they've been very good in pistols so far. But talking about Exceeli, Fancy, a player we don't get to see often in this squad, currently performing out of his mind on that Viper pickup. The fact that he's doing this on the attack, when he goes over onto the defense, I can only imagine what sort of impact he might be able to create.
Exactly, as you did mention, Fancy's able to kind of do really good, and he's like, up till now, it does seem like he's fitting in quite well as well. I mean, it's that, especially in the map of Icebox, yeah, he's doing a really great job with that Viper, as you mentioned.
Look at this. Exceeli positioning themselves. And finally, I get to see that flank I want. Look at MW1 Amit Rasood. They've got in very aggressive down garage. They get one already.
And Aldrone expecting someone to be on top, and that's what exactly happened though. But VLT catching Exceeli completely off guard. The resurrection's inbound. Blade Storm as well from the side of Missile. Is there. But again, as you did mention, Vibor is playing the key factor. He steps away in the nick of time, and Vibor does manage to find one. Missile on the other hand, though, he also finds one, and Missile finds two. He's on a 3K. He's on a fire. He's on a tear. He needs to be stopped. If he's not really being stopped right now, that means Missile is probably going to be feeling himself, and he can't carry the momentum in forward for this entire round. And again, Amaterasu, he has found himself quite an off angle. Hopefully he's not being expected. And yes, he's not being expected. He takes one. He falls back instantly because of that wall as well. He gets enough time for himself to actually fall back. But again, Amaterasu isn't going to completely fall back. But with that being said, Harmonia, I'm pretty sure he spotted at Amaterasu's shoulder. And this is absolutely huge. They're going to peek it out at the same time. What? Oh, huge! Huge play coming out from the side of Amaterasu.
And you can see the disappointment in Missile's face. He knows that his play alone was enough, but they're not expecting that stage in the vertical angle. And that's because this isn't your standard, like, textbook stage, baby. This is the battle stage. We're not seeing as impactful as a performance from Amaterasu as we usually do. But you know what? A 4K in the last round of the half to finish it off, despite Missile pulling off some heroic plays, that's got to flip the momentum in your team's favor. That's got to get your blood going and your adrenaline pumping. So Velocity definitely on a good note in this first half, and Exceeli not so much, but Exceeli still have a huge advantage. They still have these key players in Missile and Fancy who are popping the hell off. So definitely I would say the ball in Exceeli's court, but up for grabs by Velocity as they're now on the attack. Now we are going to regularly see the Jet try and contest B-Long, sometimes with the drone, sometimes without. But what I'm excited about is that other 3-man squad moving towards A. Very slow, waiting for the Jet and Viper to cause some chaos, pull some resources like this wall just invested towards them before they actually show their presence.
Exactly, Vibor. Can't things taken really, I mean, a massive change of the pace we are already seeing from the side of Velocity. Taken really slow. They are taking their time for the executes, which is pretty understandable. But on the other hand, though, lineups from the SOA coming in. from the side of Exceeli. I really do feel like they're expecting a B push here, and that's why we also do see the Viper coming in really aggressive. But Fancy might just get caught off guard with this aggression. Gets tagged in, pretty much try to back off in the nick of time. He's able to do so, but he gets tagged up heavily.
Now look at this. The plant will finally go down. The initial alarm Dinosaur did delay, but the Killjoy gets spotted and Hate Crew has to leave. The plant has gone down and Vibor has got to kill. The Snakebite will delay MW1's push, but that passive drifting ability in the air helps him out and he's able to get out. Now Kyojin does find the trade on Vibor, but this is favorable for VLT. They have yellow control. They have the Viper ready for the lineups.
They also do have the Recon Dart ready. The Recon, yep, it gets destroyed in time. That's why he's really able to gain a lot of info. But take a look at the flood coming in from the side of Exceeli. And Missile and Hermione single-handedly able to get this retake back in their hands. And this pistol round was really important for them, as we did have a talk about this. If they are able to get themselves 8 rounds over here, that can actually step in huge. Hermione, though, peeking out. The team synergy, again, looking really good. Exceeli.
Yeah, Exceeli making the perfect move on that retake. Number 1 rule of retaking B, charge yellow. Just blindly put, like, you know, Matador blindfolds over your eyes and just go for it. Like, that's the only point of contest for the attackers, since if they don't have yellow control, it's almost impossible for the Viper to actually get her lineups through without being charged and taken down. And you can see that he gets one lineup down, which delays the spike from being planted, but doesn't have his second snakebite, so he's just stuck. And because his team went down like flies, so did the round. Now Missile with the Marshall. Whew.
Missile with the Marshall. Missile Marshall.
Mr. Missile Marshall.
Well, now, approach is definitely being shown from their side. Exceeli expecting that approach, but misses that initial shot. MW1 again, back in his own groove. He is feeling himself, and hopefully he's popping those skulls as well soon. Missiles, I do like his crosser. It's kind of like the Tense crosser at the same time, just color being changed to white.
Spike being collected by Hellfighter by the left. Oh, MW1 here. He gets popped by Missile though. And Amaterasu just going to be like, yeah, no, I don't want anything to do with that Missile. I'm going to stay away from that as much as possible. Trying to take out the Recon, reveals his position. I think that's intentional. He wants to divert the attention from the Sova, but they are not... I was going to say they are not fooled. Fancy able to spot him out, but Ace wins that 1v1. Now Heikru gets a trade. Hellfighter needs to take out Heikru if there's a chance of a Thrifty.
Swarm grenade out. 30 seconds left.
Heikru now slowly approaching here. Is LFF going to be expecting this wraparound? Probably he's going to be expecting this, but doesn't know. Doesn't really turn back in time, and Heikru able to just click heads. Collects another round in their favor. 9-5 is the scoreline. This is where Exceeli pretty much will be looking really fantastic, or I would say really dominant now. With that being said, though, Exceeli doesn't really have a lot of money to actually get those Phantoms and Vandals on board.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a bonus. This was supposed to be a bonus from Exceeli, but since they lost a couple of weapons, they will be in a position where they have to get the pistols or force. So they are going to choose the force option. As you can see, Fancy, no money in the bank, goes for the full Spectre. The rest of his team has enough to buy, so mixed decisions here from Exceeli could end up costing them a proper flow to their eco, as Velocity most definitely have that full buy coming in. Now Missile trying to move in, MW1 spots him out, but the crosshair placement is not there. The backup though is ready. Ace will spot him out. Velocity starting their buy round off on the right note.
Exactly. MW1 instantly readjusting himself, dashes away. He does realize he didn't really connect that initial shot, so engaging in that fight wouldn't really be a good choice. Vibor, nice shots coming through. Was just crabbing around that area. Does find himself a kill, and now pretty much all the way to the backside they are able to get themselves the side control through. Wall being used, VLT. They have gone the side control for themselves, and yes, as you did mention, a broken buy was being shown, and yep, this is clearly not really looking in their favor. Right to Ace, tagged down, only 3 HP.
Yeah, he's just going to be like, okay, peace. I did my job. I spotted you guys. Let me call the heavy-duty buddies to take you out. And that's going to be MW1 and Amaterasu. MW1 looking for the kills. Gets one. Knows that the other is right below him. Going to swing through and get caught out. So really need to make sure they don't give away too much damage. And they won't. Amaterasu takes out Hate Crew, and one gun is completely okay. MW1 will be able to afford the buy, but him going down does have a little bit of a side effect, which is that they are not able to really snowball their economy. So still, Velocity in a good place with that buy-round win. And Exceeli themselves, they are still able to get the buys through on their team. I believe Fancy, though, is going to have to just rely on a Spectre and maybe even lesser, because he has to buy his utility if his team is going for a full buy. So, yeah, as you can see, not even a Spectre afforded for Fancy. He's gone for the Sheriff, and that tiny miscommunication in that last round cost them a lot here. It could be the reason they lose their buy.
And 6-9 is the scoreline. But hey, Missile again opening the fray up. Before the big man being shut down, the man who is feeling himself. They are also getting the spike being planted. But on the other hand, though, Hey Crew as well getting shut down. So trades did happen back and forth. MW unable to step himself up, and because of that attack coming in through, Missile, he was just not able to reposition himself, and he just didn't really have that much time. And no, that's a reload in the wrong time. Harmony there, though, in the back line is pretty much going to be trading things out. He does find MW1, shock darts him down. Harmony's recon can be huge only if it's able to get the charge through, and that's not what it really happens.
I love this mid to be executed from the side of Velocity Gaming. They have a lineup for the smoke so that it lands right in front of that Kingdom Corporation box that you can see on top of that nest on your screen before this game phase moment. And they have MW1 on the spike. His job is to not think at all. Put one Cloudburst to mask his entrance from under tube, another Cloudburst to mask his entrance into the side from kitchen, and then just dash updraft and plant. While he's doing this, the rest of the team, while they do this, the rest of the team able to take kitchen control, able to take hall control, and set up post plants before the spike even gets planted. So beautiful positioning from Velocity Gaming, a beautiful execute, and now a beautiful tracking from them to take down Missile. It's going to be an eco for the side of Exceeli, and VLT looking to punish it heavily. A side execute coming in before, with precise crosshair placements, finds the triple, and now the bomb will go down. No damage done to VLT so far. Their economy is blooming, and Exceeli starting to flounder, throwing away their lead piece by piece. Velocity clawed back now. MW1 is ready for Hey Crew. His head gonna spot up and his head gonna go down. The hunt is on, and the final member, Fancy, will not be able to make such fancy moves. Hellfighter finds the flawless, and VLT from 7-5 to 9-8, they have dominated on their attack. And this is why I mentioned that a 7-5 scoreline might actually be decent for them, because this team in general, even against Exploit Storm yesterday and historically in their past, have been devastating on the attack on Icebox. It's the things like the mid to be execute, the conditioning with the way they play around the V wall, and for example, how you could see in this round, the decisiveness of the A execute. As soon as they pop out Missile, they just like go. The floodgates open up and Velocity get in. Now, for this round, the drone gonna be set up as MW1 takes vertical control. The dash face planted him into the container, but the passive saving his position as he gets himself online. Now B-long control taken, the lockdown ready. VLT are ready for the B side.
Exactly, they are definitely ready for the B side. 8-9 is the scoreline, and now LFF slowly steadily sneaking on the side. The wall goes up. They can probably try and go for a plant here, but instead they aren't really fully committing. I don't really know what's the main problem here.
What is that wall, Fancy? Not the greatest of walls. Like, yes, it's sort of a retake wall, but not really. It kind of helps VLT, because if this wall turns on, they can take side control from the yellow control they got. Look at this! The wall actually, this is their own wall, but the same idea, you know, because it cuts off the snowman angle. MW1 able to walk in. Now, height is on, and VLT break them up. That wall, not great, Fancy. Not great at all.
Yeah, definitely the wall, I feel like, did play a crucial role in them actually losing this round. And VLT able to kind of, able to just at least get really close. 8-9 is scoreline, and one more round needed for VLT to just tie the score up, and that's what they're really looking for. HellFF moving around. And up till now, you can clearly just see the entire VLT are just surrounded all over the map, and they're just hunting down players. One being found, and now the second is one they're finding for, and yes, the second being found as well. And a flawless round and perfect execution. With that being said, as you did mention, now ball definitely shaky.
Yeah, I don't understand. There's so many better walls you can set up, even from Snowman. If you go towards the left side of Snowman, you can set up a retake wall that goes straight to the side and through the planting spot, where it actually helps you to deny the plant as well. It's just a very random wall that he threw out, I guess, trying to make some fancy moves. Doesn't work out. And those top players of Exceeli are slowly starting to disappear. I believe Fancy was about 14-7 or 14-8 or something of that regard. And since then, he's just died continuously 4 or 5 rounds in a row, not able to pick up a kill, not as impactful in the defense as we expected. Now another eco from Exceeli and VLT. We saw this in the last eco as well. They're very aggressive when they know they've got the weapons advantage.
You did mention they're definitely very aggressive. And VLT, I mean, with that being said, they're able to tie things up. They're able to win so many rounds back to back, and that's why they also are having a lot of confidence here, which is understandable. On the other hand, though, Matarasu should definitely, I feel like, put a little bit step behind, because he also does have the resurrection available. But considering the fact that Exceeli are on a broken buy and they've already realized this, then yeah, confidence can definitely pay off sometimes. They can definitely have one of those moments where a single player just gets a lot of kills for himself.
Mushroom spray coming through from Hermione as he tries to land a shot on a couple and provide the cover for Missil's aggressive push in from the kitchen tube. Now Missil, he's on a huge flank while Velocity are starting to position themselves to commit onto A. They have that killjoy lockdown ready, but it's instantly going to get traded out by the Hunter's Fury or answered by Exceeli's own lockdown. So they need to make the moves before they set up the util, and that's exactly what they do.
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. And MWN on that aggressive page before there to find that kill for himself. MWN always doing his job perfectly, finding his team a lot of space on the side, and he's able to do so flawlessly. But over here, Amaterasu again, he does have the resurrection available. That's why he's taking things a little bit slow and calm. Kyojin on the Marshall wants to find some skull cracking headshots. And Volt, it seems like LFF on the flank is just a little bit more sneaky. Kyojin being tagged up, of course, being the one last man alive, heals himself back up to full HP. MWN on that aggressive page, but it doesn't matter. Right to Ace just steals his kill.
Yeah, and Velocity pick up the lead from 7-5 down to Exceeli winning the pistol to make it 9. After that pistol and the subsequent Spectre round, we haven't seen Exceeli win a single one. After the buy came online from VLT, they have dominated again and again till they've now got the lead for themselves, looking to secure their spot in the Grand Finals with this map victory. All 5 ultimates available for VLT, all 4 ultimates available, all 4 out of 5 ultimates available for Exceeli. So I feel like this round is going to end up being a bit of a brawl as VLT once again ready for that aggressive wait execute. MW went panicking for a second, not realizing that Sage Ball was his own, I guess.
I feel like he accidentally shot there. I really do feel like he accidentally shot there. But Vibor opening the fray up and pretty much doing a great job there. And also, well, I mean, the opening track has been found by a man like Vibor. MWN going to be following it up. Hunter's Fury being used from their side. Hermione wants to deny as much as possible. He does find one charge through. Right to Ace being the man tagged out. 10-9 being the scoreline. And this is where Exceeli are probably feeling the pressure, but they have managed to even the man advantage out.
Look at this.
The
attacker killjoy lockdown setup. VLT are ready to go. They acknowledge the loss of the Hunter's Fury from Exceeli and they punish them accordingly for it. The spam through the nest does enough damage to Heiklu to now allow the Viper to get in. The Viper split set up, the plant down, and MW1 on a huge angle. All he sees is green and likely red ready to pop heads.
MW1 is ready to pop head. He has been angry throughout the game. He does find a massive morale attack as well on the second guy. Heiklu, though, being taken out. On the other hand, though, Exceeli do have the resurrection available, so if they want, they can definitely go for it. LFF found himself a little bit of cubby, and just because of that, no one expected him to be there. They thought the backlines are pretty much clear. That's why Fancy didn't really full clear that. LFF stepping out of his Viper's pit, and yup, this is a 5-head play coming in from the side of LFF, and he can make a lot of things happen with this initial position that he's got for himself. Yup, he's being so sneaky, and yup, he already knows he has bought enough time for his team. Kyojin striking in just a little late.
Yeah, Hermione is able to save the weapon. VLT lose quite a bit of money to that round, but it doesn't matter. They won so many rounds back to back. You can see they almost all of them have max money, so easily able to afford the buys here. It's the win that really counts for them. MW1 utilizing that vertical angle perfectly, knows that they're going to clear those first before they even think about the Viper split, so able to shut them down early and allow Hellfighter to lurk for really long in that Viper split. Now 11 to 9 on the board. The eco for Exceeli is broken, so now going to go on to an eco themselves, and this is very risky because they are risking trying to fight for overtime here. They have done it on Haven, but I'm not sure if they will be able to do it again because VLT pedal on the metal, they won't stop.
And HellFF VLT, finally, they're back in the form, baby. And this is what we like to see, the domination that VLT is showing inside the game. VLT, they don't really seem missing anymore. The smiles on their faces are back. Amaterasu as well, Nigel. We saw before in the webcams as well. Amaterasu was definitely having a smile through. And this is the VLT. They have regained the confidence. And now, I just want to see MW1 as well with some flashy plays. I want to see the old MW1 being back. I want to see hit some insane shots. But hey, it doesn't matter. His entire team is stepping up. Even if MW1 isn't really able to do much, his team is stepping up, and this is what the adaptation. I love it.
Yeah, match and series point for Velocity Gaming as they look to exit Group A as the second team into the Grand Finals. Exceeli put up a valiant effort on Haven, put up a really strong start on Icebox, but they have not been able to catch up to VLT's attack so far. They have not been able to answer, and I think a large part of it, the fact that Fancy is not able to actually move around in his setup. I would have liked to see that Killjoy playing B anchor given VLT's aggression towards the B and Fancy actually playing A, but instead he's stuck on this A side approach without even the retake wall. As long as Fancy dies in a 1-for-1, VLT always get the advantage in that trade, and I think that's exactly what's about to happen right here.
Look at this. Rabor is the man taking the initial engagements, and he's using Killjoy as a battle Killjoy, huh? He's using those swamp grenades to flush anyone out of their comfortable position. And again, he finds the opening frag for his team. Rabor doing a great job stepping himself up this time. Shock darts there on the default spots, making sure they aren't getting compromised. Spike being dropped for Rabor. Now it's his job to get the plant through, and that's what he's going to be doing so. Oh no, the wall being blasted, and no, Rabor getting spammed out. That's a key frag being found from the side from their side. But MW1, this is the MW1 we wanted to see. MW1 stepping it up and finally ending that initial round and that game on a good note.
Yeah, the map picked up for Velocity Gaming, so is the series, and so is the spot in the Grand Finals. $3,500 in the bag, but that's not what they want. They certainly want a lot more. So Velocity, they'll be happy they get the win, but certainly not content just yet. So we'll see if they are able to move forward. But it's nice to see smiles on those faces once again after a disappointing day yesterday. Now, unfortunately for Exceeli Esports, they are at the other end of this, where they are no longer in the Valorant Conquerors Championship. They have been knocked out, and unfortunately so, because they put up a beautiful run, dominated the Bangladesh qualifiers, and proceeded to come into the VCC Grand Finals looking to make a mark. Now, that first series wasn't so great, but the improvement they showed is what really stands out to me. Progress is extremely important, and the fact that Exceeli were able to do it in the midst of a tournament shows that they have a long way to go, which means that we're definitely going to be seeing this team very soon in the future.
Yeah, Exceeli, I mean, they are one of the OG teams out there as well, you know? Like, they have had a decent name for themselves since the past. So, of course, Exceeli expected to dominate, or at least expected to dominate in their own region. That's what they did. And as well, put up a really good fight. As we all mentioned, a valiant effort coming in from their side. But in the end, I mean, even our predictions were 2-0 Velocity, because we clearly know that Velocity is one of those teams that, of course, isn't really going to be losing these kind of matchups. But as I did mention, valiant effort, and Exceeli kind of made it look really shaky in the start. But later on, Velocity was able to get their grip back and regain their confidence.
Once again, though, Exceeli with some exemplary headshot percentage numbers. This adds on to my point that I think this team has a ton of potential, and they have a long way to go. I believe they've even acquired a newer player, not for the VCC, but for the future, in SS Sami, one of the most prodigal players coming out of Bangladesh. So the squad is just getting an upgrade after this. They're only going to keep improving. I'm excited to see more. But talking about Velocity Gaming, able to pull out the win, and I think a large portion of it, of course, down to Vibor. I expect he will be the MVP of this best of 3 series, and it's really nice to see him getting the spotlight because I feel like he's one of the most underrated players in Velocity Gaming as a whole.
Yeah, Vibor, I feel like, as you did mention, and consider the fact that he did realize his duelist, like, or at least someone, isn't really leading the charge in forward, and then Vibor realizing that and stepping himself up when his team needs him the most, doing a great job there. MWN as well, in those late games, it really did seem like he was finally regaining the confidence that he needed, and he was like striking back at the same time. But Vibor, considering the fact that he was playing a KJ and getting himself that decent of a score on the board, it is absolutely insane. You can clearly do see on that econ rating as well, and the first bloods, he has more first bloods.
Yeah, exactly. Vibor is the Battle KJ, Yampi incarnate in South Asia, as he secures likely the MVP with this. MW1 definitely with a great performance. As you said, got the confidence back, especially in the later stages of the map. And it's especially important that the rest of Velocity Gaming step up. Like, it can't just be MW1 in the spotlight always because, yes, of course, we want to see MW1 popping off because it's hella fun, but it's unhealthy for a team to have one player carrying most of the load. It's not really something that you want to rely on. So the fact that, in general, we see all of these players popped off at least once. Like, before today, we've seen Hellfighter be consistent always, right to ace. I mean, he's right to clutch. Even if he had a bad map one yesterday, the other 2 maps he was phenomenal. And well, Amaterasu, he's always consistent. But sometimes he pops the hell off, and those times he just individually takes over the map. You can see this team, it's made of star players ready to go. Now let's find out if I am right and Vibor actually gets the MVP of the BO3.
Exactly, frags equally distributed on both the sides, and MW1 actually getting that MVP. I would say, yeah. I mean, I feel like MW1 does fully deserve this. Yeah, understanding the fact that this wasn't really the MW1 that we wanted to see, because you can clearly see, right? His aggression was getting countered all the time, like 40 deaths and 38 kills.
Exactly, yes, a negative KD. Yeah, give my man Vibor a chance. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. MW1 just picking it up, and he be like, Vibor, sorry, I've got those $1,500 in my eyes. You know, I want that MVP of the tournament prize for myself. And I think every time VLT has played, he's got MVP. So certainly on the right track to pick it up. Unfortunately, Vibor will have to take the backseat for now. But don't worry, Vibor. We know what efforts he put in. I'm sure the audience do as well, because he certainly put up one hell of a performance. Now, for me, after this matchup, we've only got 1 more series left. So 3 out of 4 slots in our grand finals decided. VLT, as you can see in the brackets, will join Exploit Storm as the 2 seeds out of Group A. So just to clarify for the audience, Exploit Storm is seed number 1 and VLT is seed number 2. And yes, this does matter because seed number 1 will be playing seed number 2 from the other group, and seed number 2 from this group will be playing seed number 1 from the Group B. Now, if you remember from matchup 1, seed number 1 from Group B is Global Esports. So we already get El Clasico as one of the first matchups in Grand Finals itself. I do believe it's double elimination, though I'm not 100% sure about that. You should subscribe to NODWIN channel to get continuous news. Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah. But just to get exact details on the format and so on about the Grand Finals, make sure you subscribe. We will be releasing content explaining it, and if not, in general, other content itself. But to the topic, Velocity versus GE in one of the first matches of Grand Finals. I'm already so damn excited, man.
Oh my god, man. This Val Classico, man. And to choose one team between these two, I feel like, yeah, this matchup is definitely going to be close, but I can already feel the pressure on the fans, you know, coming in forward. The fans, it's like, I'm pretty sure at this point, their fan base is equally divided, right? They have their own fan base, but at the same time, the people who love VLT, I feel like at the same time, they do love GE as well. So it's like the fan base, it is quite divided, I feel like, equally, but now, choosing between these one teams, and even for us to make a prediction between these teams, I feel like it's going to be one of the most toughest tasks.
Yeah, I am going to be racking my brains as I try to figure out, because the last time around these teams played, well, almost all of our predictions were ridiculously wrong. So, hopefully, this time around, it won't be the case. Either way, it'll be an amazing matchup. Now, don't you worry, though. We still got 1 more slot in the Grand Finals, which means 1 more matchup to go in the Grand Finals playoffs. We're going to take a small break and set up for Enigma Gaming versus Salt Esports. Don't you go anywhere. I'll see you on the other side.
I'm getting freaky. break the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freak. Yeah, I'ma break the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Video mark on.
The strength of metal.
Video mark on. Video mark on. Go. Video mark on. Video mark
The
on.
new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is Nikhil Bansali, and joining me is Necro for the final set of the day, fighting for the final slot in the Grand Finals. It's going to be a revenge matchup. Assault Esports once again look to take down Enigma Gaming. Enigma Gaming, though, they're on a run of their lifetime, you know, from nowhere to now almost in the finish line. This is the last step they have to take to really end up feeling fulfilled in their approach.
Exactly. I mean, Salt versus Enigma. I feel like these are two teams that are really equally matched, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, Salt, of course, coming in from the Pakistan region, and then you have Enigma coming in from the Indian region. But on the other hand, though, if you talk about, you know, the approach in the game, and I would say Enigma is, of course, one of those teams who really do like to play safe, I would say. But before this match against G, we did see a kind of bad man playing that aggressive angles, right, with the Brimstone on the map of Bite. So, I mean, maybe we will see a little bit of different glimpse of Enigma, but what do you personally think?
I hope we don't get to see the aggressive Enigma. I really like the tactical Enigma, you know. I've always liked their playstyle from the very start. I think it's what always set them apart, and more importantly, when they faced up against Salt next, that was the reason they demolished, they obliterated Salt Esports. So I think that tactical aspect especially important now. I do believe we are ready with Veto, and I think it's just going to be the same as what we expected last time around. Salt likely to ban out that Breeze, and Enigma, for them, I want to see if they actually take a risk and not ban out Split, instead have something prepared. But yeah, as you can see, they're not going to do that. They're just going to go with what is comfortable. The map picks have changed, though. I believe it was Bind Haven Icebox last time. It was Bind Ascent Icebox last time.
Yeah, it was Bind first, but this time it seems like they have gone for Icebox first, and then again, pretty much them peeking Heaven this time. So I would say that's a different peak coming in from their side in general. But with that being said, last time it was pretty much a 2-0 being done from the side of Enigma, so we didn't really head on to the third map. But with that being said, yeah, Salt, of course, Bind being the third map, this is quite an interesting approach in the game. So just because they lost against GE, maybe they just don't really want to have the same kind of mindset inside the map of Bind. And also, I'm pretty sure Salt has watched the GE versus Enigma map, so even if Enigma do decide to kind of pick Bind, they can pretty much try and imitate, they can pretty much try and do the same thing that GE did.
Yeah, absolutely. So, my bad, last time around it was Bind and then Icebox. So, Salt had actually picked up Icebox, and I remember one of my biggest complaints. Sorry, Salt had actually picked up the map where Enigma was favored, and my biggest complaint was, why don't we see Haven? Because Salt is so damn good on Haven, and Enigma's comp, while Enigma themselves have looked good, their comp is still a little sus to me. They run that no flash lineup, which I feel especially works really well with the way Salt end up playing the map. So I really like the fact that the change has come in and they have picked up Haven. We already saw one OT on Haven today. Maybe we'll see another one. But hey, that's for map 2. Coming back to what we have for map 1, we start off where we left off in the last series. Back to Icebox for us, Necro.
I mean, yeah, after a massive loss against GE, I mean, I'm definitely expecting a little bit of shakiness coming inside from their in their mentality. But what happened in Valcars as well against Xcel and stuff? They lost to Xcel like 2-0 as well in the best of 3, and then pretty much strike back hard in the best of 5. So I feel like Enigma is really kind of a team who does perform really good when they have pressure, right? And when they're really like under pressure, when they're really not feeling good about something, that's when Enigma does really do good.
I'm really sorry to cut you off, but Casper's locked in Sage, which means Trick cannot lock in Sage, which tells me that we might see a double duelist lineup from Salt Esports. Because last time around, when we saw them play against Enigma, I believe Trick was carrying the Sage role and Casper was playing
the Viper.
Yeah, and Beast was playing the KJ. Instead, Trick likely to pick up the lane. I will lose my mind if this Brimstone actually gets locked in. No changes from Enigma. I'll definitely lose my mind if Phoenix gets locked in. The Ray is way more likely, but I think it will end up being the Reyna from Trick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Trick over here maybe can, I don't know. Is this like, I feel like he's doing it on purpose, man. He's definitely doing it on purpose. He's like just hovering over Phoenix and Raze. And as you did mention, likely Raze or Reyna can definitely be the pick here.
Yeah,
But
there's no
is
way
he
it's
just-
Phoenix. Yeah,
It's Reyna. Okay, yeah. As we and you did mention, it definitely has to be Reyna because Salt tricks and Salt hats. I mean, these two have definitely been one of those players who are really good when they have the pedal to the metal, and that's what they have realized. Give them their own comfort zone, and let's see what they're able to deliver.
Back to no cam trick. Unfortunately, it was most of it. Oh, Rafi, what? Okay, it was just a paused camera.
He's
You
just
can see.
warming up. Look at Rafael.
Yeah, I really like easy. I think the audience may not know this about me, but everyone who works here does know. I'm a big fan of hoodies, and I like the fact that Easy's got one on. Let's go, hoodie power.
Dude, I like hoodies myself. Like hoodies, just I don't know. They just give you like a weird, like a different feel, but a good feel, you know. And
comfy.
yeah, confidence as well. But
No,
generally,
not
hoodies-
confidence. I said they're comfy. They make you feel comfy.
I don't know about comfy. I feel like when I wear hoodies, I do tend to get really sweaty. It's because I'm a big boy, right? So
Yeah.
I do tend to get really sweaty. But I do like hoodies in general, especially when I'm sitting inside a room and inside an AC. You know, just having a good time chilling around. The hoodies are perfect to match that kind of a weather.
Very interesting wall setup from Salt. Is purely a retake wall. Like the normal retake wall we see can be used to hold the site as well, but this is a pure out and out retake wall. Telling Beast, bro, just don't die. We will come and help you out if they actually execute B side, which is actually what is going to happen. Enigma now, having taken B long control, they pick up the ult top. Now with that drone coming out, they're ready to execute onto the site, but the stack from Salt already ready to shut them down.
But I also do like how Beast pretty much backs off, makes sure that he isn't really kind of getting tagged out because he does kind of sense something coming in. So instantly backed off. He was like, "All right, you guys can have the side control if you want. I'm gonna wait for my team to come back here and wait for the full aggression coming in through. A wall coming in through from their side, but it seems like Rafu's cracked aim is just gonna be enough to single-handedly dismantle them, and they are able to do so. And now it's just down to that one last man alive. The spike being planted. With that being said, a lot of pressure on the Stranger. Of course, Stranger is a man you can't really rule out on, but against a 1v5, we can definitely have the right to rule him out.
Yeah, does still find one kill over here, covered Rafael with the 3k. I am a little scared, I'm not gonna lie. It looks like the warm-up has been done. You know, the routines have been followed, the rituals have been in place, and Rafael, the raid boss, is online. Because these shots, like, just instant flick,
shot,
exactly. Like, the flicks,
Oh.
this is why I'm scared. I know it's just a pistol, okay? I know it's too early to get fully hyped up, but the flicks, bro. What the heck?
I know, right? I'm pretty sure before this game, it was just like after the loss against GE, he was just DMing all the time. Like he was just DMing after DMing after DMing after DMing. He's like, frick it, dude. I'm just gonna single-handedly rely on my aim, and that's what he's doing for now. Look at the aggression coming in from Rafi, checking each and every single angle for his team. This time it seems like the best gun in the game wasn't really able to deliver a lot, but it's fine in those close ranges. And now, easy. They should get the plant in. And I also do like the confidence being shown from their side. They can look at Rafael. He has managed to sneak in all the way deep right behind them. He finds one. He finds two. He's looking for a third one. He does know probably someone is near in the clotheslines. But the best gun in the game strikes again.
Classic greater than Ghost. Rafael is taken down by Hats, but the round is taken over by Enigma. They only brought 3 Spectres, so all 3 Spectres carrying over will mean that this is effectively a bonus, especially since Rafael picked up the double. He can now buy a Vandal full shields and still be able to afford to buy the next round. So right now, Rafael and Enigma rolling in the moolah. We'll see if Salt is able to answer back with the buy of their own. Hats actually going for the glass cannon operator right here. Could be really risky because he's going for the B peak. And this is where, once again, Enigma will set up their default. Rafael making the move slightly. He's going to run into Hats' crosshair. Spots out Trick first. Trick is just the bait for Hats. Because now the lure going to come out.
Oh
Trick
my
and Hats
God.
each find a kill.
Dude, that's actually huge.
Here.
He peeked out with the flash, and he did know he's going to be kind of distracted with that. And then as soon as he was trying to back off, he catches him in the nick of time. Like, you can tell the reaction time or the reaction speed on that one.
One enemy
Hats as
remaining.
well stepping in. This time, Trick doing the same thing, and Salt are single-handedly dismantling Enigma. The place where Enigma was looking really good, and now Salt are able to shut them down in a flawless round. Not just shut them down, completely destroy them.
I think as soon as you see that Lear coming out from Reyna, you need to back. There's no reason a Reyna would ever Lear right there unless she has backup, you know? Because if she's spotting someone out, she's either going to stand and fight or she's going to back up and wait for her teammates and save the Lear for the retake. The fact that she's using the Lear right there should tell your team she's only doing this so she can distract you and someone can capitalize on the top of that. It doesn't have to be an operator. It could just have been a Spectre coming through on the underneath and capitalizing on that Reyna. But that Lear is never used without a buddy system there. And Enigma getting caught off guard. Solves his operator buy, pays off, and they get a flawless round. No damage done. So now on an equal footing, both of the teams with full buys coming through in this round. Enigma will try to answer back with standard defaults. Easy on the look. He finds an easy kill, but does get traded out. And kind of advantageous for Enigma because they get a B-long push on the back of it.
Sean being utilized. The wall is pretty much crossing around. That's a great wall. Wall being broken. The spike should be planted. Enigma getting themselves a safe spike planted. Round advantage is still looking good on their side.
There's the yellow control maintained. The Jack gonna come back too. Hats has to join his team on the retake, but with the operator, it's easier said than done.
Exactly. The retake's on, it seems like, and also they do have the wall. Badman, though, this time I also do like the adaptation coming in from his side, but that charge is going to be leading to Badman's death, but still he manages to at least take one down. Vexy spots one, he spots second, and the Vexy's crosser is just so good. He's able to readjust. I love this crosser. Oh my god, the best gun in the game, I'm telling you. You need nothing. You don't need anything else. All you need is a classic, and you can win the round just like that. Easy clutch 1-on-2.
Yeah, Hats, throw away your operator, please. No need operator. Keep using those classic, because he certainly finds those kills really well. The last 2 kills is huge, because despite Enigma winning this round, now their economy is definitely going to be hurt. They are going to go into that next round with the eco disadvantage. Now, the same can be said for Salt Esports. They should not be able to afford complete buys across the team, but the operator saved for Hats itself is enough. You see, Trick has a Vandal, and I'm pretty sure the only damage they're going to be facing is a potential light shield or a one less utility. So, definitely for the side of Enigma, a bit of a disadvantage here, and I think they're trying to make it up with aggressive pushes to try and trade out kills and maybe pick up weapons for themselves. Now, Hats with the Blade Storm, I don't think they're expecting this at all, but the recon and the drone use will tell them that, okay, you need to be there, try to maybe look for a rotation.
4 guys stacked. Don't really see anything crucial happening, but with that one, definitely the confidence is going to be regained by Salt. That initial opening is just going to be finding them so much confidence. Trick as well finds one in mid, and this time Enigma is getting countered perfectly. They have managed to kind of adapt around how Enigma really plays and shifts on each and every single side, and they're able to reply back in style this time. Salt ready to take another man down, but wasn't really able to readjust in time, so that's why Stranger missed a couple of shots. Badman able to recapitalize, but it seems like, well, still Hats find one. Yep, that was just a little bit of shots being missed.
Yeah, like whiffs from Enigma Gaming. Hats able to pull out the Sheriff, and it's like a Hollywood movie, the way in slow motion he's pulling it out while shots are flying all around him, and he gets an instant one tap. Now the flank from Beast will shut down Enigma, and horrible decision making from Enigma throughout this round, honestly. Like, there's no reason to overcommit to this A side, especially after Hats gets that first kill. You get the resurrection, you leave one player in A, and you go for the slow rotate, because then if you're able to catch out Beast, you can come back to A while the rotations come through. Instead, they just sit in this side entirely, and Hats picks them off piece by piece, just easily able to get a huge impact and a couple kills to finish off the round. And well, Beast on the flank is always there to wrap it up, you know, clean up the mess. So now Enigma going to be forced onto an eco once again, because that was a force of sorts. So a chance for Salt to equalize the scoreline and make sure that they can push through with the momentum and the operator on Hats.
Oh my god, okay.
Wow.
Okay, wow. That was like
Thanks,
3
Rexy.
times.
I'm going to use that.
Yeah. I'm stealing that as well, but that's a quick flick. That's a flick and a half right on the Beast's head, and he also got the Phantom, and he also checked his crouch button. Rawfield in the middle of the round doing that. That's insane.
Stranger is able to find a trade. So now 3v3 on the map. Enigma should have this round in the back. They have the Viper ult, which they won't need, but they have the Sova ult for the post plant and the KJ ult if they, for some weird reason, need it. So at this moment, the save needs to be called for Hats because he has an operator, but they're going for it. The lockdown now being used by Easy as they look to push in. Stranger finds one, but Badman with the trade and Hats going in. Badman will just take him down. Hats is going for the defuse though. Badman able to come through on time. Hats, man. I really am starting to love the fact that he's on the Jet recently. He creates so much more of an impact than when he plays on Astra.
Yeah, literally, Hats is definitely having a lot of impact throughout the game. You can clearly see in the boards as well. Like, he's the top fragger of the team, getting himself 7 kills. And I personally wanted to see that kill from Rawfuel, and like he was testing his crouch button in middle of the round. In like the round, the side.
See, our production is savage, not that savage, you know. They're not gonna show a player testing his crouch button on another player's remains. So
in the middle of the round.
In the middle of the round, yeah. But look at this. Vexi getting started off with the Hunter's Fury. A little weird, but he only finds 1 tag. I'm not sure why they do that because they're not even aggressing over A. I guess the only reason I can imagine is they're expecting an aggressive push by V-Long, but that doesn't happen. Instead, now the counter Hunter's Fury and Easy just Wing through it. Man is to find a kill before he goes down.
Stranger finding 2 as well. 1 with the Hunter's Fury, 1 with his Vandal. Vandal's replying today, and I'd like to see this. Enigma Gaming are going to get the plant down. Stranger isn't really peeking out, but is expected by Vex. He's pretty much hiding in that corner, and that's a perfect shock dart to reply back in style. Badman with a Viper Spit, and now he pretty much has the majority of the site control for himself. And Badman still, he's really playing in a common angle. I feel like when you have the Viper Spit, you need to keep on mid-roaming. So Badman pretty much staying in the common angle. I feel like he can be spammed out, or at least shock darted.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, he got able to find 2. Casper finds 1 as well. Badman being shut down. As I did mention, Badman was just standing in a place which can be hard cleared, and he was just standing in such a default place and pretty much gets hard killed and gets shut down. But hey, as long as Enigma get the round in the hand, it's all that really matters. But the damage has been dealt.
Yeah, the damage certainly has been dealt. Enigma pick up yet another round, and Salt now onto the eco. This is very unfortunate. It sends me back to that 3v3 retake that Salt tried, where Hats tried to go for the pros don't fake defuse and almost pulled it off. Like, yes, they almost pulled it off, but the fact is they lost that round and lost the operator. Can you imagine the difference if they'd actually saved the operator for their economy? They would have been able to play in this last round with that rather than playing 5 rifles, and Hats would have 100% been able to create an impact on that. But instead, they get nullified, they get put on an eco, and right now Enigma controlling the pace and Rawfuel making the moves.
Well, Enigma definitely controlling the pace, but Rawfuel is the one controlling the space, baby. And that's what really does matter here. But over here, you do have Easy striking in 2 big frags for himself. Salt getting demolished and dismantled inside this round. The Beast does have his share popped. This is where his main kind of his focus is just try and deal as much as damage as possible, and that's what he's really going for. Beast peeks out and just gets spammed through the wall. A flawless round by Vexi.
Yeah, beautiful round from Vexi, and damn, Vexi is looking so damn clean with this Sova on Icebox. Has these really cool lineups, is calm and composed, always there at the end to support his team. Well, like, it sounds like every single tick box getting checked off, you know? Vexi is that ideal Sova player on this map at least, and damn, I will say the one conversation we had in the pre-show regarding whether what kind of Badman we're going to see, if we're going to see the calm composed Badman or the randomly peeking aggressively Badman that we saw against GE. I'm really glad we get to see the calm composed one, because as you can see, 8, 4 and 7, not just the top fragger for his team, but also chiming in the assist department, really making optimal usage of his utility. Oh, I love
himself that arm as well, and now, oh, so lucky he didn't really get the track through. But lockdown being initiated from the side of Enigma Gaming, pretty much revealing the intentions that they do want to instantly go onto the A site. They're just waiting for the time to get passed by as much as possible because of the Viper's pit as well. The Viper can't really move out, and seems like she's really not going to be moving out of that Viper's pit. And this time, well, Vexi pretty much just strikes in, goes onto the Beast. Is going to be shutting him down, and with that being said, that's a perfect shock dart from the side of Stranger, shutting down that planter. But hey, as long as they have got the plant in their hands, that means all they need to do now is position themselves for the post plants.
Look at Rexy, he's playing so aggressively on top of 410, a beautiful off angle that they're not going to expect right as they turn in. The Empress shot down by Rexy, now revealed by the recon. He's going to say, alright, peace out, I'm going to go back. I have my lineups ready. Now Hats and Stranger each find a kill though. Salt fighting back on the retake.
2 bullets. No. He only had 2 bullets in the hands and he wasn't really able to get the fresh magazine for himself. And yes, as you did mention, he was taking it. Vexy though peeks out. Isn't really able to get the next one, but hey, I feel like, is there time?
Yeah,
yes, there is
there
time.
is.
He has already gotten it halfway, so yeah.
Yeah, oh my god, Casper coming up huge in that round, 6.5 diffuse. Without that, the round definitely would not have gone. I think Enigma just not expecting Salt to be so decisive on the retake. They're like, surely they will try to clear angles first. Instead, Salt say no. We know our players will be able to clear out angles. They rely on Hats and Stranger to do that, while Casper just sticks it. This level of trust in each other is honestly astounding to watch and beautiful at the same time. But still, you can see on the scorecard, despite the round win, the eco for Salt still in not a great position. So 2 light shields on as Hats and Strangers and 1 Spectre on Casper does give that weapons advantage over to Enigma Gaming. Still don't understand though from Enigma Gaming why they love this A site so much. Again and again, keep going back for this execute.
It's like, as long as it's working, why do you need to like...
But it didn't work last round.
Yeah, but at least they got the plan through. Maybe now they have the kryptonite for this. And yes, they do. Look at this. Easily side control. Just strolling on the side, even though they did lose the post plan. This time, maybe they just have a different approach coming in. Maybe they have some improvements. And what Raw this... Oh, misses those shots. We'll have to pay the price for it. On the other hand, though, because of Dink, his aim was just bouncing around. We already do have Hika just looking onto the man. Hika, again, getting himself another kill. And if a man like Hika is being activated, you want to watch out for him, because it's going to be really tough to take a man like Hika down.
No Hats, no Hats. I really hope he saves the operator. 1v3 is not something that is going to be easy to pull off, especially with Hika playing site and there being utility setups for the post plant. So yes, Hats is going to go for the save, and they do spot him out actually. So the hunt is on the turret, reveals that he's going from under tube towards B. So they will try to push him from both of the angles, try to catch him up, but there isn't enough time. So the save will come through, but Enigma pick up the round 7-3 in their favor. And unlike Velocity, where I was mentioning, where Icebox a very much neutral map, it depends on the team, right? So unlike Velocity, where they're a team that excels on the attack, I actually feel Enigma is a team that excels on the defense, especially when Raw Fuel is popping off, and he certainly is today. Imagine this level of reactions with an operator. Salt need to try and find at least one more round in this first half, because if Enigma take too much of a lead from this first half, I feel like in the defensive side, they will end up smurfing on Salt.
3-7 is the scoreline, and yeah, as you did mention, Salt needs to kind of regain their momentum back. They need to at least win this round, and this round is really going to be important for them, and that's what Hats really does realize, and that's why it's called the timeout here. Now, what do you think, so? What kind of adaptations or what kind of changes we can expect from these side of Salt? Because Stranger, I mean, they all do have their happy faces on, you know. Salt, they do have their game faces on. It doesn't really seem like they're way too demoralized after such kind of a massive scoreline, which is really good, and this just shows the sportsmanship that the player has.
Now, 7-3 on the board. The operator is there for Hats as he was able to save it, but otherwise it is an eco for Salt Esports. So, eyes on Hats, eyes on his position, see if he can make it work, and a little confusing. The read from Salt Esports, I guess they're overthinking and they're like, they've gone A so many times, surely this time they come B, let's force stack that B. But Enigma just like, no, we like A, thank you very much. We'll just do our default drone, get some information down below, spot out. I think 2 of them have been spotted out. So as soon as they spot out 2, you can see they're running, the floodgates are open, they're on to this A side. Well, Badman is on a huge look.
You can also do see the rotations being made from the side of Salt as well. Just a little too late, they will be. Yeah, that is definitely going to be a little problem. Take a look at that. Rawfuel again, creating that off angle for himself. Fights one, and then Easy and Badman. And then again, Easy just following it up. It's pretty much their single-handed domination coming through, and Hats is down so low, but gets back in the nick of time and is not really going to be expecting God Vexy to be there. A beautiful repositioning coming out from his side, and a flawless round from Enigma. 3-8 being the scoreline, and yep, this is the last round in the half. If it's 3-9, then yeah,
Yeah.
we might just call it already.
Exactly, because you see how well Enigma is able to play on the attack. It's gonna get that much harder for Salt on when they are on the attack. Now, I will say, generally, the Jet Reina composition is supposed to be much better on the attack, but what I've seen from Hats as a Jet is more of the opposite. It doesn't strike me as an entry fragger Jet, and with Trick not having the greatest performances in this map so far, that attacking power relies on those two duelists to create space. If they're not able to do that suddenly, especially against a team of Enigma's caliber, that power completely nullified. Now, Enigma, like, you want to play mind games? We'll show you how it's done. You stacked up B last time. Well, we're coming there now. We're gonna rub salt in your wounds.
Oh my, oh no, Raw Fuel is single-handedly clearing out the side. He gets the third one as well, and what else do you need? Last two player arrived, Trick able to shut down or at least deactivate Raw Fuel for now, but yeah, he definitely has the Raw Fuel in himself right now, but if he's activated in the first half, and I can already imagine what he can do with the second half, and just completely dry peek those angles, even on the defensive side, and I'm pretty sure he will be able to get the value through.
4 versus 2 now, an impossible retake for Salt East with me. Maybe this is the moment for Trick to shine right now that the turret just won't let him breathe. Finally, it goes down and he gets to move in. With Strangers' help, the recon setup. Trick going in for the moves. Finds one kill, has the dismiss ready. Trick with the triple. Like I said, maybe this is his moment to shine, but the lineups are there and the time is running out. Easy shuts them down. A 1-for-1 trade is certainly not worth it because you can see Wexy has his Hunter's Fury ready. Gonna pull it out anyway. Make it clear to Stranger that he certainly has nowhere to run. It's either into the Hunter's Fury or in the spike plant. Either way, Stranger goes down and Enigma goes up 9-3 now from that first half. A dominating performance from Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful timing on the Hunter's Fury as well to make sure that even if he does kind of stick the defuse in, then he will be pretty much instantly denied. And now second half on the board, Salt are on the attacking side. On the other hand, though, Enigma on the defensive side, and we do know Enigma are pretty good even on the defensive side, so we can expect Enigma to dominate again. We can expect the same momentum being shifted, but I can't really say much about the pistol rounds though.
Yeah, the pistol rounds are the ones that are a little more unpredictable, but again, I really love easy setup.
Look, none of them have the best gun in the game.
Yeah, they all opted for an upgrade on their pistols. I will see how that pans out.
Upgrade? Is that upgrade? You sure?
Monetarily, yes. I'm not sure impactful-wise, but look at this. A 4-man death ball stacked down tube into kitchen. They're all going to get revealed by this alarm bot. And you're wrong, actually. Necro, Easy does have the best weapon in the game, and he's getting the action.
No, Salt, though. I was talking about Salt. I was talking about Salt, yeah. I mean, yeah, in the long ranges, yeah, definitely. I feel like Ghost is, like, in the mid ranges, yeah, in these ranges, Ghost is definitely one of the best guns to have. But in those close ranges, yeah, same as, oh no, the dash being blocked, and that's not good. And well, exactly the same thing being realized. Stranger as well, managing to find himself a decent amount of kills. But with that being said, Easy is down low, and look at that. He's able to do like decent amount of damage. With that being said, Hat's really down low. Badman though, no one's going to be expecting him to be here, and well, he does spot Trick out, and with that initial shot, his position being compromised as well, and wow, that's a great jiggle peek and a shot coming through. Quick shot.
Yeah, a really nice round from Salt. As soon as they spot out Easy dropping down towards the B side, just put all the pressure towards A. Know that it's only likely going to be either a Viper anchor or a Sova anchor, both of which are very easy to break for them as a death ball squad, the way they were grouped up. So picking up that pistol definitely keeps the hope alive for a potential comeback, because now they get the buys, 5 Spectres. Stranger, unfortunately, feeling the nerfs to Sova a little with the light shields here, because the utility... Actually, never mind. He has 1500 credits. For Stranger, why are you buying light shields?
It does seem like they are walking inside the side here. Slowly, steadily, but Salt, the battle to the metal, they do realize this is where this is their chance to strike back. Hats, though. Oh, look who's waiting in the close range with the classic, but this time Luke's away. And the wrong timing, or at least in the nick of time. And well, there is a Marshall waiting for a reply. Marshall replies, Rafu finds one. He's looking to find the second one. Unfortunately, though, Reina dismissing in the nick of time. And the pretty much a really well round coming in through. And this is where now Enigma are looking to get the retake happen. But on the other hand, the Assault really not far behind. They are looking to get those fights as well. They are staying pretty in the close lines. Rafu does realize, and now finally Salt putting the pedal to the metal. Salt Trick again getting himself a 3K.
Yeah, Trick getting a 3K and really starting to come online with that triple kill and the triple he was able to get in the last round, the first half. He's literally tripled his performance from the rounds before that, now in 9. We'll see if he's able to continue on a strong note in the following rounds, because this is now going to be the buy for Enigma Gaming. A bonus for Salt, but that's actually going to invest into a Phantom, so a bit of a mixed situation. I would have liked to see if they are going to go for the upgrades, the entire team goes, but someone give the memo to Stranger that heavy shields exist in this game. Again, going for the light shields. He just wants bank, not shields.
Exactly. Slowly, steadily sneaking in the tube. Trick. His aggression is, I feel like, known. Yeah, with that alarm ball being triggered. I'm expecting the Swamp Grenade to be triggered as well, but no, instantly Swamp Grenade as well gets taken out, so that is a little unfortunate. He's not really going to be able to stop the kitchen aggression coming through, but Raw Fuel, though, he's able to find one, but instantly gets traded out by Beast. He got there to trade things out,
One enemy
but he also
remaining.
gets tacked down low, so
Spike
that's a little
down,
problematic.
B.
But on the side, Easy stepping huge, shutting them down, or pretty much push now, being dismantled. What can Hats do all by his lonesome? It's a 1-on-4 situation. He's trying his best to strike back, but let's see if he's able to do so.
3v1 on the map right now. Hats, the only player who went for the upgrade, the only player with the Phantom, can definitely make the moves, but the noise of him going through the air will give away his location. Vexy will take him out, and in a general, because of that, now Enigma Gaming able to pick up double digits, and with only a couple weapons lost, their economy not as hurt. Now, Easy will have to end up sacrificing a little bit, go for a Spectre or a Bulldog, but a Bulldog from his teammates, but it won't matter to them as much, because now with this round they get to stabilize that eco a little bit, look for the win here, and then potentially an operator for Raw Fuel in the future rounds. Now, as you can see on your scorecard, Hat's the only player to invest, doesn't have a buy, and I'm really confused again. Casper's going for a Spectre when he has the money for a Phantom. Casper saves while his team buys. Very mixed decisions from Souls. These are extremely questionable things that shouldn't be happening at all.
Exactly. And take a look at that Raw Fuel. What? How is he able to
down,
find
B.
so much value through that? Initially, that's the main thing. Like, Salts aren't able to shut down Raw Fuel, and I feel like Raw Fuel is the man who's single-handedly creating so much trouble for Salt. If they're able to shut him down, I'm pretty sure Enigma will be a little. They will definitely be a little flustered, a little stunned as well. But let's just see how things are going to be really looking like. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Hats on that aggressive end, misses a couple of shots, but instantly backs off.
3v3 on the map right now. The position's definitely favoring Enigma Gaming because of Badman's look and the Nano Swarm are still available on that B-side default plant spot now. Salt, they're running out of time. They're going to rely on Hats through to try and create some sort of space for his team. Now, you see the pings coming through. I think that's for the Reyna Lear. So
Blocking sight.
now gonna try to set up the plant, the Cloudburst set up, but the
30
Nano
seconds
Swarm will delay it. They're running out of time and they are exposed. Stranger low on health and Easy likely to just spam out the box as soon as he hears it. The shot darts are there. Enigma
much
just
time.
beautiful. There should be one more coming through, I believe. No, actually instead,
no.
just the shots in
standing.
Vexy
Oh
will
my
find the double and it's
God.
over.
Well, yeah, it's pretty much over. Stranger is trying his best to hold on, and with that being said, I'm expecting an 11 round already because Stranger's down to only 18 HP, but still we can't really rule him out. He thought he was a fake, but it wasn't, and now Stranger realizes that, and Vexy, again, just slaps Stranger out the game. 11-5 is the scoreline. Enigma are looking really dominant.
Yeah, certainly. 11-5 now on the board for Enigma Gaming. And the operator should come online for Raw Fuel after this round because you can see with just the Vandal able to create so much impact. I can only imagine what he's going to do with the nope, never mind. Not going to happen. Going to continue on with the Vandal. While Salt again going for the broken buys. This is extremely poor economy management by Salt Esports. They've not got on the same page whatsoever. Hold on though. I think this is a grim ball going to come through from Hika. I've seen this in a video before. It gives you perfect sightline of the mid entrance. Nah, Hika disappointing. I want grim balls.
No, Ika pretty much wants to support his teammate over here and try and play things a little safe. Beast now opening the fray up, and considering the fact that they've already gotten 11 rounds in the hand, that's why Salt is, I'm expecting them to look a little shaky. Cloudbursts are there as well to try and support the plant coming in through. The plant's definitely coming in through,
Spike
but
planted.
is he going to be having to back up and take a look at that? He peeks out. Stranger's there to even things out. Stories are happening back and forth, and Salt as well. Inside this round, they are able to reply in style. Snake bikes being used behind yellow, making sure no one's really stacking up behind there. And a good read off recon from the side of Trick. So up till now, does have the Impress available, and he can make some massive plays happen, and yes, this is what exactly doing. Stays right back. Badman wants to find a cheeky headshot onto him, but he's not really able to do so. Hats pretty much wrapping around all the way from the back, shuts him down.
11-6 on the board now. Salt able to pick up the win, and I have to talk about the setups changing from both of these teams, right? So again, the fact that Salt go for this B side execute is perplexing for me, because we saw the same kind of mentality from Enigma Gaming, where they just kept going to the A side again and again. There was no real adaptation in the overall strategy, just minute adaptations in the way they executed, and it looks like Salt is doing the same thing again. So it's a little weird to see that, but what works, and this certainly worked for Salt. Now again, Hats with the aggressive dash in takes vertical control. You remember, this is going to be an eco from Enigma Gaming, so Hats needs to make sure, as with Salt, that they try to win this round without much damage, but oh no, okay.
But it's fine. Okay, well, Raw Fuel being put down to sleep, but Easy being woken up, and Easy just connecting those headshots easily, making it look so easy in the sense. But on the other hand, though, both Soas really doing a great job. Of course, Stranger on the other hand as well. And this is where the Viper's Pit being inbound, and the entire B site is now in their hands. Hika there as well. So now they're just waiting for the plant to be striking in. And take a look at that. Ball being inbound, and that Tarb was actually able to get a charge through, and that's why everyone just fell back.
Spike planted.
4v3 on the map right now. Enigma, they haven't been able to deny the plant, but they have the man advantage. Now, this defensive killjoy ultimate will force Beast to try and make a move, and he's trying to do that, but Hika drops by in time, is not able to die, and Beast will get detained. Beast is the only player left. They don't know where he is, even though he's right next to them. Oh, they're like, oh, there you are. Lexi will finally take him out, and a thrifty round pick tough for Enigma Gaming. We have to talk about how it happens, and the number one reason being this wall that Salt use. They use a very aggressive vertical wall, and they've used it in the last few rounds, but this time Enigma know how to answer it. They leave a player around the edges of that wall to try and spam through from that vertical side. Despite Rafael losing his life early, you can see now on the map already Badman has made an aggressive push, so he's on the flank, and the rest of his team is able to control the Viper's Pit. So Salt East was not able to help Beast, and Beast left stranded, meaning Enigma get a retake through without weapons on both angles, purely because of their tacticality.
Look at that. One charge able to get through. Soa being spotted. Stranger being the man. Info being conveyed. 12-6 being the scoreline here. Enigma. I mean, we do see a heavy stack coming outside the A. For now, there is also someone watching the flank. So at least that's looking good for now. Badman be the man who's just anchoring down these sides, and you do see Salt as well slowly steadily approaching the side here. Hunter's Fury being used from the side of Salt, able to find one tag through, but isn't really going to be able to find the kill. Oh, he is able to find the kill on Vexy. Vexy being shut down, Hats as well, shutting down Badman, and this is where they're trying to get the phrase back and forth, and it seems like Salt, they are going to be staying alive for another day.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. Rafael should look to save his operator. He's going in for the peaks though. Finds one frag, and I think that will be the cue for him to save. Rafael going back in. Maybe the revive is there. They're actually committing to this retake. 3v3 right now. And with no Viper alive for Salt, there is no post-plan lineups. Instead, going to try to set up the slows as they walk in down. Keep your eyes on the position of Trick. This is going to be completely unexpected. Actually scratch that. Rafael expects it. The wall comes down, and now the diffuse. Enigma with a godlike retake to pick up the map. Hika will find the diffuse, and it's GGWP. Enigma, take your hats off. That was a retake of the century.
Oh my god, indeed, that was one of the most iconic retakes without a doubt. It was just so good. Yep. Enigma with that initial wall coming in through as well. That wall was insane.
Notice that it was the vertical wall, not the horizontal, so they couldn't break it and deny. Beautifully played.
That was like literally perfect. They pretty much figured out, yeah, that's what they did, and they're playing off a post plant, so pretty much a vertical wall coming in through, and then instantly did realize even if they do have a little bit of seconds in vulnerability of the wall, he pretty much just stick in the defuse. His teammates were there in the backlines as well, making sure if anyone is exposing themselves to try and take down the wall, well, Raw Fuel is there to pretty much trade things out, and that's what exactly happened. Enigma, a 5-head retake.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. And this is going to be so demoralizing for Salt. Surely they must have thought that round was in the bag, but nope. Enigma pull it out, and damn, those headshot percentages for both of those teams. So damn close in damage as well. This is actually quite perplexing considering the scoreline. It tells you a lot about how the rounds went. Like, despite the 13-6 scorelines, the rounds themselves were very, very close.
Yeah, rounds are definitely close, and 30.48% of headshot. On the other hand, Salt really not far behind as well. And this is what we have had a convo, right? I mean, Pakistani teams, of course, they have some cracked aimers, and this is what literally is the perfect example or the perfect showcase for that. On the other hand, though, MVP, of course, is going to be Salt Stranger from the side of Salt, and then you have Raw Fuel coming in with that MVP and 5 first blood. So yeah, Raw Fuel definitely seemed fire up. He definitely seemed he's really angry after the loss against Global Esports.
Yeah, certainly is. Raw Fuel, 5 first bloods to his name. Performed remarkably, but Stranger, once again, so consistent with his ability to get on top of the table on an initiative pick. Like, this player is a once-in-a-generation talent. I mean, we said this all the way back in Pakistan qualifiers, but I have to say it again because props needs to be given. However, the team of Enigma really is what stood out for me, just playing way, way better than Salt did today on the map of Icebox. Now going on to Haven, well, I know that this is Salt's pickup. I know that Salt are much stronger, but it just looks like Enigma are not just 1, not just 2, like 3 steps ahead in terms of mind games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Enigma, this is what we have been really talking about, right? Enigma is kind of one of those teams who is really good when it comes to that strategical advantage inside the game. And that's how they get rid of their opponents as well. They're just like exploit against VLT yesterday. They're one of those teams. They like to research against them. They like to kind of try and find the exact counters. And if they do, I mean, pretty much Enigma does come out on top. But unfortunately, against G, they weren't really able to do so because if a man like Rossi just single-handedly pops off, then what can you do?
Absolutely. It's very difficult to answer something like that, but hey, Rafael certainly able to replicate it. Enigma taking a 1-0 lead. Now, I will say this matchup itself was not as one-sided as it was last time these two teams met, so it does look Salt have made some improvements. Unfortunately, though, some will not be enough because it's now or never, do or die. If Salt lose one more map, it's bye-bye to their VCC journey, so they really do need to step it up and try to make their mark on Haven.
Exactly. I'm trying to make the mark on the map of Haven. Now, what are expectations from this side, right? Are we going to be seeing the Phoenix being pulled out and stuff like that? But okay, it's fine. I feel like that's it going to be for the segment, isn't it?
I will answer that question right after a small break when we get ready for the map too. So grab a couple snacks for yourself. Maybe I think the action is going to get a little spicier on Haven. We'll take a small break and see you back in a jiffy.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic
The
on.
new Classic Mark III. Get your mark.
To a brand new segment where we get to meet the conquerors. My name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and with me today I have for you a very special guest. He's no stranger to you, but you know him as Stranger from the team of Salt Esports, the conquerors of the Pakistan-Afghanistan Qualifier 1. कैसे हो आप स्ट्रेंजर?
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक।
बढ़िया बस एंड आपसे आज कैचअप करने के साथ बहुत मजा आने वाला है, स्पेशली आपको जानने के लिए, थोड़ा इन डेप्थ जानने के लिए। तो विद नो फर्दर अडू हम डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चंस की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। मैं आपको यही पहले पूछना चाहूँगा कि आपकी जर्नी कैसे रही है पाकिस्तानी वैलोरेंट ईस्पोर्ट्स की?
तो फ्लैक्स ईस्पोर्ट्स में जब गया था तो एक जज्बा जीता और फिर उसके बाद दोबारा मैं सॉल्ट स्पोर्ट्स में आया और सॉल्ट स्पोर्ट्स उस वक्त तक जज्बा भी जीत चुकी थी, जज्बा 6, और जज्बा इन्विटेशनल्स खेल लेते हैं हम लोग, और जज्बा इन्विटेशनल भी हो गया। उसके बाद फिर हमारे पास ये VCC का आया और फिर आपको पता है रिजल्ट क्या हुआ है, हम लोग क्वालिफाई हो गए हैं। तो यार जर्नी काफ़ी अप्स एंड डाउन्स तो रहे थे।
बट अगर मैं आपको बात करना चाहूँ आपके प्रेपरेशन, जैसे आपने मेंशन किया उसके बारे में VCC के लिए, तो यही पूछना चाहूँगा कि लाइक इन जनरल वो प्रेपरेशन में आप यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट है, आपके काफ़ी टीममेट्स जॉब्स भी करते हैं, तो ये अलग अलग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ बैलेंस करना कैसे रहता है आपके प्रैक्टिस टाइम के साथ?
अच्छा, तो हमारे इसमें 2 जो हैं लोग जॉब्स पे जाते हैं, एक हमारा बीस्ट है और एक हेड्स है। तो अब उसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक अलग से टाइम बनाया हुआ है, मैनेज करा हुआ है टाइम के। जब वो लाइक फ्री हो जाते हैं तो हम लोग लाइक नाइट में प्रैक्टिस करना स्टार्ट कर देते हैं, फिर वो इस तरह हम लोग मैनेज कर लेते हैं।
तो आप मुझे ये बताओ, ये स्ट्रेंजर नाम कहाँ से आया, इसके पीछे स्टोरी क्या है?
अच्छा, ये कोई ऐसे इतना खास कोई इसके पीछे स्टोरी तो नहीं है, लेकिन 1.6 में जब ऐसी दिमाग में नाम क्लिक हुआ तो मैंने रख दिया ऐसी, और फिर 1.6 CSGO Valorant तीनों में सेम ही है।
बिल्कुल, आई मीन जब एक बार लग जाता है कि ये मेरा नाम मेरे एज से वाइब होता है तो वो पता चल ही जाता है एंड दिखता है। आई थिंक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग नाम लगता है आपका, क्योंकि स्पेशली कास्टिंग में मैंने बहुत फन्स यूज़ करे उस नाम के साथ। बट ऑल इन ऑल थैंक यू सो मच स्ट्रेंजर, हमारे साथ टाइम निकालने के लिए, आपसे कैचअप करने के लिए। एंड मैं खुशी से बोल सकता हूँ कि आई डोंट थिंक हम स्ट्रेंजर्स है एनीमोर, यू नो। एंड गाइज, अगर आप स्ट्रेंजर एंड सॉल्ट esports को देखना चाहते हैं इन द VCC टूर्नामेंट एंड इन एनी फॉलोइंग इंटरव्यूज इन जनरल, तो सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, नोटिफिकेशन ऑन कीजिए एंड जल्द हम आपके लिए लेके आएंगे कुछ मजेदार।
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic
The
on.
new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is Sia, and joining me is Necro on the desk as we bring to you the second map of the lower bracket finale between Enigma Gaming and Salt Esports. Now, the end of map 1 was extremely thrilling, Necro. Enigma Gaming able to close it out on a beautiful retake to make it 13-6. Now going on to Haven to secure their spot in the Grand Finals.
Exactly. Now going on to Heaven, and as I had asked my question now, right, for you, that are we going to be seeing that Phoenix being pulled out? And I mean, I think it is, but what do you think, sir?
I don't think so. From Enigma, I really don't think so. I think they're going to continue on with the stage. I think it's too crucial a match to change the style they have been playing for so long. As much as I do think the Phoenix might suit them better, and as much as I really just want to see a Phoenix, because I'm getting tired of this guy right here on the desk. Not Necro, the guy next to Necro, I mean.
Oh my god!
I meant like that Phoenix. I want to see him not on the stage anymore. Actually, in the game, because we said this through the qualifiers, and we just love the attitude that the Phoenix brings to the map in general, right?
Yeah, I do understand why you're really getting annoyed, right? He just has the fire in the hand, and we're kind of feeling the heat as well. So it's the aces aren't really working properly. We might. I do understand. That probably is the reason here, but I mean, aren't you a fan of Hiko and Phoenix, though?
I am. I certainly am, which is why I want to see it, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Like,
dude, even you said last time, right? Like we were having a pretty much like grumble about this. Like, Hiko, please play the Phoenix. We want to see you on the Phoenix, please. And hopefully he does it. Hopefully they have listened to your prayers, man.
I mean, so I did after that map, I did go ahead and, reach out to them and ask them why. And they gave me a reason. I'm not happy with the reason, to be honest. I would still prefer Hika on the Phoenix, but I understand. Like, I'm much more, how do I say this, satisfied, I guess, with now knowing why they're doing it.
Why
Well,
they're doing it.
it's not something I can say on camera, unfortunately, but I think
Come
the
on, man.
tactical aspect of it being that they are trying to focus a lot more on the single duelist meta. It's a style that they play on all other maps, so they don't really want to change the roles of the players and the style that the team plays on one particular map, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I still think that the Phoenix would be better, but I get why they make the decision they make, and I respect it.
Well, we might just see Phoenix being pulled out from the side of Salt, though. Trick might just be the one to actually pull out the Phoenix, because that
don't
would
think so.
definitely be a great thing over here, you know. Because yeah, we've been talking for quite a long time, but I really do feel like we have missed the screen where Agent Select was being done, and I definitely do feel like that just happened here, because from what I see, things are definitely looking really kind of weird here and there. But yeah, I hopefully Heaven on the map of Heaven, I'm expecting Trick to actually whip out that Phoenix as well, because look, I don't know why, I just feel like Haven is Phoenix's home, because even like yesterday I was playing and I was like, you know what, yeah, even though I'm a Jet main, you know what, let's just switch over to Phoenix, and I felt the impact myself. Like, you can use those flashes to make those quick peeks as well around the corner, and consider the fact that the ultimate isn't really that costly as well. You can pretty much keep on getting it back to back if you're fragging out in the team, and that's what really is kind of, I feel like, the shining part about Phoenix.
Yeah, as we get a look at him on the stage, hopefully we'll get a look at him in the Champ Select as well. I do notice, though, every day something gets added onto the stage. Like today, if you notice, I believe it is that Ray's Showstopper and the paint shells with the Radianite boxes. So slowly but surely, our stage is getting taken over by Radianite agents. Help! No, I'm kidding. The game is ready, I believe. So we will be going into Agent Select quite soon, and the Phoenix from Trick, I think, is extremely unlikely because okay, I was gonna say it's extremely unlikely because he seemed like he was having a comeback on the Reyna in the second half. But I am very happy with this Trick on the Phoenix. Now I am also a little bit concerned because Trick has historically only played mostly Jetta and Reyna, and both of those agents are notorious for being ridiculously selfish. You cannot play the Phoenix that selfishly. Like, you need to try and find duo synergies between abilities. Like, you need to try and set up teammates through your own utility. You need to try and use your ult proactively. All of these things require communication. So I want to see if Trick is able to show that level of communication with his teammates.
Trick, I feel like, yeah, him choosing the Phoenix is definitely a good choice, and I do feel like Heaven is Phoenix's home. But yeah, as you did mention, it just really comes down to the execution and the communication how teams are having, right? If it's really not looking on point, then of course Phoenix would definitely kind of lose out. But what do you think so? Like, yeah, considering the fact that he hasn't really played a lot of the times, right? And Phoenix being ripped out by Trick just like that, a kind of curveball being thrown. So what do you think so? Like, how things are going to be looking like? Are they going to be changing the way they played in the past, or are they just going to be sticking the same way they play? Trick pretty much having his own default spot.
I think Phoenix is the easiest agent for a pro player to pick up. I'm saying this because I play Phoenix the most because he's that easy, you know. It's not really something that you need to big brain about. It's not something you need ridiculous reactions with. It's all about like finding a balance between your aim and your skill. But okay, Rafael, just popping hats out of nowhere.
Well, the opening has already been found, and that's pretty huge. On the other hand, just directly flooding onto the B side, and yep, that's a great Molotov to deny easy as well. But with that being said, Trick now just driving by. The entire side control is in their hands, and Salt are looking really comfortable on the other hand. But now what they're really making them think here is they are probably going to be trying and playing safe as much as possible. Wow. One man has been shut down with that pull, and that's a 5-hit play.
Yeah, exactly. That crosshair placement combined with the gravity will just perfect from Rafael and easy. Beast last man standing has swarm grenades, but now with the wall thrown up and his head taken down, an easy diffuse picked up from Enigma Gaming. Exactly, I was just about to say, literally starting off where they left off with the same wall on the similar retake as they secure the win.
This is actually really good. I'm gonna start using this as well. Like, this is fantastic.
Necro from Jetman to Sageman.
I might do it, you know? Like, I've been thinking of playing Sage a lot as well, so I might just do it. But yeah, with that being said, that initial kind of over here, this was a 5-head play without a doubt. You know, use that pool, making sure if anyone's in the back lines there, gets attracted right in the center, and as soon as they do, they just kept on spamming the center spot, and that's what exactly happened. Got attracted in the center and got taken down instantly. With that being said, the first round has been secured by Enigma. Let's see how the momentum's looking like up forward. Oh my god.
No.
He doesn't destroy it.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's just looking for the peaks. But I do notice that a small change in the setup as now they're making sure to maintain the A-long peak while leaving that server. The rotations are coming through. They're expecting Salt to go somewhere on the map. Now, this is Salt Esports' economy. So, Rafael needs to be a little careful if he's going to be aggressive. Any trade is favorable for Salt. Rafael? Gonna back right up, and Salt waiting for the aggression. They had it for a second but not able to punish it on time, so now instead with the clock running against them, they're gonna have to make their moves, and I guess A is the site they've set their eyes on.
Vex's crosser just always stands out for me. It's just so unique, and it's actually really good as well. But on the other hand, no, you have Salt. Vexy is just has a ghost in the hands, and yep, as you did mention, Force Spy coming in through from their side, and well, this is where they are definitely going to be caught off guard. But with that scan coming in through, I'm pretty sure they have realized that it's a Force Spy. Now, Enigma, I'm expecting a little bit of ruckus being caused between them, and that's what exactly is happening. They are being ready. They're not getting funneled down to only one side, and instead, a massive rotation being made from the side of Salt.
All of the Salt members down towards the seaside. A similar setup for Badman did to deny the entrance. The second swamp to deny the dash. It's all about the time though. Badman procs it early, so this should leave enough time for them to get the plant down. Still 5v5 on the retake with the force by. Easy finding this kill.
Oh my god, Phoenix. Oh, he gets shut down. Rafael still able to retaliate back, and what? He pre-fires that angle. He finds one for himself, and now Enigma are looking to convert this round into a win, and it seems like there is a massive chance they can make it happen. Stranger, last man alive, and Easy. Astra pretty much, Easy is the man playing Astra, and Astra also says, too easy, too easy.
Yeah, I love Astra's voice lines, man. The fact that we get Astra and Phoenix in the same game, it's just going to be a ton of amazing lines for us to witness. That combined with KJ's sass, I mean, that's just a pleasant Valorant experience in general. But the force buy from Salt Esports, money down the drain as they're not even able to do a lot of damage. Only 2 players taken down. Enigma now with a free round, and with this free round, an operator is guaranteed for Rafael in the next. This is starting to look very scary for Salt Esports. You can't give over a cascading snowball effect to the defensive style comp that Enigma have. That Sage KJ will run away, especially if Rafael gets his hand on an operator and adds on as an anchor.
That turret in mid. And now look at this on the right lines. Rafael has managed to sneak in quite deep. It just really comes down to if they're actually able to find that info or not. But I also do like the distraction being created from his teammate. With that being said, they're probably not going to be expecting Rafael to pretty much sneak in, right? They probably think, okay, Vexy's the only man over here. But still, he's getting hard cleared. And with that being said, oh my god, B spots a little glimpse, a little pixel. And Rafael getting spammed through, and that's so unfortunate. A big man falling down, and he can't afford to lose him.
Hatch and Stranger though.
Oh my god.
Nutty headshots. A thrifty is suddenly definitely possible. Hika needs to find Casper right here. If not Hika, then Vexy should be able to take him out now. 2v4 on the map, but with only 1 player low on Salt. This round is all but guaranteed. The only way Enigma actually win this is if they literally go Rambo mode and 2v4 try to just hard push the side.
I feel like, yeah, now the chances of that happening are pretty huge, right? The Molly will definitely deny like a push coming in through for a while, but not really enough to deny by quite a long time. Trick though, they're able to hit those nutty shots, and that's what they're really winning this game off of. So, of course, a great round being pulled off from the side of Salt, and that's going to be giving them so much confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Salt, with that round, able to completely upset the flow of the eco as it was. So, with that round, it should have been a win for Enigma and a guaranteed operator for Rafael. Instead, their economy is shatter it. They have to go for the save. Even though Rafael can afford a buy, he's going to go for the save with his team since he has the Blade Storm in his bag and since he wants to make sure he gets the Operator in the next round. Salt, instead, making those Sheriffs count, have got a full buy for themselves. Now, the default from Salt always has been hold defensive angles, set up that Killjoy turret around the mid-garden area and try to get information before you make the moves. The best way to counter this for Enigma is to find early aggression and then hold those pockets of control so that when Salt makes late moves, you can put a wrench in their plans. But the early aggression is punished. Salt pick up first blood, and now, once again, on to the rotate to C-side.
As did mention, they're pretty much on a rotate to the C-side here. 4 players stacked on C-Long. This is absolutely huge. And on the other hand, you can also see Rafael, oh no, kind of inching towards the flank, but instantly denies that coming in through. But Rafael as well gets slapped out the game. And what? Hats, what was that shot? That was unexpected, that's for sure. But Trick, on the other hand, though, just running and shooting with the Phantom, able to find himself a kill. And he also does have the running back available. One last man alive. That means running back is probably going to be used in the next round to actually clear the side down. One last man alive. It's going to be God Vexy. And at this point, he's literally just playing for those exit frags.
Yeah, they'll find one, able to upgrade his weapon, but instantly walks into the crosshairs of Stranger. Salt equalizing the scoreline, and now we move on to the buy for Enigma. So this is going to be the true test. As I said, the Operator has come online for Rafael. Full investment from Enigma, and their bank certainly showing the lack of money because of that, while Salt, their economy is blooming with this round. Now, a key part of Salt's success is the way Hatch is able to create space. So again, I want to see early aggression from Enigma, but not the way Batman did it. This time, not solo aggression, much more a duo or a trio playmaking type. So now you see, they're all grouped up along A-long. Rafael's going for the peak, while Hika actually likely to go for the push. The recon setup, nobody spotted because Salt, again, they played their defaults. Only the turret is in an advanced position. The rest of them holding defensive angles, waiting for Enigma to get in and make a mistake.
2-2 being the scoreline. For now, it's really tied up, and this game is looking really tight. Rafael, though, with the Operator, has gotten himself a good cheeky angle, I would say, but it doesn't really seem like up till now, we don't really see any intentions of Salt actually peeking in his crosser, so we can expect them to actually just chill out for now. But Salt's clearly heavy mid presence. That means there's a massive chance that they might just do the B side.
The drone, though, the drone is just a fake. They're trying to get information. I think they spot out Rafael, so they should know that the Operator is there. They spot out both Rafael, and actually, they don't. Rafael able to hide in time. Only Hika gets spotted out, and he's the bait as Rafael takes out Hats.
Exactly, Rafael, as you did mention, Hika was just a bait there. Rafael did manage to kind of shut that initial man down, and running back activated, trying to find as much as value as possible with that running back initially. But also creating a lot of space for his team. That means they can probably try and take over, but I don't really feel like that's what they're really going to be doing here. Instead, lockdown being initiated from the side of Salt. They are committing fully in, and they really do want to win this round no matter what. They want to get the lead in their hands. And again, the same ball, but this time there is the Swamp Grenade to kind of stop these things happen. But Easy just stepping in huge, like always. And again, getting themselves another round in hand.
Oh man, this wall is gonna traumatize Salt later in the night, where they're like, damn that wall, damn the Sage agent itself. It keeps being thorn in their plans, but in this round it didn't really matter that much. It was mostly just the issue with Salt's default really ending up hurting them. They hold very defensive defaults, and this is okay, I feel like, against a team like, say, for example, Team XO, who are always pushing, you know, who are always looking to take advantage. But against a team like Enigma, they're going to push maybe once, maybe twice in an entire half. They're never going to, like, push as a default. They're only going to push if they're not expecting you to check the angle. So Salt needs to try and play more proactively to take control, and they are trying to do that here. The Astra left on the C-Long look. The smoke setup. She's got herself the cubby control now. Going to use that cubby control from the Astra to likely set up a split C execute. It's all about taking the alarm bot early in Garage. They need to break that default, so some fear is instilled into the minds of Badman.
Exactly. Again, heavy stack outside garage. That means mid-control present as well from the side of Salt. They straight up just walk inside. Alarm bomb being triggered. Swamp grenade being instantly shut down. That means they are going to be able to flood inside. Oh, the pull! Fortunately, though, yup, that pull is used, but still Badman managed to strike in. Phantom is just way too good in those close ranges and mid ranges. Badman able to get himself those 3 massive frags, and now, well, he finds himself a 4K and a flawless round from Enigma. A man like Badman single-handedly turning things around. Well, of course a flawless round is expected.
Yeah, a flawless round coming through from Enigma Gaming. I really like the turret as well from Badman. It's such an off angle for the turret. You almost never expect to see the turret there, right? But while it's there, it can cover both garage entrance as well as seaside entrance, and more importantly, cover the garage entrance in a deep manner. So if they take out the alarm bot but don't push the garage, he won't be scared because that turret will give him the info. Again, though, since his setup has been revealed, as you can notice on the map, he's gonna shift his turret over to the logs position and keep the rest of his setup the same. While Salt, dog similarity.
Oh my god!
Wow!
No.
Wow!
No, he saw him falling back, and I feel so bad for him. I actually do feel so bad for him. I feel like as soon as he did realize that, okay, maybe he has been spotted, I feel like he should have stopped just floating around, because the bird got shot right through the sky with the operator, and now they're looking to get a revenge back, even though Flash was blinding by Badman, but to get the seaside retake, or just to get the grip on the seaside, it's really hard to do so, because Badman is just standing tall like a mountain, and he's like, you guys can't pass through me.
I just don't understand what Salt are trying to do. They keep randomly peeking areas while under the idea of taking control. Thank you, production, for the slow motion, though it was in the wrong area, I think. Still really nice to see the skills, but the point I'm trying to make is that, especially with this Phoenix, like if you look to a team like Sentinels that plays this exact same composition, with the Cypher Killjoy being switched around, the idea always is that you make small moves. Like you, for example, try to take garage control so you understand the default the defending team has in garage. That alarm bot has been there throughout this first half, hasn't been contested. I think it's been contested like maybe once, that too in the latter stages of the round, not in the initial stages where you can take out the alarm bot and deny info to the opposition. None of that happens. Instead, whenever Salt shows up to Enigma, Enigma can assume that the push is going to happen there because Salt just 5-stack and try to execute. There is no utilization of the size of the map that is Haven. There's no areas of control being taken. Salt currently not able to maneuver around Haven the way that we expected them to, and I wonder if it's because of a lack of confidence. They're so defensive in their defaults, even on the attack.
Exactly. But now again, Salt, I'm pretty sure after that kind of back-to-back loss, they're definitely not really looking good, and you can clearly do see that broken buys coming in through, but this time they're still like trying to buy as much as they can. Some people are investing fully into guns. We did see some Phantoms and light armors being pulled out, and hopefully those guys are actually able to make a lot of things happen, because at this point I feel like they are using the Phantom or Vandal King strategy, which is where they try to protect. It's kind of like a protect the VIP guy. Hat's able to enter inside the site. On the other hand, Hat's able to find one. He was looking to find the second one. Not though. Easy denies them. And Badman and Easy have been activated. But Stranger from the backlines though. This time he delivers. Rawfield picks up the operator for himself. Or no, actually picks up the Sheriff for himself. He did have the operator beforehand. And now the last man, Stranger, sneaking around on the side. He doesn't have the spike, so Enigma definitely doesn't need to worry.
Yeah, Stranger doesn't really have much of a chance to pull it off. They're still not checking his angle though. Their backs are turned, so he should find one. But a one kill itself will reveal his position. Now gonna set up the recon. 1v2, if he can isolate the 1v1s, maybe he wins. But Rawfuel is not scared. He will hold, he will wait, and he will likely deliver. Now the Cloudburst set up, trying to get a one-way, but instead just causes a distraction and uses that beautifully. Rawfuel being the reason for his own failure, but Hicka
could have been close.
Oh my god,
that was so close.
Certainly could have been close, especially since we've seen Stranger before in these impossible situations pull out rounds that he's not supposed to. Makes a 1v3 exhilarating 1v1, but Hicka calm, able to turn it out and finish it off.
Exactly, but Easy though going huge on that initially, and even Badman able to follow it up. That was absolutely huge. Those were kind of key frags being found. But Stranger here though, here he could have actually tried and changed things around. No one expected Stranger to just walk directly in the site like a maniac. But hey, in the end, as long as Enigma is able to secure the round, that's all they really want, right? But somehow, Salt need to find a way to stop the domination that Enigma is showing throughout here. And they need to find a way to shut down Badman. If they aren't really finding the way, then Badman will keep on getting those 3Ks and 4Ks as soon as they try to at least take the C side in their hands. We do see a full eco coming in from their side. No, we do see a few guns used in their hands. Running back being used, and finally seems like Badman this time is going to be falling back. He has the lockdown ready. Let's see how is he going to be using it.
He has the lockdown ready, so they can easily just play on the retake, especially since they have the Cosmic Divide as well. Now, the Hunter's Fury is key here for Salt. It's about timing it right. Either you use it to trade out the lockdown, or rather, you save it for the post plan. You tell them, you know what, go for it. Now, both the Cosmic Divides being used, the lockdown is down as well. Which decision will Stranger makes? He elects to cut out the lockdown, but I don't think this is a good decision because Enigma are going to move in nonetheless and go for the retake.
And this is what Enigma really wanted, to bait out that Hunter's Fury in this. That's what they did successfully, but it seems like it didn't really work out initially. And well, they were able to get themselves that. But don't get me, like, don't you feel like the Cosmic Divide was used a little too early?
By the side of Enigma, I definitely do think so. I feel like they should have used it after they got side control, but I think I understand the idea. They don't really want to think about the long angle and hold it down, which actually makes me feel like the idea that Salt had to try and hold the site itself, their post plans are on the site. That's why Stranger committed to trading out the lockdown for his Hunter's Fury. It makes me wonder if Salt are not really comfortable playing on long post plans, which makes me think they don't really have lineups on players like Strange and don't really want to risk it on just one Hunter's Fury. So it's a small note. I wonder if it will carry over. We can't really make a judgment till we keep seeing it and it becomes a pattern. But for now, Salt will just pick up the win and make it 6-3 on the scoreline now. The buy is still affordable for Enigma because they had a snowball eco and raw fuel. A very interesting angle. Should hear the drone out, but it's not going to spot him. It's not even going to check him, and he finds an easy beat.
Yeah, that's an insane frag right by himself. And raw fuel, I'm pretty sure, is looking to find another one as well. If he does, then it's pretty much them just fueling him over. Again, the same wall being used, a vertical wall from his side. And oh my god, it's always just making their path so much more troublesome. On the other hand, you can see a drastic rotation being made from the side of Salt all the way onto the C side.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Things don't work out for Salt at A. They stack up at C. Again, repeating the same idea, and Badman has a read. He'll shut them down.
What?
What?
What? Okay,
I swear he shot it.
No. The problem was, no, he wasn't really shooting it. He was shooting right below it. Hopefully we can see that. Hopefully we can see that in the replay in like a really slow motion. That would be a good way to see. Because I'm pretty sure he wasn't really shooting the dart. He was just shooting right below it. He wasn't able to find the spray. And even he himself was laughing about it.
Yeah, it's like, bro. I guess it just really melts in.
There
I
you go.
think we are going to see it now.
Oh, no.
No!
No! We didn't see it. God
Oh,
damn
well.
Seconds left.
7-3 on the board for Enigma Gaming as they are just continuing to command the map in itself as well as the lead. Badman especially having a stellar performance, continuing on his form from Icebox where he had a beautiful show as well. But this time it kind of feels like they're feeding him. They keep going back to C with the same setup. He hasn't changed it. There's one nano swarm for the site entry. He puts one later for the dash and he gets value every single time. Talking about getting value every single time, well, there isn't someone better than Raw Fuel with the operator.
Oh my god,
no.
Unfortunately the dash really didn't come through. But yeah, it did kind of look cool though, you know, he had like just kind of like heroic entry inside the side, but unfortunately it stopped over. But hey, you do have 3v2 situation. They did get the spike for themselves and now all the way rotating back to C. Yeah, of course, an unexpected move coming through as they have realized.
So unexpected.
As they have realized the big man Badman has fallen down. So hey, you might as well try and go for C, right? Because he was the only man anchoring down.
Sure.
One enemy remaining.
Definitely. Stranger with an off angle. But the best weapon in the world is way better than the Spectre. Even though Stranger had the first peak, Rafael able to just immediately take him out.
Yeah.
Enigma will go for the defuse and make it 8-3 on the scoreboard. Love the fact that they give it to Wexy because into that last round, if you can get that Silva ultimate online, it can be game-changing. It has so many different uses. And most importantly, the team, I think they have to know that the Beast in Salt Esports that
This
Killjoy
looks
has it
cool.
online. Does it look cool though? Like rarely do heroes end up face palming into a wall and get a bullet in their heads, right?
Yeah,
that
but
looks more like a jester's entrance, you know?
yeah, why it look cool is because like while Jet dashing in, the animation looked really cool. You know, like
Okay.
I was able to see it like slow motion. You know, like well properly. It just looked really cool, and the sideways animation as well. It just looked like a heroic entry, but unfortunately, it was just a head first in the wall.
Yeah, I'm sure Hats even saw his life flashing by in slow motion because as soon as that dash goes by, he's like, oh no, I'm gonna die. But that's what I'm talking about. Vexy having that ult is huge. That single diffuse, denying Salt's plans in this round. They tried to set up the lockdown, go for the B, execute. They said no, they are denied. And I will be very surprised if they don't end up going towards C because that's what they always do.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they always do.
Literally always
And well, that's what they're really doing here. And Badman as well. I mean, it does seem he's kind of locked in and loaded, and he has the crosser train this time. He's like, I'm not gonna miss my shots on the recon dart.
Yeah.
No matter what, I am not gonna miss my shots on the recon dart. He's like, I'm able to click on the heads, but I'm just missing that recon dart. How is that possible? Yep, recon dart comes in, instantly gets destroyed, and this is where a massive frag. What? Batman would find himself a 3K easy from the backline, collects 2, and just like that, easily funneling inside the side from one direction, and Salt get completely obliterated. With that being said, that round's gonna be concluding the first half, and now we're gonna be moving on to the second half.
There's just no excuse for this.
Yeah,
Why do
there's
they keep
literally
going
no.
back to the C side, just walking into his crosshairs? They're like, this time we'll do it different. They tried setting up a molly to clear his position, but Badman's just like, are you serious? My sight is humongous. I'll just casually move along, and it actually gives him a better angle for the headshots right here. He's like, oh, okay, cool. Thank you for the molly. Actually, you get my crosshair in the right position. A flawless round picked up for Enigma Gaming. And last map, I will say Enigma Gaming outplayed Salt. This map, it feels like Salt is outplaying themselves.
Yeah, definitely. As you did mention, it just seems like Salt is overthinking each and every single situation they're trying to approach. And Salt, I feel like this time they need to just keep things a little simple. Yeah, I do understand simple doesn't mean you just need to keep on just rushing inside the same side and not even like executing
In
it
the same
properly.
manner, that
Yeah.
too, not even
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a change in style.
Yeah, they're not even being unpredictable, you know? They're just clearly being predictable. Yeah, over here, pistol rounds expected to win because, of course, they have some cracked aimer in the lobby. And the pistol round pretty much, I mean, yeah, you cannot even invest in a lot of utilities, so expected teams are definitely going to be the one who have the really good aim. So Salt pretty much getting themselves a flawless win in those pistol rounds. And on the other hand, you also do see those smiles back on the faces.
Yeah, the pistol round win is huge because now they get an opportunity to play for the buys while Enigma is on the eco. So on the 9-3 scoreline, especially if you lose the pistol, then it becomes a guaranteed 11-3 and your buy is way too important. So that's why you want to win the pistol always. You want to keep the pressure low as you try to pull off a comeback, and that's what Salt is trying to do. Right now, though, Hat's going to go for the ultimate save, only a light shield and a ghost, meaning the op should be guaranteed for him. And we've seen him go for glass cannon ops before, so I'm guessing that's what is going to happen in op. Almost like 99.99% going to be seen in the ult. Now Enigma on the eco, trying to slowly, casually walk in, get punished by Beast, but Classic and Spectre in the long range battle. Trick just not able to hit his shots.
Exactly, but on the other hand, though, at least able to get himself back on full HP. Enigma now. It's a 3-on-5 situation. This is where Beast slowly, steadily walks in. And Bolt straight up going to be walking in. The Sheriff's... Okay, he missed the first 2 shots. It kind of got me scared, not going to lie. But Rafael down to only 46 HP. I'm not really expecting much from his side, though. But instead, he still goes for the ballsy play.
Here's the flash.
And he's approaching the site. Rafael doesn't have the flash.
No, he hears the flash used by Trick, so he should know that the Phoenix is in that C spot. Should have the info from his team that Astra is playing B, so he doesn't know where Hats is on the jet. But now with that Sova being spotted out, they should know that the A site is solo. So Rafael just gonna play on the lurk, especially with that Spectre. He can be the reason they pull off of Thrifty if they get a plant. Actually, no, scratch that. They're gonna use Rafael's position to go for the full rotate. This is huge because now Rafael gets to set up and defend the side spawn. He needs to take out Trick.
Oh, he has already managed to find himself a massive position advantage. And yes, he does also take down Trick. With that being said, that's going to be delaying the rotation so much inside the site. Rafiel able to get himself in an off angle. And
10
also,
seconds
they're
left.
probably going to be getting the spike being planted. This is huge. If Enigma don't manage to pull this round off, this can pretty much be game-changing.
Oh, no.
I mean, not really game-changing. This is expected.
So
Pretty much Enigma winning. And yep, it does seem like it's quite over. At this point, Rafiel is low, and they're probably going to be playing off the praise. Rafiel indeed. What? How? How is he able to get that ace? Even though he's down such low.
look at Easy. Look at Easy and look at Vexy. Look at Easy and look at Vexy, man. They're literally as confused as us. Like, bro, what happened in this round? So for you guys, I'll try to make an effort to break it down. So at this position, Rafiel gets a gun. Okay, this is fine. Now this is the mistakes Assault make. They leave him completely unchecked. As soon as they get the comms that, hey, a player took me down from Beast and he's taken my Spectre, you need to go hunt that Spectre down. You can't just leave that Spectre be free, because this is what happens. Rafiel will bounce, Rafiel will leap, and Rafiel will maim as he makes his way to the ace, and Enigma pick up a thrifty. Oh no, and look at this. This is what I wanted to see from Salt in the first place. Breaking defaults going in. Rafiel looking for blood.
I feel like over there in that previous round, the main problem was they peeked him one by one, and that's why they lost. Astra, which was Casper. Casper didn't wait for Stranger to actually make the rotation. Instead, he pretty much just sneaked directly inside the site. And that, like, what do you expect, right? This is Rafiel's home. He has kind of made a seaside his home. He has found his entire teammates there. So of course he's going to be having the confidence as well. And that's what exactly happens if you're going to be peeking him one by one, especially if he's fueling himself over and over again on your guys' blood. You can't be doing that. And again, the same thing. Rafiel, he's just like a demon unleashed from the cages.
Yeah, certainly. Raining hell currently on Salt Esports, their dreams and their hopes, as 11-4 now. They have the buys, but this is the deciding round. They lose this, it's over. It's literally just done, and it's almost impossible to come back from, because their eco will be broken. But again, this is what I was talking about. These basic defaults where Rafiel goes in, breaks that Killjoy utility. Now they don't even need to take Garage. They just need to come back and let that fear be. For the side of Salt Esports, they're like, oh wait, we don't have a turret in Garage anymore. We have to dedicate a player. Because the player is dedicated there, there's only one player left in the A side, and there Enigma can look to take their advantage. Tactically outplaying Salt every single time.
Again, now Enigma approaching on the A side. For now, it does seem like it is quite a good approach. And yep, as you did mention, he's able to sneak quite deep until B. He was able to gain the information. And it seems like Rafiel is ready to dash and smoke inside with the Cloud Burst. But it seems like, well, Vexy, it doesn't matter. Vexy already opening the fray up. He's the one going to be opening, or at least getting the first blood on his name. He doesn't even need to dash inside the site. He straight up walks in, and with that Spectre in the close range, of course he's going to be expecting to deal a lot of damage. He spams Casper. He spots him. And that's it. That's it. I'm pretty sure they're also going to be getting this round in the hand. And with considering the fact that they've also the wall, yep, they are not really going to be expecting Rafiel to be here. If they do, and that is a little problematic because he can't make it out.
I was gonna say they didn't wall Rafiel out, they walled the enemy team in with Rafiel, you know, but it doesn't actually end up happening, and the kill is picked up from the side of Enigma Gaming. But look at this, retake is on, but Easy will finish it off. Hat's tried his best, really nice shot to try and even find that one kill, but it doesn't matter because it's not just match point, guys. It's match and series points. It's grand finals points. It's $3,500 on the line point for Enigma Gaming. Everything that they've worked for, everything that they built up to as a team and as an organization, now on the crux of it. This win will mean so much, I know for a fact, to the org and to the team, and for Rafiel especially coming in replacement of Ghost and just creating a space in everyone who's watched him. Everyone who's watched him has a space for Rafiel in their heart because he's just earned that for himself now. So, are fighting back. Casper finds a kill.
Well, I mean, Rafiel definitely does deserve that place, but it seems like this time Salt replies back with a great read, and each and every single player just steps in huge hats as well in the end. Oh my god, the reply was ready this time though. Salt are like, alright, you guys can try and keep on doing what you guys are doing. You guys think we're gonna let you seal this final round that easily? No. This is the fight for the grand finals, place, and we're not gonna give up, no matter if it's 12-1, even if it's 12-5.
Yeah, definitely. I really like the aggression shown by Casper. It's like he's just like, yeah, whatever. We're pretty close to losing, so I'm just gonna do everything I possibly can to stop that. And he does. He is able to pull back around, therefore stabilize the economy. And it does give some, if not like minimal, definitely, but some hope to the side of Salt Esports. We have seen more insane comebacks before, so 12-5 wouldn't be the sickest comeback ever, but it would be pretty sick given the stakes. Now, a lockdown setup, but this is purely fake. We know from Enigma Gaming, they rarely ever commit this early into the round. They're always going to wait for another 20-30 seconds before they commit. And you can see Rafuel hunting for a spot.
Exactly. Well, it seems like he has managed to find themselves an entry. Well, with that being said, I mean, it's going to be really tough to actually get the retake happen. Yeah, understandably, they do have the Hunter's Fury available, which is now being invested. And well, Rafuel peeks out. And guess what? He easily finds a headshot as well. Badman and Vex is stepping in huge. And Enigma Gaming are your winners. And they have secured their spot for the Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, as you did mention, this is really huge for the organ itself and also for Rafuel, and he can clearly see the sigh of relief on their faces. But now this also where the main worry or the main trouble starts, because this is where if you have gotten your slot or if you've got yourself a spot in the Grand Finals, that means you are going to be facing against the best of the best.
Yeah, and they are going to be facing off against Team Exploit Storm, who took down one of the favorites to win it also. All four teams that have made it so far, Team Velocity Gaming, Exploit Storm, Enigma Gaming, and Global Esports are insane teams, which makes the grand finals that we have absolutely nuts. It's only going to be the best, though, that we're going to send over to APAC to shoot their shot for a chance at the VCT Champions Tour. But damn, back to this matchup, Enigma Gaming just on another level compared to Salt, but really not happy with the way Salt navigated their attacking half. But given the fact that they tried their best throughout the tournament in general, and they put up a really good run, made it to the top 8, I'm willing to let this go. Salt, not the greatest way to end their journey, but it was a great journey.
Exactly. It was definitely a great journey, and I'm pretty sure they are, like, even if they leave from here, they definitely have learned quite a lot, and I'm pretty sure in the future we're going to be seeing way much more improvised Salt. With that being said, taking a look at the damage numbers, of course high on the side of Enigma, but not really far away from Salt though.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw this even in Icebox, where even in the 36 scoreline, the damage numbers are only, I think, about 500 or 600 apart. It shows you how close the rounds itself are going. This time, a little more than that. I think mainly because Salt kept giving Badman an opportunity to knock everybody down on his own, and they weren't able to get as much damage back. So Enigma clearly extremely strong on Haven as well. I want to see which team actually comes, or not even which team. I want to see if Exploit Storm comes prepared for Enigma's Haven, because Exploit actually don't like the map of Haven, and I still like. Don't get me wrong, okay? I believe Enigma is very strong in Haven. They know how. I think the most important point is that they know how to play their composition very well. They understand the idea of playing the anchors on different sides of the map. Badman, as you can see, he basically got fed. But more importantly, the anchors on either sides of the map frees up Rafuel to a certain extent, you know? He's not scared anymore to go for those aggressive peaks because he knows that there is stability on either side of him. So because of that, he's also able to pop the hell off. And I think definitely it shows a lot of promise for the comp, but still it has a vulnerability, and I want to see if Exploit are able to exploit it. But back to the stats, a poor performance from everybody in Salt in general.
Yeah, it wasn't really that good. I'm pretty sure it was just those jitters kind of eating them, because we did see some shaky aim moments as well from the side of Trick as well, right? Even Stranger, they just had those shaky aims. It's just pretty understandable, you know. Your hands do tend to shake, especially when you are extremely nervous, and that's what exactly happened. But on the other side, though, Hika, it seems like he was just not able to find any kills because Badman, Rafuel, and Easy were just getting them. They are just too selfish.
I mean, it's not his fault. They made him play A anchor while Badman was playing C anchor, and Salt were just like, we refuse to go to A. Hiccup be like, it's not my fault I'm on bottom, bro. They were scared of me. That's why you got killed, you know?
Yeah,
He's gonna go
exactly.
to Batman. The only reason you are on top of the board is because they were scared of me. So
Yeah.
thank me, Batman.
Exactly. It does make sense as well, right? I mean, they were just not really going towards the A side. They were always going towards C side. Somehow they seemed really comfortable. I don't know why. Like, what was in their mentality on the attacking side? Over and over and over, hitting towards the C side, even though Batman was able to rack up so many kills for himself. And especially when Easy as well combined with Batman, they were able to work perfectly like a pair.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what was so special about that seaside, but honestly, we saw this even on Icebox. I don't think, like, on Icebox, it was lesser, not as much, like, they were not only playing one side, but I would say 80% of the rounds were only on B. And for Enigma, 80% of the rounds were only on A. So, for some reason, these teams just like to go wherever they decide before the map starts, you know, like before the map starts, they're like, okay, Inky Pinky Ponky, let's go to C. And that's what we end up choosing. They just go only to C.
Yeah, probably that's what they did. And it seems like the odds of C were definitely aligned. Well, considering the fact that in all the other maps, you know, you just see A and B side. Oh, they were like, oh, C side is definitely unique. Let's go there. You know, just to have a little bit of
let's give it some love.
Yeah, let's give it some love. Yeah, let's give it the uniqueness that it deserves, and that's what they did. In the end, they just tried to make some. They just tried to like feed Batman and try to make some unique plays happen for him. And at least they will get a feature in a frag movie.
Yeah, definitely.
BO3, well, oh yeah, raw fuel.
A nice montage. How we did Inky Pinky Ponky and chose C.
KDA,
But MVP of the BO3, not at all surprised. It is going to be raw fuel. Insane ACS of 317. 12 first bloods, performed remarkably across all maps. But what I especially liked about Enigma's performance, I'm not going to say today. I'm going to say in this BO3 because I did not like the performance in the earlier set today. In this particular BO3, what I liked about their performance was that every single member of the team stepped up and every single member of the team had a hand in it. It wasn't the raw fuel show the way we might have seen in the earlier matches. It wasn't like really sometimes Hiccup pops off, sometimes Easy pops off. Wasn't like that. It was every single player really able to show it off. But raw fuel is a BO3 for now. Let's have a look at the top 5 MVP spots in general. The fight for the $1,500 still online. Raw fuel gonna take the cake, but you can see all of those top 4 players still in contention and 2 from GE. So G with a slight edge. But as long as those 2 players actually keep sharing the kills between themselves, raw fuel is like that evil king in the top. You know, you're like, lol, these 2 are fighting. I'll take the 1,500. Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, raw fuel have got himself quite a great, or at least I would say decent lead, but it's quite easily compromisable as well. So he needs to you know, keep on performing well. He should not let any more games go away if he definitely does want those. If he definitely does want that prize money for himself. But Missile, we can pretty much rule this man out because now Exceeli isn't really in the game or isn't really in the tournament with us anymore. This over here, Missile's journey and in general Exceeli's journey with Salt has been ended. So that's of course a little bit of sad news for all of us. But hey, as I did mention, they are always going away with a lot of experience. But with that being said, I'm pretty sure you guys want to see how the brackets do look like for the Grand Finals. Let's take a look at that.
So I mean, I hope it's what we talked about, unless I just got completely wrong. If we'll find out in a second.
No, that is
yes, sir, it is going to be it.
It is it.
Exploit Storm versus Enigma Gaming.
Oh
Group
my
A,
God.
seed number 1 versus Group B, seed number 2, followed by the Val Classico. Global Esports versus Velocity Gaming. Group B, seed number 1 versus Group A, seed number 1. Now, don't worry, GEVLT fans. I know you guys are really scared that, oh no, what will happen if one of these teams loses? There's still a lower bracket. It's the double elimination all the way through. So the hype is there because this is the first match we're going to see. Can you imagine it ramping up through the lower bracket in the upper bracket finale? There's so much on the line.
Dude.
And the fact that these matches are so good from the very start. Like GE versus VLT, such a known quantity, in terms of the matches. But on the other hand, Exploit versus Enigma, completely unknown. These teams have never faced off against each other, and both of the teams have had a resurgence. They started off the VCC journey pretty weakly, but they've improved and got into a peak. It's about which team has the better peak, which team has the better day.
No, it's actually insane how much teams have improved in just this like little time of period that VCC has given themselves. It's insane. The improvement is drastically there. It is easily noticeable as well. And each and every single team, including Enigma as well, we saw so many flaws being cut off from them until they are able to make those flawless plays happen. But yeah, sometimes there are some teams that they're really scared of, without a doubt. But with that being said, in these, like, I still remember, it's crazy how fast days pass by, man. It's crazy. I remember casting each and every single region semifinals and finals, and we started off with so many teams inside the tournament. Now it's just down to these top 4 teams. It's literally down to these top 4 teams. And in the end, I mean, yeah, of course, I am a little sad that the journey is ending soon, probably because, of course, after these grand finals, you know, we're not really going to be seeing each other anymore. But with that being said as well, this is the moment that everyone was waiting for. This is the moment that each and every single viewer, each and every single player, or each and every single player that is in the top 4 was waiting for. And I'm pretty sure later on in the grand finals, this is the place where they have really kind of their eyes set on. This is what they were really waiting for in general. And imagine the jitters that they're going to be facing. Imagine the jitter.
I mean, we won't have to imagine it. We'll get to see it in action next week. So make sure you subscribe. Make sure you're not a second late. Go follow our socials.
God.
Check us out if you enjoyed our casting. All of the shebang, because today we are done with the Grand Finals playoffs. You saw the 4 teams that have qualified, and you will be seeing them in action starting next Friday. So hang on. Make sure you tune in, because there is going to be a lot of content coming along on the way too. But for today, bye-bye. Take care. Sayonara.
Bring the crazy, get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 yeah, I'ma bring the crazy, get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.